Chapter 1291. If you think that you will wait for us to fight and find a chance to escape, then give up on that idea. I, Shwehu, only have you as my target today. Do you know how much I paid to refine fortune, rivaling Heaven Goo? You ruined my cultivation plan. You are the person I hate the most in my life. If I do not kill you, I will not be able to vent my hatred. Old Ancestor Shwe, who looked at Fong Yuan eerily, his words were like cold water that poured on Fong Yuan's heart. But Fong Yuan was still expressionless. He was like a rock, a deaf and mute person made of iron. No words, be it threats or enticements, had any effect. Time passed. Fong Yuan continued to move forward. Unknowingly, the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chio's growls became weaker. The expression on the enormous, violet mink's face changed. It spoke with a strange and incredulous tone as it looked at Fong Yuan, muttering, It can't be what?" Black Extremity felt strange. At this moment, old Ancestor Shwe, who, by Qin Tian and Wei Lingyang's expressions, also changed slightly. They sensed something too. Soon, the other Gu immortals were also moved. They gasped in shock. "Oh, this is the aura of a Gu worm? But it seems to be the same. What Gu worm? Impossible. Does he have a rank 9 immortal Gu as well? Something is wrong. This is not the aura of an immortal Gu, or rather, it is incomplete. So strange." Suddenly, Yu Yizi's eyes shined. He guessed the truth. He said, "This situation, he is refining Gu." A Gu immortal scoffed. "How can this be? Refining Gu in reverse flow river?" Indeed, Gu worms could not be used in reverse flow river unless they were rank 9 immortal Gu. Even though Fong Yuan had wisdom Gu, he was in Langya Blessed Land, he could not use any Gu worms, let alone refine Gu. Fong Yuan also sensed the mystical changes in his body. He was expressionless, but his heart was shaking. It seems he is really refining Gu? What is going on? Every time I move forward, the aura in my body gets stronger. What happened? Although Fong Yuan didn't know the specifics, he understood that this seemed to be his turning point. The situation was already terrible. No matter what, Fong Yuan was willing to continue trying. He walked on, one step after another. His steps were steady and his face was expressionless, but he gave off a strong feeling. Why is he expressionless? A Gu immortal suddenly asked. The immortals finally reacted. That was right. Other than Fong Yuan, everyone else had either twisted expressions on their faces or were in extreme pain. They were either mad or weeping. Why was Fong Yuan so expressionless? The immortals were silent. They all knew that the person who asked this question actually wanted to ask another question. That is, why can this Lu Guan last so long? Moreover, he seems to be able to persevere for even longer, or even forever. How was this possible? Everyone was eliminated, washed out by the reverse flow river. Why was he still here? Why did he look like he still had some strength left? Why was it him? Why him? No one could answer this question. The Gu immortals were silent. A moment later, as Fong Yuan continued to move forward, the aura of the Gu worms in his body continued to grow. It had reached a limit. Soon, Fong Yuan's body started to emit a pure white light from inside out. To think that it really developed to this state. Mao Li Chio saw this and stared with wide-opened eyes. It was tongue-tied, unable to believe this scene. "Grandpa Mao, what is going on?" Black Extremity could not help but ask. "Sigh. At this point, it doesn't matter even if I say it." Mao Li Chio sighed deeply, showing a deep sense of defeat on its face. An immortal Gu is being created in his body. This immortal Gu is called perseverance. Mao Li Chio said something shocking. "Perseverance, immortal Gu." Black Extremity was shocked. The other Gu immortals were not any better. The legends of Renzu mentioned that Perseverance Immortal Gu is the key to conquering Reverse Flow River? Didn't it not exist? Yu Yizi asked. No, it exists. Bai Chun Tian said. He was a Gu immortal of celestial court. He knew many secrets. And someone had once controlled it. That person was the Lord of celestial court. Genesis, Lotus, immortal, venerable. Wei Lingyang added, "What?" Everyone was shocked again. But perseverance immortal Gu's refinement method. We did not expect it to be like this. Genesis, Lotus, immortal, venerable did not reveal it either. Bai Chen Tian shook his head and sighed. Of course, he did not want to reveal it, because this is a scandal in his life. Mao Li Chiu interjected. It seemed to be interested in anything that affected the reputation of celestial court. These words caused Shi Zheng to shout, "Nonsense! How dare you slander the name of an immortal venerable?" To be able to challenge a legendary, immemorial, desolate beast. Shi Zhengyi's courage was praiseworthy. Many Central Continent Gu immortals were worried for him. Mao Li Chiu was not angry. "Kid, what do you know? Immortal venerables and demon venerables have high cultivation level, but they are humans. Humans have emotions, they have flaws and weaknesses." Back then, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable charged into Reverse Flow River and was trapped inside, unable to escape. In the end, he stayed at the top for a long time and refined perseverance, immortal Gu in his body. From then on, he conquered Reverse Flow River, becoming the first owner of Reverse Flow River in history. Reverse Flow River's first owner. Even old ancestor Shui, who showed a shocked expression. This Reverse Flow River had been in his hands for a long time. To think that there was such a secret. In that case, at once, the immortal's gazes turned to Fang Yuan. Mao Li Chiu sighed, looking at Fang Yuan, who was bathed in white light with a deep gaze, saying helplessly, "That's right. At this rate, he is going to refine perseverance immortal Gu and become the second owner of Reverse Flow River." The immortals were speechless. They watched as Fang Yuan walked forward step by step. He was expressionless, no matter how many steps he took. Reverse Flow River would always flow below his feet. It was like the greatest mockery of fate. But he continued to walk. He had walked from the 500 years of his previous life. He did not know how long it would take. But he knew where he wanted to go. It seemed no one could stop him. At the very least, there was no one who could stand in his way. 500 years in his previous life. Fang Yuan leaned on the bamboo building, looking at the village and Qing Mao Mountain behind him. He clenched his fists. His young face was filled with hope. It is time to give up on the past. It is my good fortune to be able to transmigrate here, because I can achieve longevity here. I need to make use of this rare opportunity. Otherwise, how can I face myself and this opportunity? Of course, right now, I need to improve my brothers and my living environment. That kid. After awakening, on the battle stage, Fang Yuan lowered his head with a furious expression. I was plotted against. Who plotted against me? They did not want me to defeat my opponent. The answer is obvious. Brother, give up, you are not my match. Because of our different talents, we are destined to be different. Guyue Fangjing said happily. Fang Yuan turned around and left, his eyes filled with determination. Since the village does not nurture me and uncle and aunt are purposely pushing me away, what's the point of me staying here? Could it be that I can become stronger and achieve immortality here? Why don't I leave? In the caravan, the bearded Gu master was dead. Fang Yuan stood in front of his grave. The young man's eyes were filled with tears, choking. Uncle Bearded, rest in peace. Thank you for the gift before you left. You said, when you were young, you wanted to be a person of indomitable spirit, like those legendary figures of the righteous path. When you were young, you felt that becoming a clan leader was not bad. When you were young, becoming a clan elder was already a great feeling. When you were middle-aged, you were exiled by the clan, and found that as long as you could support yourself and raise the Gu worms on your body, you would be satisfied. I will not let my dreams wither with age like this. This world is too big and we are all small characters, but I will do my best. I will always work hard. Childhood, Youth. Qing Mao Mountain, the caravan they traveled. Middle age, old age, they obtained lifespan gu. Southern border, western desert, eastern sea, central continent. After spring autumn, cicadas rebirth. Qing Mao Mountain, Three Kings Mountain, who immortal blessed land, imperial court blessed land. Etian Mountain, reverse flow river. They traveled step by step through wind and rain. Bai Chun Tian frowned. He stared at Fang Yuan's figure, thinking, what kind of willpower is this? Why is he so persistent? What is it that makes him so persistent? Old ancestor Shui, who snorted coldly. A solemn light flashed in his eyes. He no longer had the disdain he had towards ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals. That means to say, 300,000 years ago, there was Genesis Lotus. 300,000 years later, there is Lu Guan, reverse flow river lord. Mao Liqiu looked at the bright light on Fang Yuan's body. It was helpless. It gritted its teeth and scratched the ground with its claws, creating deep marks. Bai Ningbing and He Lolan's eyelids twitched. They were deeply moved. Zhao Lianyun woke up slowly. She looked at Ma Hongyan's corpse, which was held by Fang Yuan's other arm. Tears flowed out of her eyes. She cried in her heart, Hongyan, how can you leave me? Without you, I am alone in this world. What is the point of me living? Do you know? How hard is it for a person to persevere alone? How hard is it for a person to persevere alone? All the Gu immortals present could answer this question, because among them, some persevered because of responsibility, some persevered because of hatred, some persevered because of excitement, some persevered because of love. And Fang Yuan's answer? He was still expressionless. He continued to move forward without moving. I once screamed, but gradually I could no longer make a sound. I once cried, but gradually I stopped crying. I once felt sorrow, but gradually I could endure everything. I once felt joy, but gradually I became indifferent to the world. And now, I am only expressionless below. My gaze is firm like a rock. I only have perseverance left in my heart. This is me, a minor character. Fang Yuan's perseverance. The light shined brightly. It could not be looked at directly. Chapter 1292. I have revised this chapter many times. I did not hesitate to cut out many of the existing drafts, and in the end, I almost wrote it from scratch. In the end, I finally wrote some of the feelings in my heart. Without a doubt, the main idea of this plot is persistence. The legends of Renzu, as always, played a key role. A few days ago, readers who subscribed to the original version of this book might have seen some bad reviews from new readers when they were browsing Qijian's book review section. Actually, these are already considered good. Slander, abuse, curses that involve family members, reports time and time again. I started writing this book 5 years ago, and I've experienced this kind of thing too many to count. One of them is that an author who can write such a main character must also be a pervert. This point of view is too funny and also a little sad. According to this logic, an author who writes small white novels is naturally a small white. An author who writes dark novels is naturally dark. Mr. Li Zhongwu who writes thick black novels is thick black. Then, I have written many stallion novels before. Am I a stallion? Many people do not understand Fang Yuan, just like how they do not understand the original intention of writing this book. Fang Yuan has never let his dreams shrink. I have never forgotten the original intention of writing this book, which is to write about a villain. I know that most people are used to seeing decent because it is easy and there is no moral pressure. However, real life is never easy and is mostly cold and cruel. So, I suggest many readers to read the preface of this book before reading it. I want to write about a villain, and to write about a villain, it is impossible to not write about cruelty and coldness. Many readers do not like Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. I understand you sincerely, but to me, I love the main character Fang Yuan and also the supporting characters, such as Bai Ningbing, Mahongyan, He Lulan, Ingwuxia, etc., because in them they have their own will, their own brilliance, their own opportunities, and their own thoughts. They are living people, and they allude to some aspects of our real life. There will always be people who need to work hard. There will always be people who are especially lucky and can reap benefits without putting in any effort. There will always be people who have a high starting point. There will always be people who are attractive and lovable. Society is like this, and the novel I write is to create a world, and it should be like this, to include these things. I, on the other hand, tend to believe in personal effort and the realization of personal self-worth. Therefore, the protagonist was Fang Yuan. I know that most of my readers are also inclined towards personal efforts and the realization of self-worth. So they love the character of Fang Yuan. Ma Hongyan's death seemed funny, but I thought it was inevitable. Tonight, Weibo News will do a special topic on Ma Hongyan, explaining and analyzing this character. I think that everyone living in this world should have a tolerant heart. We love the character of Fang Yuan, so why don't we take a look at the highlights of other characters? Just like in real life, there will always be people around us that we hate. But if we look at them from a different angle, we might be able to find something special about them. People with such foresight are blessed, because he or she will be broad-minded and will not easily make oneself unhappy because of the external appearance. Wasn't it a beautiful thing to be able to live happily? More importantly, these people were open-minded and would not let their prejudices hinder their own understanding. If they looked at it this way, they would also discover some very interesting things in life. As for the book reviews from a few days ago, they could stand at a height and overlook these things. Thank you for your support. Fang Yuan has been persevering. I, the author, have also been persevering and have never given up. Once again, thank you for your continued support. Please subscribe to the original version. Such support can never be too much. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 1293. Perseverance, Immortal Gu, was finally refined at this moment. Outside Reverse Flow River, the immortals witnessed this as they fell into silence. They saw that Reverse Flow River's water was rippling as it flowed, slowly. A rank 7 Gu immortal with a young appearance, he wore a white robe, his hair was long like a waterfall, his eyes were deep as he stood in the water, his body was like the wind. He really refined perseverance, Immortal Gu. Bai Ningbing muttered with a complex expression. He did the same thing as Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. The Central Continent Gu immortals were still in disbelief. Look, he is no longer moving forward, he is standing on the spot, but Reverse Flow River is not washing him away. Shi Zheng pointed and said loudly. Fang Yuan shut his eyes. Half of his attention was placed in his immortal aperture. A brand new Immortal Gu had formed completely, appearing in his immortal aperture. Perseverance, Immortal Gu. It was shaped like a stone tablet. It was huge. It was the size of a whale. It was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. It was squarish and black in color. The edges were sharp and straight. Looking at it, one would think that it was a reef that would not fall for 10,000 years, or a rock that would not melt in lava. It was a very special Immortal Gu. In terms of size, it was the largest Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan had ever obtained. Rank 7 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan could clearly sense the rank of this Immortal Gu from the aura that Perseverance Immortal Gu was emitting. It was neither rank 8 nor rank 9. Fang Yuan was happy about this. The higher the rank of an Immortal Gu, the better it was. There was no need to explain this. Every Gu immortal knew this. Rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Gu was very compatible with Fang Yuan's rank 7 cultivation level. What does this Perseverance Immortal Gu feed? What effect does it have? How can I increase its usage? All sorts of questions appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He did not think about it. He focused his attention on the outside. Outside Reverse Flow River, the 3 rank 8 existences were still eyeing him. The other Gu immortals were also emitting malicious intent towards Fang Yuan. With Perseverance Immortal Gu, I actually conquered Reverse Flow River." Fan Yuan soon realized that Reverse Flow River was like a docile kitten or puppy beside him. The immense pressure that he felt before had completely vanished. Fan Yuan didn't move. The Reverse Flow River had no effect on him. Not just that, Fan Yuan also found that he could use any goo worms in the river. He could even freely open his immortal aperture's entrance. All right. Fan Yuan was excited. He immediately stuffed Ma Hongyan's corpse into his immortal aperture. Ma Hongyan's soul also entered Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. His soul possessed the luck path true inheritance of all living beings. This was something that Fan Yuan had always remembered. Back in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyan were both protected by the All-Being's fate true inheritance, and each of them obtained a portion of the true inheritance's contents. Now that Ma Hongyan's soul has fallen into my hands, the portion of the fate of all beings' true inheritance that he possesses is naturally mine. It is a pity that Zhao Lianyan had rank 9 love immortal goo. I could not capture her. To Fan Yuan, Ma Hongyan's soul had a lot of value. But his body, even though it was not mortal and had been refined many times, it could only be used as a goo material. Fan Yuan frowned slightly. If he could capture Zhao Lianyan, he might be able to use her to negotiate with the goo immortals outside. But earlier, because of love immortal goo's power, Zhao Lianyan escaped from danger and returned to Bai Qun Tian and Wei Lingyang's side. Northern Plains Luguan Yi. To think that this battle would make you famous. Wei Lingyang sighed. "I want you to die, I want you to die." Zhao Lianyan screamed in a sharp voice. Her gaze towards Fan Yuan was filled with hatred and resentment. She loved Ma Hongyan, but now she hated Fan Yuan even more. Luguan Yi, even if you become the Reverse Flow River Lord, so what? Old Ancestor Shui, who sneered, "Rascal, you are quite capable. But this is as far as you can go. You killed Ma Hongyan and caused me to fail before I could do anything. If you walk out of Reverse Flow River obediently, I will kill you with one slap. I will give you a quick death. Roar." The dog-tail life-extending ferret's eyes shined with a fierce light. Damn it. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. He was the only person in Reverse Flow River now, but the situation was not turning for the better for him. It was like he was trapped in the Reverse Flow River. Even though he refined Perseverance Immortal Goo and conquered Reverse Flow River, he could not take the initiative and leave, especially after losing Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyan. Fan Yuan was in an extremely passive state. 3 rank 8 existences, many Goo immortal experts, and providence is vast and mighty. Fan Yuan looked around and found himself surrounded. His success in refining Perseverance Immortal Goo was too eye-catching. He became the target of everyone. Old Ancestor Shui, who suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, spitting out an icy cold wave. The cold wave quickly struck Reverse Flow River Mountain. Reverse Flow River flowed rapidly. The river surface shined as the cold wave was reflected back. Old Ancestor Shui, who dodged it, staring at the river as he sneered. "Luguan Yi, you ruined my plans. Surrender now and hand over Reverse Flow River. I can spare your life and make you my servant. But if you insist on going your own way and still want to resist stubbornly, I guarantee that you will suffer a fate worse than death." Saying so, he continued to spit out cold waves at Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River continued to reflect the attacks, but old Ancestor Shui, who dodged them all, he continued to threaten. "Luguan Yi, if you think that Reverse Flow River can protect you, you are wrong. Even though Reverse Flow River is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it has great power. It is a dead object. It will expend energy when it reflects the attacks back. Over time, there will be a day when the river will run dry. When that time comes, it will be your death." As old Ancestor Shui, who attacked, Reverse Flow River started to expend energy, even though it was only a small amount. At this rate, it would be used up eventually. Fan Yuan retorted loudly. Old Ancestor Shui, who, You are the #1 rank 8 in Northern Plains, the ones who ruined your Gu refinement plan were Central Continent's Gu immortals. Furthermore, there might have been an ambush by Longevity Heaven. I just happened to be at the right time and appeared here by chance. You did not deal with these true enemies. You chose to deal with a minor character like me? Once he said this, Bai Chen Tian and Wei Lingyang became vigilant. They retreated slightly. Mao Li Qiu grinned. Rascal, you are really good at sowing discord. Old Ancestor Shui, who was slightly dazed. Lu Guanyi, you seem to have forgotten. This reverse flow river below you belongs to me. You stole my secluded domain of heaven and earth. You are my mortal enemy. You even caused Ma Hongyan's death, completely destroying my hopes. If I do not kill you, I will not be able to vent my hatred. Fang Yuan quickly said, Old Ancestor Shui, we are all Northern Plains Gu immortals. Among them, this large sable is from Longevity Heaven. These Central Continent Gu immortals are from the 10 great ancient sects or celestial court. They are all righteous path cultivators. Only we are of the demonic path. Righteous and demonic path cannot coexist. We can cooperate. Yes, I seized Reverse Flow River and became the Reverse Flow River Lord by luck. But as long as we cooperate, I can lend Reverse Flow River to you. With me, Reverse Flow River will be much more useful to you than before. I did kill Ma Hongyan, but everyone knows that I did not do it on purpose. I only used my fingers lightly and Ma Hongyan died. He was overworked and exhausted, or maybe he received too much shock. He could not take it anymore. Without me, he would have died. I was just an innocent bystander. Now that he is dead, fortune rivaling heaven's effect is gone. I can understand why you want to take revenge on me. But you want to undergo tribulation. Even if you kill me to vent your anger, can I help you? Saying so, Fang Yuan shook his head, continuing, Not only can I not, it will also be detrimental to Old Ancestor Shui, whose tribulation. Because Reverse Flow River is so vast. Even if you expend all of it, you will not be able to refine fortune, rivaling Heaven Gu, to help you pass tribulation. Old Ancestor Shui, you have a family. You are a formidable overlord. You are the #1 overlord of Northern Plains' demonic path. If you die in the tribulation, even if you are heavily injured, it will make Northern Plains and Central Continent's righteous path enemies happy. At the same time, it will make Lady Wan so sad. Even though snowy mountain-blessed land is destroyed and the Gu refinement failed, as long as you, Old Ancestor Shui, are here, we can rebuild a second snowy mountain-blessed land. If the Gu refinement fails, we can loot and obtain the Gu materials to refine again. These righteous path Gu immortals have bad intentions. We can make use of them. I, Lu Guanyi, am of Northern Plains' demonic path. I am willing to work with you to create a great cause. Fang Yuan's words were smooth and eloquent. He had a glib tongue. Old Ancestor Shui, who heard these words, and felt that Fang Yuan was not so hateful anymore. Because Fang Yuan's words were reasonable. Even though Old Ancestor Shui, who was furious and hateful, he did not lose his rationality. Moreover, Fang Yuan was standing on his side, thinking for him and making plans. How could Old Ancestor Shui, who not be moved? He was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Even after this huge setback, he did not lose his ambition. If he was going to refine Gu in the future, where would the Gu materials come from? Old Ancestor Shui, who subconsciously looked at Bai Chen Tian, Wei Lingyang, and the dogtail life extending ferret. Seeing Old Ancestor Shui, whose gaze, Wei Lingyang and Bai Chen Tian could not help but feel nervous. Mao Li Qiu felt offended. Its fur bristled as it opened its mouth, revealing its terrifying sharp fangs, showing no weakness towards Old Ancestor Shui. This guy is still as crafty as ever. Ing Wu Xia was furious. If it were in the past, he might have persuaded Old Ancestor Shui to cooperate with Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was the result of Shadow Sect's painstaking efforts for 100,000 years. it could not be lost. But now that Ing Wuxia was chased by Fang Yuan and saw Fang Yuan conquer Reverse Flow River, his wariness towards Fang Yuan had reached an extreme level. If there was a chance, Ing Wuxia would definitely deal a fatal blow to Fang Yuan and kill this terrifying enemy. But Ing Wuxia did not say anything. Zishan Makoto, who was in his arms, had already fallen into a deep sleep. When Zishan Makoto wakes up, he will have a period of clarity. Right now, the most important thing for Ing Wuxia was to keep a low profile. It would be best if everyone forgot about him. This was the time when Shadow Sect was at its weakest. Actually, Central Continent's Gu-Immortals were in the same situation. Even though they were wary of Zhao Lianyun, they did not dare to retreat rashly. Once they retreated, they might attract attention and become the target of everyone. The situation was in a deadlock. It was rather subtle. Old Ancestor Shui, Hu, Shadow Sect, Central Continent's Gu-Immortals, Longevity Heaven, and Fang Yuan. None of them dared to make a move. They had their own considerations and standpoint, and most importantly, they did not have the strength to make the final decision. Old Ancestor Shui, whose attitude became the most crucial point. The immortals stared at him. Old Ancestor Shui, who thought about it before saying, "Sure, we can form an alliance." Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Chapter 1294. Seeing that Fang Yuan's words managed to convince Old Ancestor Shui, who, be it Central Continent side or Longevity Heaven side, their expressions changed. Old Ancestor Shui, who was the #1 rank 8 in Northern Plains demonic path, if he used his full strength, he could easily take away Fang Yuan in front of the dog-tail life extending ferret Mao Liqiu by Chun Tian and Wei Lingyang. However, Old Ancestor Shui, who gave Fang Yuan a harsh alliance agreement. Fang Yuan's joy vanished. According to this agreement, he would not be Old Ancestor Shui, whose equal ally. He would only be his servant. Old Ancestor Shui, who, this alliance agreement, are you joking? Fang Yuan's expression turned unsightly. Thus, Old Ancestor Shui, who laughed, "Of course not." Lu Guan, didn't you analyze it clearly and logically? Among us, only we are demonic path members. We are natural allies. You killed Lui Kun Xing, killed Lu tribe's Gu-Immortals and plundered their resources. Are you going to surrender yourself to Longevity Heaven? Or leave my homeland and go to Central Continent, to become the lackey of the 10 great ancient sects and celestial court? I'm your best choice. Saying so, he paused, looking at Ing Wuxia. I have my own difficulties. I've already made an agreement with these people, but it seems that you have enmity with them. I cannot offend another rank 8 just for Reverse Flow River and a rank 7 Gu-Immortal, right? Ing Wuxia's heart jumped. On the surface, Old Ancestor Shui, who was forcing Fang Yuan to surrender, but he was also probing Shadow Sect, probing Zishan Makoto's background. After all, everyone had seen Zishan Makoto's insanity. If Zishan Makoto went crazy and could not be controlled, Old Ancestor Shui, who might attack them. After all, the loot from killing a rank 8 Gu-Immortal who had lost his mind was enough to move Old Ancestor Shui, not to mention Old Ancestor Shui, whose Gu refinement had failed. Snowy mountain blessed land was destroyed. His previous investments were all for naught. Fang Yuan's face darkened. Old Ancestor Shui, who was an overlord of the demonic path, he was not so easy to fool. His previous words had indeed moved Old Ancestor Shui, but Old Ancestor Shui, who was shrewd and calculative, he used Fang Yuan's words to deal with Fang Yuan. Old Ancestor Shui, whose words were probably filled with guesses and probing. But Fang Yuan knew that he would never cooperate with Mao Liqiu or Wei Lingyang. Longevity Heaven was naturally protective of its people. Fang Yuan had killed Yalu Kunxing, offending the Gold family, and now he had killed Ma Hongyan. Relying on Longevity Heaven was simply courting death. On the other hand, he could not go to Zhongzhou State. Even though he had wisdom path methods to protect himself, now they were not reliable. He usually stayed in seclusion, either using his immortal aperture to isolate himself, or using the super goo formation in southern border to avoid central continent's deductions and investigations. If he went to central continent, he would be sensed by the celestial court's goo immortal fairy myrtle. By then, his true identity would be exposed and he would be brought to justice. After all, his name had always been on the demon judgment board. As for Shadow Sect, because of sovereign immortal fetus goo, it was even more impossible. Thus, among the people present, only old ancestor Shui, Hu and Fang Yuan could borrow his help. But now old ancestor Shui, who said that he could help Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan had to agree to the alliance agreement. And if Fang Yuan agreed, he would be selling himself to old ancestor Shui Hu. If you agree, I can guarantee your safety. If you do not agree, I will attack Reverse Flow River. You will die here today. Don't even think about it. Old ancestor Shui, who was domineering, he stared at Fang Yuan and forced him to make a decision. Fang Yuan hesitated and struggled. Let me think about it. I will only give you 3 breaths of time. Old ancestor Shui, who had a cold expression, he breathed out coldly, giving Fang Yuan 3 breaths of time. How harsh was this? Fang Yuan smiled, thinking that he could not deceive old ancestor Shui, who, he could not stall for time. He stopped pretending. Then I will have to test old ancestor's methods. Ha ha ha. Old ancestor Shui, who raised his head and laughed. His smile was sinister. I knew it. How can someone who can become the Reverse Flow River Lord submit to others so easily? Thus, I will beat you into submission and make you beg for mercy. Old ancestor Shui, who was excited. He still did not want to kill Fang Yuan. But who knew if this was his scheme? Old ancestor Shui, who attacked. Waves of frost attacked unceasingly with great might. Reverse Flow River's water was turbulent. It reflected Shui, whose attacks, and expended its own water. Fang Yuan did not move. It was still too early to affect him. But he was bound to lose, because he could only take a beating. He had no way to retaliate. I need to think of a way to get out of this predicament and escape. Fang Yuan smiled as he said to Central Continent's side, Central Continent's Goo Immortals are guests. If we do not leave now, when will we? Do you want Northern Plains Goo Immortals to unite and deal with you? Wei Lingyang and Bai Chun Tian's hearts jumped. Zhao Lianyin screamed, Murderer! You should worry about yourself. I will only leave after I see you die in front of me. The other Central Continent Goo Immortals were silent. They looked at the 2 rank 8 Goo Immortals. But Wei Lingyang and Bai Chun Tian did not move. They were like statues. They did not react. Fang Yuan looked at the dog-tail life extending ferret. He was about to speak. Mao Liqiu chuckled. Little kid, no need to use words to drive a wedge between us. It is useless. I am right here. Even if Shui, who does not kill you, I will. Saying so, it also started to attack. It opened its mouth and spat out purple qi. It was reflected by Reverse Flow River like a fog, increasing its expenditure. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his mind. These rank 8 existences, be they humans or beasts, were extremely shrewd. Words could not be used to sway them. It seems that I can only rely on myself now. My new move is powerful, but to escape from 4 rank 8 existences, oh no. To escape from 5 rank 8 existences, it will be very difficult. The 5 rank 8 existences were old ancestor Shui, who, Mao Liqiu, Bai Chun Tian, Wei Lingyang, and Zishan Makoto, who was in an unknown state. Fang Yuan looked at the water below him. He was in a daze for a moment. The attacks from outside the river were like a tide. There were loud explosions from time to time. Fang Yuan did not care about his surroundings. He did not care about them at all. An inspiration flashed in his mind. Activating the immortal goo, the river below him started to ripple according to his will. It seems that if I use Perseverance immortal goo, I will be the Reverse Flow River Lord. In this Reverse Flow River, I can use other immortal goo too. Earlier, he used the strength path immortal goo pulling water. Under the effect of pulling water immortal goo, Fang Yuan found that he could move reverse flow river like any other river. But with just this, Fang Yuan could not escape. One pulling water immortal goo was only rank 6. It moved reverse flow river very slowly. It was impossible for it to escape from the river. Old ancestor Shui, who can use reverse flow river to form a formation. Why can't I? I am the reverse flow river lord. I have perseverance immortal goo. I can control this river freely. Or maybe I can create an immortal killer move. This thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He could not stop thinking about it. Perseverance immortal goo could allow Fang Yuan to obtain reverse flow river's acknowledgement. Pulling water immortal goo could control the river water. This was the foundation of an immortal killer move. Adding other goo worms to create the final immortal killer move. It did not seem difficult. Fang Yuan felt that he could do it. This feeling was not a wild guess. It was attainment level. Fang Yuan's attainment level was already very high. Among them, the most crucial was water path. Fang Yuan had become a water path grandmaster not long ago. Water path goo worms were added in one by one, quickly completing the entire immortal killer move. But it was not enough. Not enough strength. Fang Yuan realized. The skeleton was built, the wings were full, but it lacked strong muscles. Just 2 immortal goo were not enough. Then add more. Fang Yuan's first thought was strength path, myriad self. He was most proficient in immortal killer moves that he created after rebirth. Now he had it. Strength path Grandmaster Realm and Water Path Grandmaster Realm allowed everything to flow naturally, as if it was natural. Wait. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of an unrelated immortal killer move. This killer move originated from Yi Lui Kunxing. He used star fragments to create a powerful killer move. It was the same as Fang Yuan using reverse flow river, using external objects. Thus he had meridians. Skeleton, flesh, wings, meridians, all 4 were present. Fang Yuan had created an immortal killer move in a short time. This is Myriad Self, second style. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Chapter 1295. With attainment level, Fang Yuan created an immortal killer move on the spot. Because it used the killer move Myriad Self as the foundation, Fang Yuan called it Myriad Self second style. But this killer move had just been created. It was still far from being used. Boom, boom, boom. Old ancestor Shui, Hu and Dogtail life extending ferret Mao Li Chiu. 2 rank 8 existences, pincer attacked reverse flow river. Causing waves to form in the river, the attacks were reflected as the river level started to fall. Fang Yuan's actions had already crossed the bottom line of these people. Furthermore, he did not want to lower his head. Old ancestor Shui, Hu and Mao Li Chiu were willing to expend a huge amount of effort and deplete reverse flow river to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan inspected the river as he estimated. At this rate, I still have a lot of time. His heart calmed down a little. Reverse flow river was worthy of being a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was only slowly being depleted despite the attacks of 2 rank 8 existences. Of course, there was a reason for this. Shui, Hu, and Mao Li Chiu did not use their full strength. They were wary of each other by Chun Tian, Wei Lingyang, and the other Central Continent Gu immortals were standing at the side, waiting for an opportunity. These people were restraining and guarding against each other. How could they put all their effort into Fang Yuan? Precisely because of this complex situation, Fang Yuan felt a lot of pressure on him. He could test his killer move calmly. The first activation. Fang Yuan was very careful. First was Perseverance, Immortal Gu. It expended Red Date, Immortal Essence, allowing Fang Yuan to move freely in reverse flow river without being restricted by the secluded domain of heaven and earth. Next were large numbers of Water Path, Mortal Gu. They rose up and flew around the huge Perseverance, immortal goo, in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Not long after, large amounts of water vapor rose up. Blue light could be vaguely seen in the vapor. But soon, these blue lights dissipated. Some even turned from blue to red. The cold vapor started to heat up, becoming hotter and hotter. I failed. Fang Yuan immediately stopped. The scene in front of him was out of his expectations. This was not the scene he had expected. He stopped the infusion of immortal essence. Crack, crack, crack. A large number of water path mortal goo exploded in the air, destroyed on the spot. Fang Yuan calmed himself down and pondered. According to his imagination, the blue light should be getting brighter, and the water vapor should be getting colder. Why did red light appear? And the temperature was getting higher. Fang Yuan continued to deduce in his mind. Soon, thanks to his wisdom path cultivation, he found the source. It used two opposing water path mortal goo. Fang Yuan immediately replaced one of them. In reverse flow river, he could open his immortal aperture. He could communicate with jewel yellow skies. It was easy to buy some water path mortal goo. After modifying the entire immortal killer move, Fang Yuan tested it again, activating the killer move for the second time. Perseverance immortal goo was still activated. The surrounding water path mortal goo flew up one after another, revolving around it. First was the evaporation of water vapor, then the blue light. Soon, this stage was over. Fang Yuan activated pulling water. Rank 6 strength path immortal goo pulling water. This was the second core of the immortal killer move. The first core was naturally the rank 7 perseverance immortal goo. Fang Yuan was careful. Activating pulling water after using perseverance immortal goo was a very risky thing to do. If they were not coordinated properly, the two immortal goo would interfere with each other and harm each other. It might even cause one or both immortal goo to be destroyed. Experimenting with immortal killer moves was not only risky for the goo immortal, it was also risky for the immortal and mortal goo involved. In fact, because the immortal goo contained fragments of the Great Tao, if they suffered a backlash, the damage would be severe. Fang Yuan's caution was soon rewarded. He encountered a problem. Even though pulling water immortal goo was activated, the mystical power it emitted could not mix into the framework. Where did the problem occur? Fang Yuan stopped. Another large number of water path mortal goo were destroyed. Experimenting with immortal killer moves had to pay such a price. A complete and effective immortal killer move. From conception to experimentation, the goo immortal had to expend a huge amount of effort and resources. The attacks from the outside continued, but Fang Yuan ignored them. He had the sovereign immortal body. Thoughts were moving rapidly in his mind. Adding on his wisdom path Grandmaster attainment level, he had wisdom path Tao marks and wisdom path methods. He could deduce quickly. This time, he was even faster than the previous time. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan found the source. Perseverance immortal goo and pulling water immortal goo could not fuse into one. It was because the number and types of water path mortal goo were not enough. These mortal goo were in the middle of the two immortal goo. They were used to communicate and harmonize with each other. Fang Yuan thought about it. He reduced the number of water path immortal goo in a portion, while increasing the number of other types of water path immortal goo. At the same time, he added in some other types of water path mortal goo. The third activation. This time, Fang Yuan had a smooth journey. He successfully added pulling water immortal goo into the whole. Almost at the moment of success, reverse flow river started to ripple under Fang Yuan's feet. It was finally showing results, but there was still a huge distance to reach his goal. Fang Yuan did not stop. The situation did not allow him to. He continued to experiment, activating immortal killer moves. His aura fluctuated between strong and weak. It was unclear. What is this Lu Guanyi doing? All sorts of goo worm auras appear on his body. It seems that he is experimenting with immortal killer moves. Other than old ancestor Shui, Hu and Mao Li Chiu, the other Gu immortals, were watching. When Fang Yuan experimented with immortal killer moves, his Gu worm aura would leak out. It could not be concealed from the other Gu immortals. To conceal the aura of Gu worms, he needed a special immortal killer move. Such immortal killer moves were often rare. For example, Fang Yuan's Dark Assassination was one of them. Fang Yuan was already at his limit by creating the second style of Myriad Self. He could not consider the effect of concealing Gu worm aura anymore. But it did not matter. Just based on the aura of the Gu worm, it was hard to determine the type of Gu worm. Furthermore, the second style of Myriad Self that Fang Yuan created was complex and varied. It involved many Gu worms. He was not afraid of being exposed. Fourth time, fifth time, Fang Yuan continued to try using immortal killer moves. Sometimes he progressed quickly, but sometimes because of some minor modifications he fell back to his previous speed. Fang Yuan was not dejected. He was expressionless as he persisted. He is experimenting with an immortal killer move after all. Is this Lu Guanyi an idiot? Creating an immortal killer move on the spot. Does he think he is an immortal Venerable or a demon Venerable? Even if he created an immortal killer move, I want to see if he can use it to deal with all the Gu immortals here. The spectating Gu immortals discussed. They mocked Fang Yuan's naivety. If immortal killer moves were so easy to create, would they still be immortal killer moves? But soon, some Gu immortals' expressions changed. They found that reverse flow river around Fang Yuan was undergoing some mystical changes. 21st time, Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, grabbing at the river below him. Rise. At the same time he called out. Bam! There was a soft sound, and a big bump suddenly appeared on the surface of the river beside his feet. This bump was made of reverse flow river water. After it rose, it exploded and water splashed everywhere. The killer move activation failed. 2 streams of blood flowed down from Fang Yuan's nose. His immortal killer move is effective on reverse flow river? Yu Yizi saw this, and his eyes shined with bright light. No, more accurately, he wants to use this reverse flow river to create an immortal killer move. Buzhen Zi blurted out. Humph, laughable. Black Extremity laughed coldly. Back then, to make use of reverse flow river, I created the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. It took me several years. Lu Guan, even if you become the reverse flow river lord, you are too arrogant. You want to create an immortal killer move in such a short period of time? Evidently, almost all the Gu immortals present did not think Fang Yuan would succeed. But next, Fang Yuan used it again. Whoosh! This time, a small mound rose from the river at his feet. The mound crumbled as the river water drenched Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression turned pale. His body shook. This time, not just his nose, even his ears were bleeding. Failed again, man, as before. At the next moment, Fang Yuan recovered completely. But at the next moment, he saw that the entire reverse flow river started to shine with light blue light. The blue light surged like rolling clouds and surging waves. The immortals' gazes were attracted. They saw that while Fang Yuan was standing there, strong winds blew. His hair and sleeves were fluttering in the air. His gaze was eerie as he shouted, "Rise!" Immediately, the river water surged. The immortals could hear the sound of splashing. It was as if thousands of people were shouting at the same time. The aura was extraordinary. Next, the blue light gathered. Reverse flow river shrunk. In the blink of an eye, it had completely condensed into one. The huge reverse flow river vanished. It gathered around Fang Yuan, turning into a light blue robe. This robe had long sleeves that were fluttering in the wind. It was pure white like snow. On the surface of the robe, there were ripples. It was actually the scene of reverse flow river flowing slowly. Not just that, the surface of the robe was covered in mist. There was another rainbow light. It was pure blue and curved like a ribbon. It coiled around Fang Yuan's arm, neck, and waist. Immortal Killer moved Myriad Self second style, reverse flow protection seal, was finally activated at this moment. Success! How can this be? He actually used reverse flow river to create an immortal killer move at the last minute. The immortals saw this and were tongue-tied. Old Ancestor Shui, who stared with wide eyes. I don't believe it! He flipped his palms, pushing them towards Feng Yuan. Immediately, a beautiful icy light shot towards Feng Yuan at lightning speed. Feng Yuan was already prepared. The icy light hit his body, but reverse flow protection seal blocked it completely. Reverse flow protection seal flickered. The terrifying icy light was reflected back. It flew towards its owner, Old Ancestor Shui. Success! Feng Yuan's heart that was in his throat finally returned to its original place. Even though the immortal killer move was activated, it had to be tested in actual combat. Old Ancestor Shui, whose attack proved the power of Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Old Ancestor Shui, who dodged the icy light. His gaze towards Feng Yuan became fierce and ruthless. Let Grandpa Mao try, Mao Liqiu shouted. Its huge body suddenly vanished on the spot, appearing behind Feng Yuan at the next moment. It raised its ferocious right claw high into the air, then slammed it down again. Bam! With a loud sound, Feng Yuan was like a cannonball as he was fiercely sent flying. His vision changed. In a breath of time, Feng Yuan was sent crashing to the ground. There was another explosion, and a huge crater was formed on the ground that was covered in thick ice. Under everyone's gazes, Feng Yuan slowly stood up from the crater. He was expressionless, his body was completely unharmed. There was not even a scratch on his skin. Reverse flow protection seal's blue sash snow robe did not change much. Only the mist on the surface of the robe had dissipated. If one observed carefully, the snow robe seemed to be covered in a layer of dust. It was no longer as bright as before. Mao Liqiu looked at Feng Yuan, before turning to look at its right claw. Its right claw was bleeding profusely. Its skin was torn. Feng Yuan was unharmed, but Mao Liqiu's injuries were severe. Gasp! The Gu immortals drew in sharp breaths. What immortal killer move is this? Even Mao Liqiu suffered a loss. Seeing this, even Bai Chun Tian's eyelids were twitching. He actually did it. Black Extremity was speechless. He had a look of shock on his face. Even the pure claw attack of an immemorial desolate beast was reflected. Old Ancestor Shui, who frowned deeply. How can this be? Ing Wuxia, who was far away, saw this and felt like he was in a dream. There had never been a case where a rank 8 great expert attacked a rank 7 Gu immortal. But the rank 7 Gu immortal was unharmed, while the rank 8 Gu immortals suffered heavy losses. Between rank 8s and rank 7s, the former had always dominated the latter. In the past thousands of years, only a monster like Feng Joga had appeared. He had unparalleled talent and could fight rank 8s. But now, after Feng Yuan created the second myriad self-style and activated it, Feng Joga's glory was no longer exclusive to him. From now on, this supreme glory would belong to another person's name. Lu Guan Yi. The center has Feng Joga, the north has Lu Guan. Bu Zhenzi muttered. He was already dazed. Old Ancestor Shui, who laughed lightly. Good lad, I underestimated you. He placed his hands behind his back. He stopped attacking. But Mao Liqiu roared. Rascal, you are courting death. You dare to embarrass me like this. The immemorial desolate beast attacked Feng Yuan fiercely. Feng Yuan was not its match. He was sent flying like a ball. But after dozens of attacks, Feng Yuan was unharmed. He was still as elegant as before. While Mao Liqiu was gasping for breath, its body was covered in blood. Every time it attacked, it would be reflected. It was equivalent to hitting itself. Mao Liqiu was furious at thought. This rascal is like a porcupine. He is truly troublesome. When did such a monster appear in northern plains? Feng Yuan saw that Mao Liqiu could not do anything to him. He laughed heartily. He charged towards the central continent Gu immortals. Central continent's Gu immortals were like a flock of frightened birds. They scattered in panic. 2 central continent rank 8s stayed behind. They attacked Fang Yuan together. But it was useless. Reverse flow protection seal reflected their attacks. They landed on Mao Li Qiu, who was chasing them. Mao Li Qiu was in great pain. Its fur was standing on end from anger. It spat out a sky full of purple aurora. Its attack was grand and enveloped the surrounding 1,000 li. This attack immediately caused a huge chaotic battle. The scene became chaotic. The Gu immortals from all 3 sides started fighting. This was the final scene that Ing Wu Xie obtained. He felt great admiration towards Zishan Makoto's decisiveness in retreating. At the same time, he understood something. After this battle, Lu Guanyi's name would spread throughout the 5 regions. He would shake the world. He would be on par with Feng Zhuge. More than 10 days later, a figure in a sorry state passed through the regional wall, arriving in Eastern Sea. It was Fang Yuan. I finally got rid of that raging fellow. Fang Yuan sighed. More than 10 days ago, old ancestor Shui, who Central Continent's Gu immortals and Longevity Heaven's side engaged in an intense battle. It was a huge battle. Fang Yuan escaped from the battle, but was chased by Mao Li Qiu. Fang Yuan was not Mao Li Qiu's match, but after he entered Northern Plains regional wall, Mao Li Qiu could only watch helplessly. It was a native beast of Northern Plains. It was restricted by the regional wall. Fang Yuan managed to escape, completely shaking off his pursuers. Chapter 1297. On the dark stone walls, there were specks of eerie fire. These flames were not big. The small ones were like fireflies, while the big ones were like lanterns. They emitted cold green flames. The eerie green light shone on Zishan Makoto, Ing Wu Xie, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing's faces. After escaping from the Battle of Reverse Flow River, they were directly transported here under Zishan Makoto's lead. But after that, Purple Mountain True Monarch once again fell into a state of madness. Looking at Zishan Makoto, who was gnawing on his toes, Bai Ningbing sneered at Ing Wu Xie. "This is your plan? To let this rank 8 great expert kill Fang Yuan?" In this trip to snowy mountain blessed land, although Ing Wu Xie saved Zishan Makoto, he also suffered heavy casualties. Shirnu and Tai Bai Yinqing died in battle. He Lulan was silent. Such a rank 8 Gu immortal was not reliable, no matter how one looked at it. But because of the Shadow Sect alliance agreement, He Lulan did not say anything. Ing Wu Xie's expression did not change at Bai Ningbing's sarcasm. He had experienced many setbacks. He had already developed a shrewdness that would not waver, even if MT Tai collapsed in front of him. He spoke slowly. "I underestimated Fang Yuan. To think that he refined perseverance, immortal Gu, and became the reverse flow river lord. No wonder Providence chose him as a pawn. Such a person can only be destroyed, he cannot be defeated." Ing Wu Xie was not stingy with his praises towards Fang Yuan. Even though they were enemies, Ing Wu Xie was open-minded. He admitted Fang Yuan's superiority and strength. Bai Ningbing snorted. The scene of Fang Yuan conquering Reverse Flow River appeared in her mind. She did not make things difficult for him anymore. In the narrow cave, only Zishan Makoto's shouts could be heard, echoing endlessly. A moment later, Zishan Makoto suddenly stopped shouting. His small body shook for a moment before stabilizing. He straightened his back, and his eyes regained their clarity once again. "Lord, you are awake." Ing Wu Xie was overjoyed, quickly approaching. Zishan Makoto held his forehead. Waves of intense pain were coming from his head. His expression was distorted. Back in Reverse Flow River, I was forcefully awake. I did not have much time. But this time is different. I have more time. How long has it been? What was the result of the battle? More than half a month has passed. Now, Fang Yuan followed the regional wall and escaped from Northern Plains. I think he entered Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan is Gu. Gu immortal, Gu immortal, Gu immortal, Gu. R. Gu of gu immortal gu. Gu 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 immortal of the sex, the gu immortal god. Of the battle. Of gu gu immortal on. Of the god sect on it on. Wu yun about the king on he the god. Purple mountain, true monarch nodded. This time central continent's gu immortals are doomed. Back then, giant sun immortal Venerable used northern plains as his base. How could he not have made arrangements? Just the rank 8 gu immortals and longevity, heaven, have never appeared. My lord, what should we do next? Ing Wuxia asked. He was once the leader of the shadow sect, now that Zishan Makoto had awakened. This rank 8 great expert was naturally the leader of the shadow sect, while he, Ing Wuxia, retreated. Just as Zishan Makoto was about to speak, the sound of wind suddenly came from the cave. At the same time, the flames on the surrounding walls flickered and swayed violently, as if they were really in the midst of a strong gale. Zishan Makoto's eyes flashed. This cave wall is one of the escape routes that I meticulously arranged. I meticulously nurtured these eerie fires to form a natural gu formation. There are no traces of craftsmanship, and it prevents others from making deductions. How many times did these flames flicker when I went mad? 107 times, Bai Ningbing replied indifferently. I'm afraid that Fang Yuan is involved in this as well. His investigative killer move can follow the profundities of luck path to find our location. Even if we are in the immortal aperture, we cannot defend against it. Ing Wuxia said solemnly. Zishan Makoto nodded. Fang Yuan is indeed someone nurtured by providence. He is a crucial person to deal with our shadow sect. This person is extremely courageous. He has shocking talent and unparalleled willpower. He is a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. The Great Purple of Shadow Sect actually had such a high evaluation of Fang Yuan. But the 3 gu immortals present were silent. They seemed to agree with Zishan Makoto's words. Zishan Makoto continued. Next, our plan is to negotiate with Fang Yuan. His words were shocking. What negotiate? Ing Wuxia and the rest's expressions changed. What is so strange about that? Zishan Makoto looked at the 3 of them. He had a clear understanding of the current situation. This was because before he woke up, Ing Wuxia had used information path methods to let Zishan Makoto know everything that Ing Wuxia knew. You are still too young. You do not know much. Right now, our main enemy is not Fang Yuan, it is Celestial Court. Zishan Makoto shook his head, looking at Ing Wuxia. Do you think it is so easy to save the main body soul? Other than that super gu formation in southern border and the huge dream realm. I can guarantee that when you make a move, Celestial Court will definitely come out and disrupt the plan. Like on Etion Mountain, they used Heaven Overseeing Tower to destroy our sex plan. Or this time, they went to snowy mountain-blessed land to try and save Ma Hongyan. Ing Wuxia's expression sank. Lord, I have considered this, but my main body is in danger. He has been trapped in the dream realm and is being worn down by it. That is why I am so anxious. Precisely because of this, we need to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Zishan Makoto continued. Firstly, Fang Yuan's strength is extraordinary. Just that immortal killer move alone can deal with rank 8 gu immortals. Secondly, Fang Yuan is a complete otherworldly demon. His name is on the demon judgment board. Celestial Court is our common enemy. Finally, our cooperation is beneficial to both sides. Our shadow sect has a lot of cultivation resources, while he has unraveled dream methods. We can overcome the obstruction of the giant dream realm and save the main body soul. Ing Wuxia frowned deeply. He tried to put down his personal emotions and consider the possibility of this. But soon he had a worried expression. Fang Yuan is extremely crafty and sinister. He views us as a huge threat. He is thinking of all sorts of methods to get rid of us. Right now, he is the reverse flow river lord. Even rank 8 existences cannot do anything to him. Our sect urgently needs unraveled dream methods. But Fang Yuan's need for cultivation resources is not that urgent. It is unlikely that he will cooperate with us. Zishan Makoto nodded. You are right, but you do not know that the sovereign immortal body has a huge flaw. Lord, what do you mean? Are you referring to the non-conflicting Tao marks of the sovereign immortal body? Ingwu Xie asked curiously. Of course not. Non-conflicting Tao marks is the greatest advantage of the sovereign immortal body. The advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. I am referring to the true huge flaw. Zishan Makoto shook his head. There is a huge flaw. Ingwu Xie was shocked. Our original plan was to refine rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus, immortal goo. Only rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus, immortal goo can be considered perfect without any flaws. But clearly, we only refined rank 9 in the end. That huge flaw has not shown itself yet, but it will definitely force Fang Yuan to cooperate with us. Zishan Makoto said. The sovereign immortal body still had a huge flaw. What kind of flaw made Zishan Makoto so certain that he could restrict Fang Yuan? Ingwu Xie and the rest were very curious, but Zishan Makoto did not explain. At the same time, Zishan Makoto also had some suspicions. Strange. From Ingwu Xie's information, our sect is refining sovereign immortal fetus goo in a hurry. It is not in accordance with our original plan. What reason is it for the main body to make a move so urgently? It seems that while contacting Fang Yuan, I need to make a trip to the River of Time, Eastern Sea. On the blue sea surface, Fang Yuan was rapidly moving through the white clouds. His target was southern border. It's here again. While flying, Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He could feel that the power of dark tide in his body was being rapidly depleted. At this rate, it would be used up soon. Evidently, a great expert was deducing him. With no one around, Fang Yuan quickly entered the sovereign immortal aperture. After entering the immortal aperture, he was isolated from the outside world. The great expert's deductions were repelled. He temporarily resolved the danger of being exposed. Fang Yuan sighed. Ever since the Battle of Reverse Flow River, he had been subjected to deductions, one after another. Lu Guanyi's identity was completely famous. Not just northern plains and central continent, even eastern sea, southern border, and western desert Gu immortals were very interested in Lu Guan. They wanted to deduce more information about him. Lu Guan, he was only a fake identity. The root cause was still Fang Yuan. This way, Fang Yuan had to bear all the pressure. Even with dark limit immortal goo, he had to stop frequently and hide in his immortal aperture to rest. Along the way, Fang Yuan calculated secretly he had been subjected to deductions 400 to 500 times already. This greatly disrupted his journey. He had no choice but to stop and move. He was still in Eastern Sea. If it was at his previous speed, he would already be in the southern border. If not for dark limit immortal goo, this situation would be even more severe. However, it is normal for me to cause such a commotion and attention. Some people are already placing me on the same level as Feng Juga. Earlier, when I toppled 88-point Jinyang Tower and Imperial Court, Blessed Land, I had Shadow Sect's help. I did not feel any pressure. But now I have experienced it. It seems that I need to create an immortal killer move to deal with these deductions. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster. It was not impossible for him to deduce an immortal killer move. But it was not as easy as reverse flow protection seal. After all, when deducing reverse flow protection seal, it was not just because of Fang Yuan's water path attainment level. There were other important factors. Most importantly, the immortal goo were suitable. They had a good foundation. They could have a smooth journey. And now, the immortal goo that was suitable for Fang Yuan was dark limit. But this goo was not wisdom path, it was dark path. Fang Yuan's dark path attainment level was not outstanding at all. Note, my body is not in a good condition. Chapter 1298. While avoiding deductions, Fang Yuan was not idle. He inspected his immortal aperture. 5 regions and 9 heavens. The layout was extraordinary. It was beyond common sense. Originally, the vast space of 500 million mu was already so large that it was shocking. Basically, no one would believe it if they told others about it. And now, Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had already surpassed 500 million km2. This was because he had been massacring Gu immortals and annexing their blessed lands in the past period of time. Because of the sovereign immortal body's characteristics, Feng Yuan could completely annex other people's blessed lands and absorb their Tao marks without wasting a single one. With the addition of these blessed lands, the sovereign immortal aperture gained many special territories. Most of these territories were managed by land spirits. It saved Feng Yuan a lot of effort. They were like pearls that were scattered in the 5 regions and 9 heavens. I have a huge amount of space path resources. Ordinary Gu immortals try all ways to expand their immortal apertures, but I have so much space that I have yet to develop. Feng Yuan was quite satisfied with this aspect, but he had a different opinion about time path resources. The sovereign immortal aperture's time flow had already slowed down by many times. Originally, it was 1 to 60. There were so many time path resources, but now it could not even reach the normal standard. This was something that could not be helped. Feng Yuan changed his cultivation method to delay the calamities and tribulations. He used the time path methods that he obtained from He Fan's true inheritance to delay the immortal aperture's time flow. With less time path resources, Feng Yuan's immortal essence production also fell greatly. Not just that, his other resource gains also fell greatly. After careful consideration, in Mini Central Continent, there was a Blood G forest and a Mirror Willow forest. These two came from Hu immortal blessed land and had a long history. Other than that, there was also a Jade Light Pit. This Jade Light Pit had all sorts of light path mortal Gu. There were many of them. Feng Yuan had used a Jade Light Pit as a reference to Northern Plains Lu tribe's resource production area. He created it in his immortal aperture. Not long ago, Feng Yuan looted Jade Light Pit. He took all of the light path mortal Gu inside and looted everything. A portion of the light path Gu worms were placed into the 9 heavens aurora light by Feng Yuan. There was still a large portion left, and it was not easy to get rid of it. Feng Yuan could only create a Jade Light Pit to temporarily store these light path mortal Gu. Of course, this Jade Light Pit couldn't be compared to the real Jade Light Pit. The latter was a true source of resources. It was rich in light path Tao marks. Any insect group could be subtly influenced by it and become Gu. But the former was created by Feng Yuan to store light path mortal Gu. There was no production at all. The Mini Central Continent was the least developed place in the 5 regions. Above it was Kokitahara. In Kokitahara, the landscape was flat, and most of the area was covered with ice and snow, forming a snowfield. But ice and snow were not the only colors. At the end of the East Sea, there was a shallow pool of green water. Stones were piled up to form a special pool. There were abundant aquatic plants, and spirit snakes were resting there. This shallow pool of green water was the blessed land of the original transformation path, Gu Immortal, Handong. After being annexed by Feng Yuan, even the blessed land's land spirit, the pink spirit snake, came along, helping Feng Yuan to manage this area. And at the end of Western Desert, there was a bone burial ground. There were mountains of bones of all kinds here. There were scapula bones, leg bones, skulls. There were birds and beasts. There were many immortal materials. They had huge value. This bone graveyard was the bone graveyard that Feng Yuan had seized from Lu tribe. After he killed Lu tribe's Gu immortal Lu Yong, he moved this bone burial ground into his immortal aperture. Thus, he had this resource point that produced bone path Gu worms. But compared to the original bone burial ground, even though this one has a vast number of bones, the bone path Tao marks cannot compare to the original one. In the original bone burial ground, even the surrounding land contains bone path Tao marks. Lu tribe can completely reconstruct a bone burial ground in that land. Feng Yuan was well aware of this. Of course, this bone burial ground was a huge cake. Feng Yuan had already taken 80% of it. The real bulk was these bones. The remaining 20% was the environment. It was not hard for Lu tribe to reconstruct the bone burial ground, but to restore it to its original state, they would need to pay a huge price. And at the end of Central Continent, this was a sparse grassland. There were all sorts of wild flowers and grass. The main ones were blood sickle grass and red axe flowers. These also came from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This grassland was huge. It was not something that Han Dong Blessed Land could compare to. There were some pink flower rabbits, fox groups, water wolves, earth skin pigs, poison beard wolves, and others. There was also a desolate beast shark fin wolf and a desolate beast giant horned sheep. They often searched for food in this grassland. Mini Western Desert had the highest temperature because most of the fire path Tao marks were gathered in this area. The land was mostly sandy. There were 3 main resource points here. The first was the Eerie Fire Dragon Python Pit. There were many of them gathered together. The second was a sand gull soil beach. This place produced sand gull soil. Sand gull soil was a type of goo material. It was also the ingredient of Immortal Goo Connect Luck. But now that Feng Yuan did not have Connect Luck Immortal Goo, sand gull soil was already a resource that could help Feng Yuan obtain Immortal Yuan Stone. At the center of the sand gull soil beach was the dead egg of the worldly sand gull. The eggshell was full of cracks, and at the same time there were several small holes. Transparent egg white was constantly flowing out of the cracks. Using the life essence in this egg, ordinary sand could be turned into sand gull soil. The third was the rotting black swamp. This was formed after Feng Yuan's tribulation. It was filled with dark path Tao marks. It had already been modified by Feng Yuan. It was a resource point for getting rid of dark path goo worms. But because it had just started, the production was very low. Other than these 3 resource points, there were 2 blessed lands. One was an earth path blessed land with a mud swamp terrain. There were 5 desolate beast mud monsters and all sorts of earth path mortal goo. It was managed by the land spirit Mud Miniman. The other was Lu Yang's enslavement path blessed land. There were over 20 desolate beasts. Most of these desolate beasts were bought by Feng Yuan from Jewel Yellow Skies. Back then, Lu Yang's blessed land's ownership requirement was 20 desolate beasts. Among them were Lu Yang's 6 desolate beast bone armor hounds. The entire blessed land was managed by a land spirit that looked like a black dog. Mini Eastern Seas management was similar to mini Western deserts. Wu Yihai's blessed land was here. This was a vast ocean that was managed by Wu Yihai. There were 3 ancient, desolate, beast horn divine tortoises, a large group of ancient, desolate plant silent corals, and 6 desolate, beast white letter blue feather gull. They were managed by the sea turtle land spirit. Other than that, there were also the dragonfish group, 2 desolate, beast dragonfish, air bubble fish, and a group of rare literature carps. There were also some oil left. There were large numbers of green jade crucian carps, blood jade crucian carps, and an ancient, desolate beast hidden room oyster, obtained in the turbulent flow sea area. There was also a small blood lake. There were large amounts of desolate beast blood and goo immortal blood. Back then, Feng Yuan had placed blood asset immortal goo here to recuperate. Right now, blood asset immortal goo had fully recovered, but this blood lake was left behind. In the entire Mini 5 regions, Mini Southern Border was the richest. 5 Light Mountain, Immortal Succession Mountain, Heaven Ceiling Mountain, and more than 10 other mountains. Stalactite caves, regretful spiders, a few rockmen, a large number of primitive forests. Musical trees could be seen everywhere. Tea streams were crystal clear, and chi-death birds were singing in the forest. There was also a becoming dragon mound. Feng Yuan used pulling mountain immortal goo to move it from northern plains into his immortal aperture. and in the mini nine heavens, a small area of aurora light existed in mini orange heaven. There were many flowing light fruits floating in the aurora light. Because of the large number of light path goo worms obtained from jade light pit, the number of aurora lights and flowing light fruits had increased greatly. And in mini yellow heaven, there was a small section of the gold fragment river. In mini azure heaven, there was a large amount of pale azure incense. This was the food to feed change soul immortal goo. There was also a heavenly crystal storage pool, obtained from Hei Fan Grotto heaven. It was temporarily useless. There was a walking meat tree in mini black heaven. In mini white heaven, there were large numbers of multicolored overlord flowers, as well as 3 remnant ancient heavenly hounds, 1 ancient eagle hound, and 7 desolate beast eagle hounds. In mini purple heaven, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was flying. Currently, it only had desolate beast battle strength. More than 80 eagle nests were quietly floating here. These were the spoils of battle that Feng Yuan obtained from attacking Iron Eagle blessed land. As for the original heavenly crystal eagle nest, it had already been eaten by the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Nothing was left. In mini blue heaven, there was a large amount of cloud soil. There was a large number of arrow bamboo forests on the cloud soil, as well as star fragment grass fields, and an infant falling star hound. The 2 earlier desolate beast spine fin star dragonfish were sold by Feng Yuan during the battle in Hei Fan Grotto heaven. There was also a meteorite pit. It produced star fire goo and meteor heavenly meteor goo. After killing Yi Lui Kunxing, he obtained Kunxing blessed land. It was also placed here by Feng Yuan. It was a floating continent. It was covered in star fragments. The star core land spirit was in charge of it. There were also some blessed lands scattered around, as well as other desolate beasts and plants. There was no need to elaborate. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were left in Langya blessed land. Reverse Flow River was temporarily placed in mini Eastern Sea by Feng Yuan. In terms of goo worms, rank 9 wisdom goo was still left in Langya blessed land. Sovereign immortal fetus goo had already been used by Feng Yuan. It was not recorded here. Rank 8 immortal goo were attitude, wisdom sword, years flow like water, sealed. Rank 7 immortal goo were change soul, sword eyebrows, wave sword, flying sword, sword escape, calamity beckoning, lentitude do, year goo, after, dragon breath, affection, and perseverance. Rank 6 immortal goo were unravel mystery, woman's heart, blood asset, dark limit, luck, change form, strength, self-strength, flying bear strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, landscape as before, man as before, star eyes, spring autumn cicada, stored in the immortal zombie body with providence storage, bone spike, and comprehensible Tao. There were many types of mortal goo. There was no need to elaborate on them. Hei Fan's dark arrow immortal goo had self-detonated long ago. Feng Yuan did not obtain it. The captives were Guyue Fengzheng, left in Langya blessed land, Hei Fan intact body, Mahongyan soul, Luyang soul, and Yi Lui Kunxing soul. As for Shernu's soul, Feng Yuan did not obtain it. Shadow Sect's soul path attainment was something that Feng Yuan could only look up to. Even though he killed Shernu, he could not stop his soul from dissipating. As for the others, like Dongfang Naganori soul, the Featherman Gu immortal Zhengling soul, and the Eastern Sea immortal souls, they had already been sold by Feng Yuan to the land spirit of Langya in exchange for a large number of sect contribution points. Right now, they had probably all been digested by Dang Hun Mountain and turned into guts goo. There was also a Featherman Gu immortal slave, Zhou Zhong, who had already been sent to Western Desert by Feng Yuan to execute another plan. Huge family business. This term could completely describe Feng Yuan's current capital, and it was even slightly shallow. In terms of total value, even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was on par with ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals. Just a few secluded domains of heaven and earth had extraordinary value. Moreover, there was a huge pile of goo worms. The number was shocking. Thinking about Goo Immortal Heifan, a rank 8 Goo Immortal. How many immortal goo did he have? But there were too many immortal goo. Feeding them was a huge problem. Fang Yuan was still here, working hard to feed the immortal goo. The other rank 6 and 7 immortal goo had already been dealt with. The difficulty was attitude goo and wisdom sword goo. These two rank 8 immortal goo. The newly obtained perseverance goo fed on reverse flow river water. Fang Yuan could completely satisfy it. Affection goo fed on hope and fear like love goo. Fang Yuan could easily deal with it. He could just buy a large number of hope goo and fear goo from Jewel Yellow Skies. For Fang Yuan, managing his immortal aperture was no longer his focus. As long as he continued to slaughter goo immortals and annex their immortal apertures, his immortal aperture's foundation would grow rapidly. The problem he was facing now was insufficient immortal essence. Chasing Ing Wu Xie and the rest, going through the battle of Reverse Flow River, and escaping from Mao Li Chio's pursuit, Fang Yuan had expended a huge amount of immortal essence. His red date immortal essence storage had fallen to a very dangerous level. Originally, with time path resources, time flowed very quickly. My immortal aperture could produce a lot of red date immortal essence. But after using time path methods, my immortal aperture's time flow is very close to the outside world's 5 regions. I can only replenish my red date immortal essence through transactions. Reverse Flow Protection Seal expended a lot of mental energy and immortal essence of a goo immortal. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had become a rank 7 goo immortal. If he only had his green grape immortal essence, it would have dried up already. Without red date immortal essence, Fang Yuan did not have much confidence. While he was resting, he decided to sell the desolate beast corpses he had on hand in Treasure Yellow Heaven. These desolate beast corpses were all immortal materials, and there was a lot of them. They were the desolate beast groups that Fang Yuan killed when he chased Ing Wu Xie and the rest in Earth Trench. Among them was a group of nightmare demonic cults. If such a dream path immortal material was sold in Jewel Yellow Skies, it would cause a huge commotion. Goo immortals would fight over it. But when Fang Yuan saw that these nightmare demonic cult corpses were in his hands, he had a bigger use for them. During this period of rest, several transactions were completed. After deducting the transaction fees to Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan obtained a lot of immortal yuan stones. 1 immortal yuan stone was equivalent to 1 green grape immortal essence bead. Fang Yuan was a rank 7 goo immortal. He could only condense 1 red date immortal essence bead after using 100 immortal yuan stones. Just as he was increasing his red date immortal essence storage, he received a message. It is a letter from 6th Heir. Fang Yuan felt strange. After reading it, he was even more surprised. Shadow Sect actually wants to negotiate a truce with me and even cooperate. Chapter 1299. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Shadow Sect's news was out of his expectations, but thinking about it, it was very reasonable. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, even though Fang Yuan did not gain much in terms of cultivation resources, his battle strength grew greatly. He became the number 1 person below rank 8, on par with Feng Juga. The increase in battle strength led to an increase in status. Actually, before this news, there were other letters. For example, Chu Du's letter. In the letter, Chu Du was very polite. He first congratulated Fang Yuan on his victory and wished he could be there. Next, he took the initiative to describe his situation. The Chu sect had been renamed to the Chu family, and the original Grand Elders were now acting as the Chu family's external Grand Elders. Chu Du's disciples were all adopted as his sons. Finally, Chu Du described his difficulties because he established his clan and became part of the righteous path. He had no choice but to expel Fang Yuan from Chu sect. This was not his own will. He was forced by the situation. There was also a letter from the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. In the letter, other than congratulating Fang Yuan. The three eccentrics also invited Fang Yuan to explore Crazed Demon Cave. They also said, even if Northern Plains did not accept Fang Yuan, Crazed Demon Cave would forever be Fang Yuan's home. These words were slightly mushy. They displayed the unprecedented attitude of the three crazed demon eccentrics. Longevity Heaven placed emphasis on Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was the culprit who killed Ma Hongyan. However, Lu tribe and Yi Lui tribe, who had wanted to capture Fang Yuan and wanted to capture him, had instead given up. Fang Yuan's battle strength completely shocked them. They recalled all the people who were searching for Fang Yuan. Instead, they were worried that Fang Yuan would take revenge on them. After all, Fang Yuan was already famous in Northern Plains. Even Chu Du could not compare to him. Now, Shadow Sect has also sent a letter. They want to cooperate with me. Shadow Sect already has a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he seems to have a huge weakness. He goes insane at times. Fang Yuan pondered. He had fought Zishan Makoto in the upflowing river, so he had some understanding of Zishan Makoto's condition. Actually, if Fang Yuan did not refine Perseverance Gu and did not comprehend the Immortal Killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he would have been doomed in the Battle of Reverse Flow River. He would have fallen into Ing Wu Xie's trap. The remaining forces of the Shadow Sect had always been Fang Yuan's greatest threat. On the contrary, Providence's scheme used Fang Yuan as a pawn to seize sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect were mortal enemies with deep hatred. Shadow Sect wanted to recoup their losses and refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu again. They were likely to imitate old ancestor Shui, who in refining fortune, rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Old ancestor Shui, who used Ma Hongyan as the main material for the Gu refinement. If Fang Yuan ended up in Shadow Sect's hands, he would not be able to escape the same fate. He would be the main immortal material for the immortal Gu refinement. His life would be worse than death. But now, Fang Yuan's battle strength had grown to a level where even rank 8 Gu Immortals could not do anything to him. Thus, Shadow Sect took the initiative to seek cooperation with Fang Yuan. This change in attitude made Fang Yuan sigh deeply. With Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it was like a weakened version of the immortal Gu House. Even rank 8s could not do anything to it. This gave Fang Yuan a lot of confidence. But cooperating with Shadow Sect is like asking a tiger for its skin. Sixth Hair's letter was true. The reasons given were sufficient. Cooperation was beneficial to both sides. It was beneficial to both Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan. Ignoring everything else, the soul path trap on Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, as well as the secret of the sovereign immortal fetus, could be resolved in this cooperation. But Fang Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect. It was the same problem. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect could not trust each other. Originally, they were mortal enemies who could not live under the same sky. How could they suddenly become friends? Even though both sides were rational people who prioritized benefits, the basis of cooperation between Gu Immortals was not personal trust, but information path methods. And Fang Yuan was not good at information path. This was his weakness. But Shadow Sect's information path methods were too powerful. Spectral Soul's main body was a great grandmaster of all paths. Zombie Alliance and Central Continent's Defy were proof of Shadow Sect's powerful information path methods. This was because any organization was built on the basis of the Information Path Alliance. Fang Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect. He did not dare to trust them. If he was schemed against by Information Path during the cooperation, he would be a fool. However, Fang Yuan did not reject him. He replied with a letter to probe Shadow Sect's sincerity. In the letter, he made a request. If he wanted to cooperate, he had to give Attitude Gu to him. Speaking of which, even though the rank 8 Attitude Immortal Gu was in Fang Yuan's hands, it was not Fang Yuan's. He Lulon had lent it to him. Back then, when they discussed the rental of the Immortal Gu, both sides had an agreement and agreed on a time limit. Once the time limit passed, Fang Yuan would not be able to use Attitude Immortal Gu. Because the will in attitude immortal Gu was not Fang Yuan's will, but He Lolan's will. Right now, there was not much time left before the deadline. Attitude Gu was a legendary Gu worm. It could be used by expending mental energy. It had low usage requirements and had outstanding effects. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained it, he had used it to avert danger many times. It was a huge help to him. Even though attitude immortal Gu did not have a direct defensive effect, it had a mystical effect when used as support. Once he lost attitude Gu, the impact on Fang Yuan would be huge. Ignoring everything else, the immortal killer move familiar face could not be used. Even though Fang Yuan could use his transformation path Grandmaster attainment level to redesign this immortal killer move, without the rank 8 core, the entire immortal killer move would fall by a lot. When disguised as Wu Yi-Hai or someone else, the chances of being discovered would increase greatly. It would be very dangerous. If I can use this chance to resolve the problem of attitude Gu, that would be for the best. Fang Yuan felt a trace of anticipation. Time was almost up. Fang Yuan activated Dark Limit Immortal Gu, increasing the effect of Dark Limit on himself again. Next, he stored away his immortal aperture and set off again. He headed towards the southwest direction. Central Continent, Celestial Court. In the hall, Fairy Myrtle was sitting cross-legged with a frown, activating immortal killer moves. Her whole body was emitting light purple smoke from her pores. She was using wisdom path methods to make deductions. However, after a while, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes with a head full of sweat. I have already used 7 killer moves, but I still cannot deduce the location of our Gu Immortals. Fairy Myrtle sighed. Central Continent's Gu Immortals attacked Northern Plains, but after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan retreated, while Central Continent's Gu Immortals fought against Old Ancestor Shui, Hu, and Longevity Heaven. Central Continent wanted to save them. They sent reinforcements. But the first wave of Central Continent Gu Immortals went missing in Black Heaven. Fairy Myrtle could not deduce their location. How could she save them? She did not even know where to send reinforcements to. Duke Long, who was at the side, slowly opened his eyes. He was still very weak, as thin as a match, and extremely old. It seems that Giant Sun Immortal has made many arrangements in Northern Plains. Have you deduced Lu Guanyi's location? Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. He seems to have defensive strength that can resist the deductions of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, but it is not strong. However, we still don't have enough clues about him. If we have 1 or 2 crucial clues, we can definitely expose him to us. Duke Long heard this and nodded. He was silent for a while before speaking again. Forget it. Continue to deduce our Gu Immortals and Lu Guanyi's location. Also, send me to Hidden Dragon Cave. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to place his immortal aperture again. Lu Guanyi was famous throughout the 5 regions. This caused Fang Yuan's Dark Limits effect to be consumed rapidly. To keep it a secret, Fang Yuan could only move and stop occasionally. The immortal aperture's entrance opened. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi were absorbed. The sovereign immortal body could absorb heaven and earth chi in any region to nourish itself. It was not like ordinary Gu Immortals who could only absorb heaven and earth chi in their own regions. If they were in other regions, they could forcefully absorb heaven and earth chi. But because of the difference in heaven and earth chi, the immortal aperture would shake and large amounts of resources would dry up. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture had too many resources. There were large numbers of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Thus, every time it absorbed heaven and earth chi, the scale was huge, like a whale swallowing. Chapter 1300. It was fine if Reverse Flow River was outside, but if it was kept in the immortal aperture for a long time, it would expend a lot of heaven and earth chi. Once heaven and earth chi was lacking, the immortal aperture would become unstable. Thus, Fang Yuan had to place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth qi from the outside world to replenish himself. After absorbing for a while, Fang Yuan closed his immortal aperture's entrance. Arriving at Reverse Flow River, he was holding an immortal zombie. It was his original body. He threw the immortal zombie body into Reverse Flow River. The immortal zombie body immediately went down smoothly. Using Perseverance, Immortal Goo, and Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan experimented with all kinds of methods he could think of, but it was useless. So it was like this. The soul path Tao marks on the immortal zombie body cannot be destroyed or suppressed by Reverse Flow River. After all, they're only soul path Tao marks, not immortal goo. Rank 1 to 8 immortal goo cannot be used in Reverse Flow River, but Tao marks can be used. Like before I conquered Reverse Flow River, the Tao marks on the goo immortals could still protect them. Rank 8 goo immortals are still the strongest in the river. Fang Yuan analyzed, trying to find the reason for his failure. He wanted to use Reverse Flow River to resolve the soul path trap on the immortal zombie body, but it was impossible. Fang Yuan was not dejected. In fact, he had guessed it before experimenting. He placed the immortal zombie body back on Heaven Seal Mountain, using the goo formation there to seal it again. Next, he started to refine goo. A nightmare demonic cult's corpse was placed in front of him. Fang Yuan waved his finger like a blade. A golden light flashed in the air. The golden light entered the nightmare demonic cult's body, vanishing in an instant. The nightmare demonic cult's front right leg was immediately cut off. There was no blood. After these nightmare demonic cults died, Fang Yuan asked the land spirits in his immortal aperture to deal with these immortal materials. The blood of the nightmare cult had already been extracted and mixed in a certain place. Fang Yuan lifted it, separating the nightmare demonic cult's front right leg from its body. Then he spat out flames and began to deal with the right foreleg. After 3 days, the right foreleg finally melted into a purplish-black liquid. Fang Yuan continued to throw in many goo worms to refine goo. The dozen or so steps only took a quarter of an hour. The purple-black liquid exploded. 100 dream path mortal goo flew around in the air. However, with a single thought from Fang Yuan, they obediently returned to Fang Yuan's side. 100 dream path mortal goo. This was only the right front leg of a nightmare cult. He spent the most time dealing with this immortal material. This step took Fang Yuan 3 days. The rest of the steps only added up to a quarter of an hour. This efficiency was extremely high. It was a stark contrast to Fang Yuan's goo refinement in the dream realm. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan first needed to collect dream path goo materials before refining goo. There was a risk in entering the dream realm. He needed to use the immortal killer move Unravel Dream to get out of the dream realm. Refining dream path mortal goo required an immortal killer move. The cost was quite high. But now, Fang Yuan had this batch of nightmare demonic cults. The refinement of dream path mortal goo was no longer the same as before. Like earlier, when I used the spring dream fruit to refine dream path mortal goo, the efficiency was very high. Actually, my goo refinement method can still be improved. For example, the cutting method earlier used metal path methods. It was not a good combination and would expend some dream path Tao marks. I can also experiment with other methods to deal with the immortal material, to see if there is a more efficient method. During the goo refinement process, Sixth Hair sent another message. Using Lang you bless land. Sixth Hair had already become the middleman for Fang Yuan and Zishan Makoto to communicate with each other. In the letter, Zishan Makoto did not give in. He told Fang Yuan directly. If he wanted to truly control attitude goo, he needed to work together. As long as both sides cooperated, attitude goo would be given to him first. This time, Shadow Sect even mentioned the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's weakness, but they did not say what it was. Rank 8 goo immortals are indeed not easy to deal with. Weakness? Is Shadow Sect just trying to scare me, or is this true? This letter had a huge impact on Fang Yuan, but soon his mental state calmed down. He had seen his fair share of storms and waves. What could this little scheme and threat amount to? It seems that I have to work hard myself. Fang Yuan sent a letter back to bargain. He continued to feign civility with Shadow Sect, but he had already realized that Shadow Sect would not give attitude Gu to him before they cooperated. Fang Yuan began to design a new Immortal Killer move. He intended to use this Immortal Killer move to refine attitude Gu. He soon encountered a problem. The reason was that even though he had many Immortal Gu, they were not suitable for this aspect. It was not like when he was deducing Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fang Yuan had Pulling Water Immortal Gu and Perseverance Immortal Gu. He could use them as the core of his Immortal Killer move. And now, Fang Yuan only had other Immortal Gu. He did not have an Immortal Gu that could refine attitude Gu. He could only use a vast number of Mortal Gu to assist him. It would be great if there was a chance to exchange Gu. This thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind and could not be stopped. Exchange Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had a shocking number of Immortal Gu now, but in fact a portion of them were not suitable for Fang Yuan, or rather, they did not have much value in the short term. Wisdom Sword and Years Flow like water. Even though they could not be used now, they were rank 8. Fang Yuan would not exchange them. Fang Yuan did not have many sword path Dao marks. His sword path attainment level was also ordinary, but Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Sword Escape, and other sword path Immortal Gu were the foundation of his battle strength. They could not be shaken temporarily. Perhaps he could exchange for change Soul Immortal Gu. Woman's Heart was a poison path Immortal Gu. It was rarely used. Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu was a strength path Immortal Gu. But when Fang Yuan transformed into an ancient sword dragon, this Immortal Gu was not suitable. And Bone Spike Immortal Gu, in Fang Yuan's current cultivation system, was something that he could not use at all. Perceivable Dao Immortal Gu could inspect Dao marks. It had a mystical effect. But to Fang Yuan, it was not very useful. This Immortal Gu needed to be tested. All in all, Woman's Heart, Flying Bear Strength, and Bone Spike, these 3 Immortal Gu had little use for Fang Yuan. If he could exchange them for something else suitable for Fang Yuan, that would be for the best. But how could it be easy to exchange Gu? During the 5 Regions Chaotic War, it was very popular. With the current situation, it was hard to have such a high-level Gu Immortal trading convention. Just like this, Fang Yuan moved and stopped. It was not that he did not want to move quickly. It was just that every step was difficult. Along the way, after placing his Immortal Aperture, he was either refining Dream Path Mortal Gu or deducing Immortal Killer moves, attempting to make attitude Gu his own. Chapter 1301. We finally got through the regional wall. Ing Wuxia let out a breath of air. Looking at the vast sea, he had an extremely tired expression. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing, who were beside him, were also not in a better state. After leaving Northern Plains, Shadow Sect's group went to Eastern Sea. They did not have the sovereign immortal body. Every time they passed a regional wall, it was a difficult test. Thankfully, they had great strength. They were elites among Gu Immortals. Even though their immortal apertures were damaged, they did not lose any members. They were not in a hurry to leave. After entering Eastern Sea, they randomly chose an island. On this nameless island, Ing Wuxia instructed by Ningbing and He Lulan to set up a refinement path Gu formation. After the Gu formation was set up, Ing Wuxia walked to the center of the Gu formation and took out a purple gold rock, starting to process this immortal material. As for Bai Ningbing and He Lulan, they were outside the Gu formation, guarding against any unexpected enemies. Not long after, the purple gold rock melted again. Mini-Man Gu Immortal Zishan Makoto woke up from it. He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Normally speaking, to cross the 5 regions, he had to go to Black Heaven or White Heaven. But above Northern Plains, Black Heaven, and White Heaven were already controlled by luck suppression Heavenly Palace. Longevity Heaven was in control. Shadow Sect's group naturally could not walk right into the trap. The outcome of Central Continent's Goo Immortals was right in front of them. Shadow Sect had a deep foundation. Zishan Makoto fell into deep sleep again. A thin layer of purple gold rock formed on his body. He had no aura. His life force was concealed to the extreme. He was no different from a dead being. Using such a mystical method, Zishan Makoto was led by Ing Wuxia to pass through the regional wall and arrive in Eastern Sea. The purple gold rock was thin. Ing Wuxia, who had a specialized method, could easily refine it. It was much easier than when Lady Wan Shou processed the purple gold rock. Eastern Sea. Zishan Makoto woke up, looking at the vast sea outside the island. He sighed inwardly. Under his lead, Shadow Sect's group first stored the Goo formation, erasing all traces. Next, the 4 Goo Immortals activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. A moment later, they arrived at the turbulent sea region. With Zishan Makoto in the lead, wherever they went, none of the ocean currents could obstruct them. Soon, the people from the Shadow Sect arrived at the center of the turbulent waters. Where are the tributaries of the River of Time in this area? Ing Wuxia felt that it was rather strange that his search was fruitless. Could it be that the tributary of the River of Time has gone somewhere else? He Lulan speculated. It's not in the center, but in the middle of the reverse flow river. Continuing to investigate, Zishan Makoto soon found some key clues. That tributary of the River of Time has already been taken away by someone else. His tone was heavy. How could this be? Who did it? Could it be Fang Yuan? Ing Wuxia's first thought was Fang Yuan. However, Zishan Makoto shook his head. This technique shouldn't be his. It was someone else. Forget it. Since we cannot use this tributary of the River of Time, we will go to the next place. There is another tributary of the River of Time there. The group of 4 from the Shadow Sect quickly left the turbulent flow sea region. At the other end of Eastern Sea, the sky was clear and blue. It was a scene of life and death. On the surface of the sea, a life and death battle was taking place. Leave quickly. I was hit by his lightning soul needle. He can sense me at all times. I can't leave now. I can't implicate you. Immortal Hua Dai was lying in the arms of a male Goo Immortal, she said weakly. She was wearing a palace dress. Her sleeves were fluttering in the wind. Her skin was soft and tender. Her beautiful eyes were filled with weakness at this moment. Blood was flowing out of her lips. Her injuries were severe. Especially on the surface of her skin, there were small and sharp sparks of lightning. This was the sign of being hit by the immortal killer Move Lightning Soul Needle. No, the male Goo Immortal did not even think. He rejected without hesitation. He had a broad back and a thin waist. He wore a set of battle armor. Even though he was covered in injuries, it could not conceal his fierceness. How can I leave you behind? If I escape now, how will I explain it to Lord Miao Mingxin? Although he said so, deep in his gaze towards immortal Hua Dai, there was affection hidden in his eyes. He was Feng Jiang. Feng Jiang, immortal Hua Dai, and Gui Qi. These 3 Goo Immortals were subordinates of the Eastern Sea Space Path expert Miao Mingxin. Miao Mingxin wanted to find the tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent flow sea area. Thus, these 3 Goo Immortals would take turns to guard the turbulent flow sea area. When they met any Goo Immortal who went to explore the turbulent flow sea area, they would talk to them, hoping that they would help. Then you can die together. There was only one person chasing after them, but he had rank 7 cultivation level. His name was Gowin. He wore a blue robe. His skin was dry and tough like tree bark. His eyes shined with red light. He had sharp teeth and a ruthless expression. This person was quite senior. He was quite famous in Eastern Sea. He was a lightning path grandmaster. But once, when he used an immortal killer move, he failed and suffered a backlash. he had to turn into an immortal zombie. Even so, he had outstanding battle strength. He had 2 immortal Gu. He was able to force the rank 6 immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang to flee. Hand over the year cycle powder. You two are quite daring. You actually dared to snatch my immortal material. If you hand it over obediently, I might leave your corpses intact. Gu Wen laughed sinisterly. His fierce aura surged as he got closer and closer. Immortal Hua Dai said angrily, "We found this year cycle powder first. How can it be yours? I waited here for half a month, but because I was careless, you guys got it before me." Gu Wen shouted angrily. Immortal Hua Dai was furious. Lord Miao Mingxin found this year's cycle powder 3 years ago. He set up a Gu formation around it. Every few months, I would come to the Gu formation to nurture it. No matter how much nonsense you spout, you cannot change this fact. Immortal Hua Dai pointed out the truth. Gu Wen did not retort. His expression turned grim. "Humph, you have a sharp tongue. After I catch up to you, I will kill you first." "Demonic path scoundrel, don't be arrogant." At this time, a loud voice resounded in the 3 immortals' ears. "Who is it?" Gu Wen's expression changed as he shouted. Just as he said that, the sea surface suddenly protruded like a small hill. Next, the hill was smashed by the beast inside. Wind howled and water splashed everywhere. A huge blue-scaled sea dragon appeared in front of the 3 immortals. The sea dragon spoke, "Demon Dai." The 3 immortals saw this and understood immediately. This blue-scaled sea dragon was a Gu immortal that had transformed into it. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were surprised and joyful. Gu Wen became even more furious. "Who asked you to be a busybody? Take this killer move." Saying so, he breathed in deeply and spat at his right palm. What he spat out was not saliva, but a lightning bolt that was the size of an egg. The lightning was attached to Gu Wen's right palm. With a boom, a huge pillar of lightning violently shot out from his right palm. The blue-scaled sea dragon didn't dodge. Instead, it opened its mouth wide in response to the incoming lightning pillar. Dragon breath spit. Gu Wen saw this and laughed internally. This move of mine can last for a few minutes, but the dragon breath is shot out continuously. How can it block it? But the blue-scaled sea dragon's dragon breath did not stop. The dragon breath was like a pillar of water. It collided with the lightning bolt. Next, the powerful dragon breath destroyed the lightning bolt. In a few breaths of time, it arrived in front of Gu Wen. How can this be? What kind of dragon breath is this? Gu Wen showed an expression of disbelief. He hurriedly dodged to the side. The blue-scaled sea dragon turned its head slightly. Its dragon breath was like a pillar as it swept over again. Gu Wen frowned, snorting angrily. "Consider yourselves lucky. I will let you off this time." Next, he directly retreated, turning into a bolt of lightning as he moved extremely quickly. The blue-scaled sea dragon did not chase. It watched as Gu Wen left. He is going back to the Gu formation. There is still a large amount of year cycle powder left there. Immortal Hua Dai's words exposed Gu Wen's thoughts. Feng Jiang placed Immortal Hua Dai down as he cupped his fists at the blue-scaled sea dragon. "You are a righteous person. You repelled the enemy and saved my life. I will never forget this favor. May I know your name?" The blue-scaled sea dragon suddenly transformed into an ordinary-looking Gu immortal. He smiled. "I am Chewing. Fairy Hua Dai, how have you been?" Immortal Hua Dai was overjoyed. "To think that you are Chewing!" Seeing that Feng Jiang was looking at her, Immortal Hua Dai explained. "Thanks to this Chewing, we were able to find that tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent Flow Sea area. Only Lord Miao Mingxin could obtain the tributary of the River of Time." Chapter 1302. So there is such a connection. Hearing Immortal Hua Dai's introduction, Feng Zhang's expression relaxed. He was overjoyed. Most of his wariness was gone. The so-called Chu Ying was naturally Feng Yuan in disguise. He stored his immortal aperture and found that there were traces of Gu immortals fighting in the surrounding sea area. Out of curiosity, he followed the traces to see if he could take advantage of them. But he found that Immortal Hua Dai and another Gu immortal, Feng Jiang, were being chased, and the pursuer was only a rank 7 immortal zombie. For Feng Yuan, such a person was not enough. Long ago, Feng Yuan had helped Immortal Hua Dai to contact the Space Path Gu immortal expert behind Immortal Hua Dai, Miao Mingxin. This person had a method to find out about the blue dragon whale. And this blue dragon whale had an extraordinary origin. It had once received guidance from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It had an immortal aperture that was filled with treasures. It was like Northern Plains dogtail life extending ferret Mao Li Chiu. But the blue dragon whale's intelligence was not awakened. It only followed its instincts and swam in the sea. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable not only opened an immortal aperture for it, he even used an immortal killer move on its body. As such, this blue dragon whale had no natural enemies and was not dangerous. The azure dragon whale had a gentle temperament and was harmless. However, its defensive abilities also rendered any malicious existence helpless. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's personality and style. According to the secret rumors of his previous life, the blue dragon whale had a true inheritance left behind by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Feng Yuan remembered that Miao Mingxin had explored the blue dragon whale's inner world many times. But because of the aperture, even though he had gains each time, he did not obtain the true inheritance. Feng Yuan naturally wanted this. Thus, when he saw Immortal Hua Dai being chased, he realized that this was a rare chance to show goodwill to Miao Mingxin again. Thus, he interfered and sent the lightning path Immortal Zombie Go away. He did not transform into an ancient sword dragon. Ancient sword dragons could not be seen in the light anymore. Because Lu Guan Yi had once used the ancient sword dragon transformation to kill Yelu Kunxing in Northern Plains. Right now, Lu Guan Yi's identity was Reverse Flow River Lord. Many of the rank 8s here were helpless against him. His name shook the world. Almost everyone in the Gu immortal world knew of him. Who knew how many people were interested in Lu Guanyi, trying to figure out his background. The fact that Lu Guanyi had mastered the ancient sword serpent transformation was already widely known. Thus, if Feng Yuan used ancient sword dragon transformation now, other Gu immortals would immediately think of Lu Guanyi. This was the burden of fame. Even though Feng Yuan could not use ancient sword dragon transformation, he had change form immortal Gu. He could transform into all living beings in this world at will. Therefore, this time, he transformed into a blue-scaled sea dragon that was unique to the East Sea. This was also an ancient, desolate beast. It was just that its might could not be compared to the ancient sword dragon. But Feng Yuan could still use dragon breath, immortal Gu. What was worth mentioning was that the blue-scaled sea dragon's dragon breath was also breathed out. The reason why he could win against the lightning path immortal zombie Go was because Feng Yuan used Perseverance Immortal Gu at the same time. Rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Gu. After Feng Yuan obtained it, he naturally had a lot of understanding and analysis of it. Gu Immortals nurture, use, and refine. These 3 aspects required a lot of effort. After coming to Eastern Sea for a few days, Feng Yuan already understood some of the usage methods of Perseverance Immortal Gu. Other than conquering Reverse Flow River, Perseverance Immortal Gu could make other Immortal Gu or Immortal Killer moves last longer. For example, the blue-scaled sea dragon's Dragon Breath. If Feng Yuan only used Dragon Breath Immortal Gu, Dragon Breath could not deviate from the sea dragon's logic. It could only be breathed out, it would only be slightly stronger. But if he used Perseverance Immortal Gu when he breathed out Dragon Breath, the Dragon Breath could be breathed out for a long time, it would be endless. Of course, the breathing time could not be too long. Dragon's breath was a heavy burden on the throat. Even a true blue-scaled sea dragon had to spit out a mouthful of dragon's breath. This was a form of self-protection in the evolution of living beings. Thankfully, even though that Gowin had some reputation after fighting for a while, he understood that Feng Yuan was a strong enemy. He wisely retreated. After all, demonic path Gu immortals always prioritized benefits. I wonder who you are. Feng Yuan looked at Immortal Hua Dai. I am Lord Miao Mingshin's subordinate, Feng Jiang. Lord Chu, you are my benefactor. I do not know how to thank you. Feng Jiang introduced himself. He was very enthusiastic. He was filled with gratitude towards Feng Yuan. No need to thank me. It was just a small matter. I happened to see him by chance, so I helped him. Even though I am a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea, I have only come out recently, but I do not like the demonic path's actions. This is my nature. And because Fairy Hua Dai is my friend, it was only natural for me to help. Feng Yuan was very humble. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang heard this. Their impression of Feng Yuan grew even more favorable. The three immortals talked for a while before Immortal Hua Dai sighed. It is a pity. So many year ring powder. Most of them ended up in Gu Wen's hands. Our hard work over these years was all wasted on him. We should set up the Gu formation in a more secretive manner. Feng Jiang quickly consoled. All right, Xiao Dai, don't blame yourself. Eastern Sea is so huge, but Goen found this Gu formation. We are not skilled in formation path. The Gu formation that we set up was already the best we could. If we want it to be more secretive, we will need to add an immortal Gu. Feng Yuan smiled. Listen to me. Even though the year ring powder is lost, you too are still alive. That is hope. Don't be too pessimistic. There are gains and losses. Isn't life supposed to be filled with gains and losses? Feng Jiang laughed heartily. Lord Chu's words are profound. I need to think deeply about them. Immortal Hua Dai was still frowning. She had a worried expression. That is the only logic I have. It is just that these year ring powder are usually lost, so be it. But this time, Lord Miao Mingshin is attending the trading convention. One of his Gu immortal friends needs this. Lord Miao Mingshin agreed to this person's request. There are only a few days left until the convention, but the year ring powder was taken away. What do we do now? Hearing this, Feng Jiang's expression turned grim. That's right, we returned empty-handed. Even if Lord Miao Mingshin does not blame us, we will feel very guilty. This is our fault. Most importantly, we let Lord Miao Mingshin go back on his word. This is our fault. Trading convention. Feng Yuan's heart jumped. Not long ago, he was still thinking about exchanging some of the immortal Gu that he did not have. He didn't expect that he would run into a trade fair in the East China Sea when he was dozing off. Eastern Sea was the region with the richest resources in the 5 regions. Even Central Continent could not compare to it. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals were also very wealthy. Thus, Eastern Sea's trading convention was very famous in the 5 regions. It was very high-end. Gu immortals would often exchange their immortal Gu. Of course, it was not that the other 4 regions did not have such trading conventions. It was just that there were too few of them. Feng Yuan could not participate in them. Only Eastern Sea's trading convention was a good opportunity for him. I have an immortal Gu that I want to exchange. I want to participate in this trading convention. I wonder if it is possible. Feng Yuan did not conceal his intentions. He asked directly. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang looked at each other. The former said, This trading convention has high standards. We do not have the qualifications to participate. We do not have the ability to recommend anyone. But Lord Chu-Ing is different. We are indebted to him. How about this? Lord Chu-Ing will come with us first. After we meet him, we will see what he has to say. Okay. Feng Yuan immediately nodded. Can we go now? He was very decisive, because time was limited. The power of dark limit on his body would be depleted as other Gu immortals deduced it. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang had hesitant expressions. Their mission to collect the year cycle powder had failed. They actually wanted Feng Yuan to help them take back the year cycle powder, but they could not bring themselves to do so. Actually, Feng Yuan had already seen through their intentions. In the process of the conversation, he firmly grasped the initiative and did not give them a chance to speak. Right now, Feng Yuan could even make rank 8 Gu Immortals helpless against him. But there was a flaw: he could not see the light of day. Be it ancient, sword, dragon transformation, or reverse flow protection seal, they could not be used easily. Once they were used, they had to consider how to keep it a secret. Once Feng Yuan exposed too many clues, his other identity or secrets would be deduced. By then, Wu Yihai's identity would be exposed. Feng Yuan finally entered the Super Gu formation with much difficulty. He came into contact with that huge dream realm. If he were to miss this great opportunity, it would have an extremely disastrous effect on the development of his cultivation. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai had no choice but to bring Feng Yuan away from this place. They could not bring themselves to speak. He saved their lives, but they still had to urge their benefactor to fight against a strong enemy. They could not be thick-skinned enough to speak about this. The three immortals traveled quickly. They did not stop along the way. However, they conversed and conversed along the way. In fact, even though Immortal Hua Dai had met Feng Yuan twice and had a deep impression of him, she did not know about Chu Ying's background. Feng Yuan knew Immortal Hua Dai's intention of probing him. Thus, he gave a half-truth and half-falsehood about his origin. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had lived in Eastern Sea for a period of time. His words were not fake. Especially the small details and experiences in his life, they were very real. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang resonated with him. How could Feng Yuan expose himself here? When they met Miao Mingxin, Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang had a very good impression of the amiable, rank 7 secluded cultivator Chu Ying. But they did not know that Feng Yuan was the true demon. Compared to him, Immortal Zombie Go Wen's life cycle powder was nothing. Chapter 1303 Eastern Sea. Swoosh! In an ordinary sea area, there was a nameless island. It was barren and barren. There were only strange rocks. Several Gu Immortals floated down from the sky. They were Feng Yuan, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, and the rest. To think that such a trading convention would be held on such a barren island. Feng Yuan stepped on this island as he sighed internally. Brother Chu, you might not know, but for such a large trading convention, the location is usually decided a few days ago to prevent people from plotting against us. A Gu Immortal beside Feng Yuan replied. This male Gu Immortal was neither tall nor short. He was neither fat nor thin. His appearance was above average. His facial features were ordinary. Only his wide nose left a deep impression. This person was the famous rank 7 space path Gu Immortal expert in Eastern Sea, Miao Mingxin. In terms of appearance, this person was not outstanding. But after Feng Yuan interacted with him, even though they did not interact for long, he could feel that this person was outstanding in many aspects. He could not be underestimated. Feng Yuan used Chu Ying's identity to save Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang. He learned about the trading convention. Next, Feng Yuan followed Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang to meet Miao Mingxin. Miao Mingxin did not hesitate. He agreed to Feng Yuan's request to join the trading convention. You helped me twice. You saved Xiao Dai and Xiao Feng's lives. Why would I reject a mere trading convention? Please come. He was a rank 7 Gu Immortal expert. While Chu Ying was a secluded cultivator, he was not famous. But Miao Mingxin did not put on any airs. He was very friendly and friendly. His words were polite and heartwarming. Thus, Feng Yuan and Miao Mingxin came to this place to join the trading convention. The four of them had just stepped on the island when a Gu Immortal came out of a strange rock. So, it's Miao Mingxin, you're here. A Gu Immortal with a large head and small body that looked like a dwarf greeted. Haha, Tutua, long time no see. Miao Mingxin was very enthusiastic. He laughed loudly as he welcomed him. Come, let me introduce you. This is East Sea's secluded cultivator Chuang. This is our East Sea's rare earth path, Grandmaster Tutua, Miao Mingxin said. Greetings, immortal friend. Tuesday, Fong Yuan was also very polite, but his expression was wooden. He pretended to be a solitary cultivator who wasn't good at socializing. There was no flaw in his disguise. Tutua looked at Fong Yuan and grinned, showing his yellow teeth as he laughed. It seems that you have received Miao Mingxin's recommendation, and this is the first time you are participating in such a trade fair? Haha, back then, I was also recommended by Miao Mingxin to participate. Tutua was also very polite. He thought, Miao Mingxin's foresight is not bad. Those who can be recommended by him are all outstanding people. This Chu Ying looks ordinary and is not famous, but to be valued by Miao Mingxin, he is not simple. As he thought of this, Tutua said, Follow me down. I am the first to arrive. Since I have nothing to do, I will first open up a space under the island. Thank you, Brother Tuesday. Actually, this time I am leading the trade fair. Miao Mingxin immediately said respectfully, Haha, it is just an underground cave. It will not take much effort. Let's go. Tutua saw Miao Mingxin and felt like he was seeing an old friend. He grabbed Miao Mingxin's arm and led him underground. Wherever his footsteps went, the originally solid ground melted and flowed like water, forming a wide tunnel that led straight to the bottom of the island. Tutua and Miao Mingxin walked in front, while Fong Yuan, Feng Jiang, and Immortal Hua Dai walked behind them. Tutua and Miao Mingxin conversed along the way. Miao Mingxin's communication skills were outstanding. Tutua laughed continuously as his laughter reverberated underground. Furthermore, Miao Mingxin did not ignore Fong Yuan. He turned to speak to Fong Yuan from time to time. His words seemed ordinary, but they were natural and did not make Fong Yuan feel like he was alone or that he was being neglected. The underground cave was indeed ordinary, but it was spacious. On a tall platform, there were several stone chairs. They were all wide. The stone chairs had carvings on them. They looked like flowing water. They were very smooth. This showed Tutuo's deep sense of aesthetics, as well as his meticulous mind. Fong Yuan counted carefully. There were only 6 stone chairs. It seems that this trade fair was originally planned to have only 6 participants, but it seems like this trade fair only has 6 participants. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang are not included. Once the trading fair starts, they will leave this place and guard it. Fong Yuan guessed, Since there is a newcomer, I will add another chair. Tutua stomped his foot as a mound of soil rose up from the ground. It flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, it turned into another stone chair. It looked like it was crafted by a skilled craftsman. Fong Yuan and the rest sat down, waiting for the other Gu Immortals to arrive. A moment later, 2 Gu Immortals arrived. The former was a female immortal with the appearance of a child. She had 2 ponytails. Her eyes were round and round, but she looked very mature. She was Tong Hua, Northern Eastern Sea, a famous light path Gu Immortal with rank 7 cultivation level. The latter was a male immortal. He had an aquiline nose and a dark gaze. He wore a messy black robe. He was Wu Maiyang, a dark path Gu Immortal. He had outstanding battle strength among rank 7 Gu Immortals. His immortal killer move, Dark Arrow Veil, had once defeated 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals. This battle made him famous in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Tong Hua chattered on, while Wu Maiyang was very quiet. Both sides continued to talk. Under Miao Mingxin's intentional guidance, the atmosphere became harmonious. 15 minutes later, a 3rd Gu Immortal entered this underground space. He was Gong Liang Bai, a wisdom path Gu Immortal who cultivated some with path methods. Of course, wisdom path was his main focus. Wisdom Path Go Immortals were few in number, especially people like Fang Yuan, who had inherited a complete Wisdom Path True Inheritance. And Gong Liang by not only had a complete Wisdom Path True Inheritance, he had also cultivated it, even though he could not compare to the three most famous Wisdom Path Go Immortals. He had a huge network among lone immortals. He was willing to make deductions for others in exchange for remuneration. Bipolar Pan Armor Pill, Hua and Hidden in Nangong and Dragon Turtle, Traveling in Adversity Sea. This poem was talking about the three most powerful Wisdom Path Gu Immortals in the current Eastern Sea Gu Immortal world. Song, Jiadan, and Hua and were righteous path members. They rarely worked for lone immortals. As for Dragon Turtle Immortal, he stayed in Adversity Sea for a long time. His footsteps were vague and hard to trace. Gong Liang Bai, after this trading convention, let's have a good chat. I have some things that I want you to deduce. Miao Mingxin said as they talked. Don't tell me it's that Lu Guani? Recently, I've received many requests from fellow immortals, and they're all here for this person. Gong Liangbai smiled. Of course not. Miao Mingxin denied with a smile. Gong Liangbai nodded. That's good. Speaking of which, I have made deductions 5 times and failed each time. The main reason is that there are too few clues, and that Lu Guan, he also has methods to defend against deductions. Fang Yuan listened quietly from the side. His expression did not change, but he felt awkward internally. This topic attracted the interest of the other Gu immortals. Tu Tua shouted, This Lu Guan is really famous now. He is completely famous. No matter who it is, as long as they can use rank 7 cultivation level to make a rank 8 Gu immortal helpless against them, they will be famous in history. Tong Hua sighed. To be able to resist rank 8 with rank 7 cultivation level, I really want to see that. Miao Mingxin shook his head and smiled bitterly. It is a pity that I am not fated to meet such a person. Fang Yuan was sitting on the chair beside him. Hearing this, he said expressionlessly, I heard that rank 7 can resist rank 8s mainly because that Lu Guan became the reverse flow river lord. This reverse flow river is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. But what great expert can make a rank 8 powerhouse helpless against it? Thus, the immortals' topic shifted from Lu Guan to reverse flow river. Fang Yuan steered the topic without batting an eyelid. This time, the Gu immortals talked until evening. But night fell over Eastern Sea. The moon had just risen when the trading convention started. The other 2 Gu immortals also arrived. The trading convention officially started. According to the rules, Tong Hua walked onto the stage. This is a desolate plant. I was exploring a deep sea when I found it. That time, in the dark sea, I saw a bright light ahead of me. I moved towards the light. After moving for several minutes, I arrived at the place where the light was. That place was simply a light path paradise. The light was dazzling. It illuminated the surroundings. At first, I thought that this was the light from the corals. But soon, I found that the corals had a layer of green fungi on them. These green fungi are desolate plants. They can be seen everywhere. I named them light shine fungi. They contain light path Dao marks and can emit intense light. Tong Hua slowly introduced her discovery and the process of naming the light shine fungi. Fang Yuan was a little surprised. He did not expect that the trading convention had just started and he already found what he wanted. Chapter 1304. Fang Yuan needed light. The first was aurora light. He had brought in large numbers of dazzling light, to increase the aurora light in his immortal aperture. The denser the aurora light, the more flowing light fruits he could condense. And rank 8 immortal Gu, attitude, used them as food. The light that a desolate plant like the illumination fungus could provide was naturally not the colorful aurora. However, this was not the final conclusion. Humans were intelligent and knew how to adapt to circumstances. In this world, there were methods to modify and graft plants. Wood path Gu immortals specialized in this. Every path had their specialty, and wood path Gu immortals were very skilled in managing their immortal apertures. Thus, if Feng Yuan brought in light shine fungi, he might be able to use wood path methods to modify them and create new aurora shine fungi. It was not impossible. Other than attitude Gu, there was wisdom sword immortal Gu. Wisdom sword immortal Gu's food was multicolored overlord flowers. To grow multicolored overlord flowers on a large scale, there were 3 conditions. One was light, the second was sweet air, and the third was pearl soil. The latter 2 were easy to achieve, but light was difficult. Feng Yuan's immortal aperture had light path Dao marks, and he had annexed a light path blessed land some time ago, but it was still far from Feng Yuan standards. If he used light shine fungi, he could solve the problem of growing multicolored overlord flowers on a large scale. However, there was still a bit of doubt in this regard. That was, the environment that light shine fungi grew in was deep sea. If it was in another environment, could it maintain its vitality? That should not be a problem. After all, light shine fungi are desolate plants. Forget about Aurora Light. I looted Lu Tribe's Jade Light Pit. I had a lot of replenishment. Even though it is a bit off from the standard, it is not far from it. But multicolored overlord flowers are different. They are far from the standard. After all, I do not have a lot of light path Dao marks, and I cannot use all of them on multicolored overlord flowers. Other life forms also need light. Oh, right, I have transformation path Dao marks. At the crucial moment, I can turn them into light path Dao marks to replenish them. While Feng Yuan was thinking, Tong Hua continued, I'm willing to use this batch of luminous fungi to exchange for 3 Zhonglo water elephants. Once she said that one of the Gu immortals replied, Heavy building water elephant. I have one with me. I wonder how many heavy building water elephants Tong Hua wants. The Chonglu water elephant was a beast unique to the East Sea. It was of different sizes and had white teeth and blue skin. The water elephant of the first floor was shaped like a small boat, and there was a layer of blue jade skeleton on its back, forming the shape of a tower. The 2-story building water elephant was slightly larger in size and had 2 layers of blue jade bones on its back. So on and so forth. The 6-story building water elephant had a wide back like a ship. It was a level 1 dire beast. 7-story floor water elephant, ancient, desolate beast. The 8-story pagoda water elephant was a primordial, desolate beast that was extremely rare. The 9-story building water elephant did not exist. Be it beasts, plants, or even variant humans, none of them had ever reached the 9th transformation. Other than humans, there were 10 rank 9 Gu Venerables among them. They were unique among all living beings. Tong Hua displayed the size of the light shine fungi in her hands, informing the Gu immortals that she was willing to exchange for 3 6-story building water elephants. This price was not expensive, it was very fair. That Gu immortal frowned. But I only have 1 6-story building water elephant. The light shine fungi can be disassembled. Are you willing to exchange for it? Tong Hua hesitated. He might not be telling the truth. After thinking about it, Tong Hua nodded. Then let's exchange. Thus, the first transaction was completed. Both sides made the transaction quickly. I want some light shine fungi, but I do not have any heavy building water elephants. I wonder if you can accept a mortal yuan stone? Feng Yuan asked. Tong Hua shook her head, but she did not reject Feng Yuan. I do not have any heavy building water elephants, so forget it. However, my light shine fungi will be sold in treasure, Yellow Heaven in the future. Fellow immortal, you can buy them yourself at that time. In fact, Eastern Sea was mostly water path Gu immortals, and light shine fungi were very suitable for Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Like Wui Hai, his entire immortal aperture was an ocean. Tong Hua was only using this new thing to test the waters, to see if there was a chance to gain more benefits. As for selling immortal yuan stone, Tong Hua did not want to do that for now, because she did not know the market price. This was the first time such a new thing was put on the market. Tong Hua did not know how much it was worth. However, she was looking forward to it. Thus, she rejected Fang Yuan without hesitation. If this light shine fungi became popular in jewel yellow skies, wouldn't she be making a loss by selling it at this price? But if the price was too high, the other party would not trade. It would be better to sell it to jewel yellow skies directly. Since Tong Hua did not want to sell it, Fang Yuan was helpless. But he could understand. A brand new, desolate plant could be sold at a high price. Even though this world's economy was not developed, Gu immortals were smart. They knew how to drive up prices. Especially this light shine fungus. Tong Hua was the only one in the world. If it were Fang Yuan, he would also take advantage of the golden period at the start to raise the price and make a huge profit. After all, light shine fungi were only rank 6 desolate plants. As time passed, someone would find them or research them. Tong Hua's monopoly would be broken. After all, Eastern Sea was huge. Light shine fungi would not only grow in one place. Gu immortals could use the light shine fungi to research a method to search for them. That way, the number of light shine fungi would increase greatly. Seeing that no one wanted to trade with her, Tong Hua walked down. Immediately, a second Gu immortal took her place, walking up the stage. This was the rule of the trading convention. In each round, the Gu immortals would go up in a certain order. Each time, they could only trade the same type of resources. That way, it would be fairer. As for Fang Yuan, this newcomer who had just joined, he also had the chance to participate in the transactions and take the initiative to trade, but he could only be in last place. This is a marrow absorption rock, a rank 7 immortal material. I want to trade for 1,000-year drifting wood. The Gu immortal on the stage spoke concisely, expressing his intentions. As soon as he finished speaking, he displayed his goods in front of everyone. This marrow-sucking stone was completely black, and it looked no different from an ordinary reef by the sea. But in truth, any living being with bones that got close to it would have their bone marrow sucked into the rock. Thus, marrow absorption rocks were also known as demonic stones. The name demon stone came from the mermaids. Mermen were a type of variant humans. Most of the mermen in the world lived in Eastern Sea. Mermen lived at the bottom of the sea. They could breathe freely. They had suffered from marrow absorption rocks. They feared them and called them demonic stones. In Eastern Sea's history, some merman tribes even worshipped demonic stones like gods. But to Gu immortals, this marrow absorption rock was just an immortal material. This transaction was also successful. Even though 1,000-year drifting wood was rare in the market, the Gu immortals who participated in this trading convention were all wealthy. Otherwise, they would not have gathered here. Birds of a feather flocked together. The Gu immortals who could get along with Miao Mingxin were naturally extraordinary. One could say this small-scale trading convention was a rare gathering of experts in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. After the second Gu immortal got off the stage, Tutua walked up. I have an ancient, desolate beast queen mother toad. It can command rank 6 and below giant toads. If nurtured properly, it can even produce enslavement path immortal Gu. Are you interested? The queen mother toad had a lot of enslavement path Dao marks. But Tuo's transaction ended in failure. The fourth Gu immortal went up. I want to find clues about Qi Si. Who knows how to find Qi Si and enter it? I am willing to pay a high price for relevant information. Information was part of the transaction, but the Gu immortals present did not speak. This transaction also ended in failure. The Sea of Qi was a very special and mysterious part of the East Sea. Maybe none of the Gu immortals present knew about it, or maybe some did, but did not want to trade it. The Gu immortals took turns to go up. The first round was about to end. Fang Yuan was last, and Miao Mingxin was second last. He walked up the stage. I have a rank 7 divination, tortoise shell immortal Gu. Who is willing to make this transaction? Fang Yuan heard this, and his eyes brightened. Chapter 1305. The trading convention was still ongoing. As the organizer of this trading convention, Miao Mingxin was supposed to be the last person to go up on the stage. But because of the newcomer Fang Yuan became the last person. This caused Miao Mingxin to be the second last person to go up on the stage. From Fang Yuan's point of view, he could see Miao Mingxin's interpersonal skills. The trading convention naturally benefited the Gu immortals who were at the top. Miao Mingxin took the initiative to be the last person to express his goodwill to all the Gu immortals. But he did not arrange for Fang Yuan to be in front of him. This was because of the rules. The newcomer had to be the last. If this rule was violated, people would feel disgusted. This time, Miao Mingxin was the organizer, but what about next time? The so-called interpersonal skills were nothing much. It was just having a sense of propriety when interacting with people. Miao Mingxin had a good grasp of this. He made people who interacted with him have a good impression of him. However, right now, Fang Yuan's mind was not on Miao Mingxin. He was looking at the immortal Gu in Miao Mingxin's hand with a bright gaze. Rank 7, Divination Tortoiseshell Gu. Fang Yuan's heart thumped. Why? Because Fang Yuan had many methods that could not be exposed easily. For example, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, or Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Once these methods were used, unless Fang Yuan killed them in time, more information would be exposed. Gu immortals might even find out more of his secrets. He would be left with no way out. Speaking of which, it was quite awkward. Fang Yuan's strength continued to grow, but the trouble he caused was also getting bigger. Shadow Sect, Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, looking at his opponents and enemies, which one of them was not a giant force. Recently, he had even offended old ancestor Shuehu. That was the #1 rank 8 in Northern Plains. Thus, Fang Yuan faced huge pressure. He had not reached rank 9 yet. Only by cultivating to the 9th revolution could Fang Yuan openly announce his identity, and no one in the world would be able to stop him. Before reaching rank 9, even if Fang Yuan cultivated to rank 8, Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and others could find trouble with Fang Yuan. Currently, Fang Yuan, who had rank 7 cultivation level, needed to keep a low profile and disguise himself, cultivating and accumulating strength. When I disguise as Wu Yi Hai, I have a weakness, or rather a flaw. Fang Yuan could not fight while disguised as Wu Yi Hai, because he was not the real Wu Yi Hai. After soul-searching Wu Yi Hai, Fang Yuan knew that Wu Yi Hai had 3 transformation killer moves. One was in the form of a coral, one was in the form of a seagull, and the third was in the form of a turtle. Previously, when they fought in the regional wall, Wu Yi Hai had turned into a turtle to defend. Fang Yuan remembered clearly that it was a horned god turtle. Ancient desolate beasts had tough shells. They were among the top 10 ancient desolate beasts in Eastern Sea. Actually, this could be seen from Wu Yi Hai's immortal aperture, Blessed Land. Wu Yi Hai's immortal aperture, Blessed Land, was an ocean. There were 3 types of life forms in it. First were corals, which had a large number of ancient, desolate plant silent corals. Second were seagulls, which had the desolate beast white letter blue feather seagull. Third were turtles, which had the ancient, desolate beast horned divine turtle. As transformation path Gu immortals, they would often raise some transformation-related life forms. Firstly, these life forms could be considered resources. They could be used to cultivate transformation path. For example, Wu Yi Hai's horned divine turtles cultivated this transformation. If he needed any immortal Gu in the future, he could kill these horned divine turtles and refine them. Secondly, for transformation path Gu immortals to raise their battle strength, they needed to have a clear and deep understanding of these life forms. By raising them in their immortal aperture, they could observe them and simulate them. After the transformation, they would be able to pass off as real. Their battle strength would increase. As for Fang Yuan, he was an exception. Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment level rose rapidly through dream realms and tribulations. Once attainment level rose, it would affect all aspects of cultivation, including this aspect. Thus, Fang Yuan could save himself from the tedious and time-consuming process of observation and practice. If I could have such an immortal gu, it would be very useful to me. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he was moved. This divination tortoise was a wisdom path ancient desolate beast. It had an ability to defend against deductions. Many gu immortals wanted to capture this ancient desolate beast, but it was very difficult to use wisdom path to deduce its location. If Fang Yuan could transform into a divination tortoise, it would be very helpful to him when he traveled. To sum it up, this immortal gu could only be described as practical to Fang Yuan. To add a few more words, it would be too practical. To others, rank 7 divination tortoise immortal gu might be of little value. After all, it was only used to protect one's back. If it had an additional advantage of being able to defend against seductions, it would not be very effective. It would be inferior to other methods. Thus, it was not widely used. Moreover, would ordinary gu immortals make deductions for no reason? Do you think everyone is like Lu Guan Yi? Fang Yuan was different. Fang Yuan attracted the most attention. His infamy spread throughout the 5 regions. Even his disguise was the same. Furthermore, Fang Yuan could transform into a complete divination tortoise. Using transformation path Dao marks, that would be an immortal killer move. The ability to defend against seductions was much stronger than a single divination tortoise immortal gu. Fang Yuan looked at the surrounding immortals. What reassured him was that these people did not seem to be very interested in this immortal gu. Transactions of immortal gu had always been trading gu for gu. This was because immortal gu were unique. Their value was hard to determine. The value of immortal gu depended on the situation. Some people would rather give up on the same immortal gu. They felt it was a burden, after all. Feeding immortal gu required a huge price. Others, however, tried all sorts of methods to pursue it. They would not give up. Once they succeeded, it would be like obtaining a priceless treasure. Immortal gu. To think that there would be an exchange of immortal gu in the first round. The gu immortals sighed. They discussed softly, but they sat in their seats without moving. Miao Mingxin smiled. In fact, he had already expected this situation. Among the gu immortals here, there were few transformation path. Only Chu Ying seemed to be. But even if there were, Chu Ying might not like this immortal gu. Transformation path gu immortals often cultivated 2 or 3 transformations. They would not bite off more than they could chew. Unless they obtained one of the essences of transformation path, change form immortal gu, they could not change their form at will. But Miao Mingxin had his reasons for doing this. This trading convention was organized by him after all. If news of an immortal gu exchange in the first round got out, it would make the trading convention even more interesting. More gu immortals with deeper foundations would be attracted to participate. I am willing to exchange for this immortal gu. Fang Yuan slowly stood up from his seat. At once, the immortals turned around and looked at Fang Yuan with slight surprise. Miao Mingxin was slightly dazed before reacting. He smiled brightly. I wonder what friend Miao Mingxin wants to exchange for. Fang Yuan asked. Miao Mingxin chuckled. Chu Ying, this is the first time you are attending the trading convention, and I am indebted to you. How about this? Actually, I do not need this immortal gu. I can exchange for anything. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to be dazed. He did not expect Miao Mingxin's conditions to be so lenient. But even so, immortal gu transactions could only be exchanged for immortal gu. Other things could not be used. Fang Yuan thought about it. I have flying bear strength. Immortal gu? Yes. Before Fang Yuan finished speaking, Miao Mingxin said without hesitation. Fang Yuan assessed Miao Mingxin again. He thought, no wonder this person was doing so well in Eastern Sea's gu immortal world. He was a lone cultivator, but he had several gu immortals around him who were loyal to him. But there were some things that Fang Yuan had to make clear. A wry smile appeared on his face. I admire fellow immortal's heart. But I have not finished. My flying bear strength immortal goo is only rank 6. Miao Mingxin's expression changed. The immortals on the seats also had grim expressions. Some of them looked at Fang Yuan with dark gazes. Flying bear strength was a strength path immortal goo. Divination tortoise shell immortal goo was a transformation path immortal goo. Strength path was declining, but transformation path was flourishing. Between the two, flying bear strength was weaker than divination tortoise shell immortal goo. But now, flying bear strength was only rank 6. How could a rank 6 immortal goo compare to a rank 7 immortal goo? Chapter 1306. The difficulty of refining a rank 6 immortal goo was completely different from refining a rank 7 immortal goo. Fang Yuan wanted to use a mere rank 6 immortal goo, flying bear strength, to exchange for the rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal goo. To put it nicely, it was wishful thinking, but to put it bluntly, he was greedy and trying to take advantage of others. This taking advantage had a hint of disdain in it. What did they think Miao Mingxin was? Did they think he was easy to bully? Or did they think everyone else was stupid? Thus, it was understandable that the Gu immortals had dark expressions. Fang Yuan, however, smiled. He could see the immortals' attitudes and expressions. He was well aware of the changes in their mentality, but he still asked, I wonder if friend Miao Mingxin is willing to trade. Miao Mingxin smiled. It was a forced smile, but he still nodded. Yes, I am indebted to you. You helped me twice. These are enough. The other Gu immortals heard this and looked at Miao Mingxin in a new light. They even expressed disgust towards Fang Yuan. One of them even snorted coldly, expressing deep dissatisfaction towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He continued, Everyone says that Lord Miao Mingxin is so and so. I had my suspicions, but after trying it out today, my suspicions disappeared. How can I take advantage of you like this? I will use something else to make up for the difference. It will definitely satisfy you. Saying so, Fang Yuan transmitted to Miao Mingxin secretly. After Miao Mingxin heard this, his expression changed. He said excitedly, Chewing, is this true? Haha, won't you know if it is true or not after we complete this transaction? Fang Yuan smiled again. Sorry, we need to complete this transaction alone, Miao Mingxin said as Fang Yuan followed him out of the cave. After going outside and completing the transaction, the two of them returned with smiles on their faces. Fang Yuan was relaxed, while Miao Mingxin's smile showed satisfaction. Everyone could tell that the relationship between the two of them had advanced by leaps and bounds when the two of them held hands and swam together. Before sitting down, Miao Mingxin bowed to Fang Yuan and said, I did not want to owe you a third favor. Fellow immortal's demeanor is truly admirable. This is just a transaction, not a favor. Fang Yuan was very polite. This conversation made the other Gu immortals even more puzzled. For a moment, everyone was secretly guessing. What kind of bargaining chip did this Chu Ying offer to make up for the difference in price so easily and make fellow immortal Miao Ming make such a statement? Miao Mingxin sat down, but Fang Yuan did not. After this transaction was completed, it was Fang Yuan's turn, so he directly walked up to the platform. The gazes of the immortals below silently changed as they looked at him. They became solemn, and there was even a hint of curiosity and probing. At the same time, they were quite interested in what exactly Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for. This was because they did not know much about Fang Yuan. He was a complete stranger. According to the contents of Fang Yuan's transaction, the Gu immortals could deduce some information about him. For example, there were a lot of immortal materials that were produced in the Gu immortals' blessed land. This way, they could deduce some information, like how developed Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was, or which types of Dao marks were denser in the immortal aperture. If there were 1 or 2 corpses of ancient desolate beasts, they would be the Gu immortals' spoils of battle. After all, if the ancient desolate beasts in the immortal aperture died, their corpses would not be so damaged. From these corpses, the immortals could deduce Fang Yuan's battle strength. Gu immortals had a lot of importance in collecting information. In this aspect, information path Gu immortals had the greatest advantage. But what Fang Yuan took out shocked the immortals. Everyone, please take a look. This is a rank 6 bone path immortal Gu. It is called Bone Spike. I obtained it by accident. Unfortunately, I am not a bone path Gu immortal. I will trade it now. Which Gu immortal is interested in this Gu? As for what to trade for, I am the same as Lord Miaoming Shin. I do not have many ideas. Fang Yuan smiled. It is another immortal Gu. This is only the first round, but there are already 2 transactions of immortal Gu. This Chu Ying is quite wealthy. He is a transformation path Gu immortal, but has 2 other immortal Gu. The first transaction is done. However, this time it was uncertain. Are there any bone path Gu immortals here? The Gu immortals discussed among themselves. They were familiar with each other. No. Fang Yuan waited for a while, but no Gu immortal spoke. But he was not disappointed. Just the rank 7 immortal Gu divination tortoiseshell that he obtained was enough for him to participate in this transaction convention. Right when Fang Yuan was about to leave, a voice resounded. Wait, I think. I can trade this immortal Gu. The immortals quickly looked towards the source of the voice. It was Wu Maiyang. Strange, he is a dark path Gu immortal. Why does he want to trade for a bone path immortal Gu? This question lingered in the minds of the immortals. Bone Spike immortal Gu naturally had little to do with dark path. But if Wu Maiyang had some immortal killer move that needed Bone Spike immortal Gu as a supplement, it was not impossible for him to buy this immortal Gu. Everyone had their own secrets. Even though the Gu immortals were curious, they restrained their thoughts and watched quietly. There is actually a Gu immortal who wants Bone Spike immortal Gu? Fang Yuan was curious too. He asked, I wonder what you want to trade for. Wu Maiyang frowned. He hesitated for a while before gritting his teeth. I will use this immortal Gu. He displayed his immortal Gu. This was also a rank 6 immortal Gu. It was the same rank as Bone Spike immortal Gu. The immortals looked at it. Someone immediately shouted, This is immortal Gu Day. Indeed, this was rank 6 time path Gu. Fang Yuan was stunned. To think that I was right to come to this trading convention. Fang Yuan cheered internally, but he did not show it on the surface. He seemed to be in deep thought. There was no need to think. The moment Fang Yuan saw this immortal Gu, he wanted to trade for it. Why? Because he inherited He Fan's true inheritance. He had rank 7 year Gu. After immortal Gu, years flow like water, and a large number of time path immortal killer moves. He remembered that in the true inheritance, He Fan was constantly thinking about immortal level day, Gu, and month Gu. He kept talking about it. He also remembered the 4 immortal killer moves that were similar to days past like years. If the inheritor can obtain immortal level day Gu or immortal level moon Gu, then these 4 killer moves would not need to use so many mortal level day, Gu, and moon Gu, and the effect of the killer moves would also increase by a lot. These were the words in He Fan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan had seen this before, but did not think much about it. He was not greedy. He was already satisfied with year Gu. But this was the wondrous thing about fate. When Fang Yuan did not have any hopes of finding immortal level day, Gu, and month Gu, day Gu appeared in front of him. Then let's trade. Even though I do not know much about time path, feeding Bone Spike immortal Gu is indeed a burden. Fang Yuan said, My day, Gu can draw water from the river of time. There is no need to worry about feeding it. But I cannot use this immortal Gu. Why don't I trade this Bone Spike immortal Gu? It can be used in my other killer moves. Wu Maiyang said. The 2 exchanged on the spot. The wills in the 2 immortal Gu retreated slowly, allowing the other party's immortal essence to infiltrate them. Immortal essence contained the Gu immortal's will. This was the key to Gu refinement. To glowworms, using an analogy from Earth, willpower was like a preset program. Wills could think. Wild glowworms had their own wills. Refining wild immortal goo was to use the goo immortal's will and immortal essence to get rid of the wild wills. Wild wills focused on survival. They did not know how to self-destruct. Thus, even though it was difficult for goo immortals to refine wild immortal goo, the risk was not high. Other people's immortal goo were different. A goo immortal's will was very different from wild wills. If one tried to refine other people's immortal goo directly, the immortal goo would self-destruct. It was like when Feng Yuan planted the special will in his immortal goo. He only needed to summon it, and it would return to him. Almost all goo immortals would not allow their immortal goo to be refined by others. Once that happened, the immortal goos would forcefully self-destruct, unless wisdom path methods were used to suppress the immortal goo's will. But often, it was hard to suppress them all at once. If anything went wrong, the immortal goo would self-destruct. Precisely because of this, even though Feng Yuan captured Heicheng, he did not obtain his immortal goo dark arrow. Chapter 1307. This time's trade fair is very different. That's right, it can be said to be different. In the past trading conventions, even though immortal goo were traded, they rarely appeared in the first round. Immortal goo were hard to trade. Each member had limited opportunities in the trading convention. Thus, they would often move some transactions that were unlikely to succeed to the end. Thus, even if they wanted to trade their immortal goo, the goo immortals would choose to do it in the last few rounds. This was the norm in trading conventions. However, this time's trade fair was clearly different. Not only did immortal goo trade occur in the first round, it happened twice. And most importantly, they succeeded both times. In these two transactions, Feng Yuan played an important role. Even though this was his first time participating in the trading convention, the goo immortals present could not underestimate this newcomer. Chewing. Next, we will begin the second round, Fairy Tonghua. Miao Mingshen said. He was very happy. The trading convention had just started, and there was already an immortal goo trade. This result would be a great help to him when he roamed Eastern Sea's goo immortal world in the future. Tonghua walked onto the stage. She wanted to trade for another desolate beast. It seems that she wants to develop her blessed land on a large scale. Feng Yuan said to Miao Mingshen, who was sitting beside him. Miao Mingshen smiled. Brother Chu, you might not know, but Fairy Tonghua has just passed a tribulation recently. So that's it. Feng Yuan understood immediately. After a goo immortal passes a tribulation, a lot of resources would be lost in the immortal aperture, but the Dao marks would also increase by a lot. These new Dao marks would change the environment of the immortal aperture, making it more abundant and able to contain different species. Thus, the female immortal Tong Hua would trade for all sorts of resources in this trading convention. She wanted to raise them in her immortal aperture. This female immortal Tong Hua has a lot of wealth. Not only is her immortal aperture developed, she even has a private sea area called Rainbow Aurora Sea. Every day at dawn or dusk, the sea would shine with rainbow light. It would be a beautiful sight to behold. This sea area is nearby. It is not far away. After this trade fair ended, Tong Hua would definitely invite everyone present to her place to have a seat. Brother Chu, you can come with me then. Miao Mingshen transmitted, giving out some information about Tong Hua. Feng Yuan had a deeper understanding of her. Thank you for your recommendation, fellow Taoist Miao Ming. To tell you the truth, I'm quite interested in the light shine fungus in her hands. Feng Yuan said bluntly. No problem. I can be the middleman for you, Brother Chu. Miao Mingshen immediately understood what Chu Li was trying to say and took on the responsibility. Ever since he transacted the immortal goo with Feng Yuan, their relationship had improved greatly. Feng Yuan was well aware of the change in Miao Mingshen's attitude. The reason was none other than lifespan goo. To be able to move Miao Mingshen, lifespan goo was truly worthy of its name. Fang Yuan only had a rank 6 immortal goo. He exchanged for Miao Mingshen's rank 7 immortal goo, and the former was a weakened strength path immortal goo. Miao Mingshen was very satisfied after the transaction. This was because Fang Yuan used 100 years of lifespan goo to make up for the difference. Although lifespan goo was immortal goo, it was very rare. Many goo immortals would keep it in their hands after obtaining it. They would not trade it unless they had no other choice. They would keep it as a trump card, planning to use it when their lifespan ran out. Even though Miao Mingshen's lifespan was not at its end, he did not have much left. Precisely so, he tried all sorts of ways to find a tributary of the River of Time and use some secret method to extend his lifespan. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Miao Mingshen had entered the Blue Dragon whale many times to search for the lifespan goo. Fang Yuan sent lifespan goo to him. How could Miao Mingshen not be happy? Especially when Fang Yuan took out 100 years of lifespan goo as a bargaining chip. What did this mean? Miao Mingshen was not stupid. He immediately thought. This meant that Chu Ying definitely had other lifespan goo in his hands. Otherwise, why would he not cherish them? Thus, Miao Mingshen wanted to build a good relationship with Fang Yuan. But he did not know that this was what Fang Yuan wanted to see. Fang Yuan's scheme was much bigger. Blue Dragon Whale. With his previous life's information, Fang Yuan was much more familiar with this immortal opportunity than the current Miao Mingshen. The transactions continued. In the second round, goo immortals appeared one by one. Most of the transactions were successful. Soon, it was Fang Yuan's turn. Woman's heart immortal goo. Fang Yuan was about to display this rank 6 immortal goo and sell it, but his expression suddenly changed. Sorry, there was an unexpected situation. Everyone, I will be leaving first. Fang Yuan said directly. The goo immortals were slightly surprised. This trading convention was a rare opportunity. To think that Fang Yuan would give it up like this. But the trading convention was free to enter and leave. It was fine if Fang Yuan wanted to leave. The immortals could not stop him. What's going on? Do you need my help? Miao Mingshen took the initiative to send Fang Yuan off. It is not a big matter, but it is urgent. It is a pity that I missed the trading convention. Fang Yuan sighed. Miao Mingshen quickly consoled. Don't worry if there are such trading conventions in the future. I will inform Brother Chu. Thank you, Brother Miao. Goodbye. We will meet again. Fang Yuan flew away. His figure flew into the clouds and vanished. Miao Mingshen sighed. Seeing that Fang Yuan had vanished, he turned around and went to the underground cave. Flying in the clouds, Fang Yuan's expression was not so good. The reason why he left was because a wisdom path great expert came to deduce his location. His dark limits effect was almost depleted. This caused him to expend even more energy. Fang Yuan had no choice but to stop participating in this trading convention and leave. Damn it, I wonder which goo immortal is trying to deduce me? I wonder if he is deducing Fang Yuan or Lu Guanyi. Fang Yuan felt regret. If he had more time, he might even be able to trade woman's heart immortal goo. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. After a transaction, many goo immortals would lay low for several years before they would trade again. After getting to a safe distance, Fang Yuan activated the divination tortoise-shell immortal goo that he had just obtained. Of course, he also used change form immortal goo. Immortal killer move. Divination tortoise transformation. Transformation path killer moves had always been this simple and crude. Because he lacked some mortal goo worms, this killer move's effect was not outstanding. However, because he had change form immortal goo, and because Fang Yuan did not need divination tortoise transformation to provide him with battle strength, he could barely use it. Divination tortoise transformation bought more time for Fang Yuan. A moment later, he chose a safe environment and placed his immortal aperture. For the next few days, he stayed in his immortal aperture. He started to think about how to refine attitude goo. Although he had exchanged for 2 immortal goo, they did not seem to have much use in refining attitude goo. Fang Yuan was helpless about this. Maybe the third woman's heart could be exchanged for a suitable immortal goo. But Fang Yuan had already lost this chance. He had to wait in his immortal aperture for a long time to use Dark Limit immortal goo again. Looking at the time, he had definitely missed the trading convention. In this case, I can only borrow immortal goo from Lang Yu Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had a backup plan, but this was only a secondary plan. The best situation was for Fang Yuan to complete it alone. Borrowing immortal goo was not a problem. If Fang Yuan relied on his own immortal goo to create an immortal killer move and refine attitude goo, it would be of great help to him in the future. He could even fuse this immortal killer move into reverse flow protection seal. Imagine, by then, reverse flow river would surround Fang Yuan. Any immortal goo that flew into the river would be refined by Fang Yuan. How tempting would that be? Fang Yuan had a long-term vision in this aspect. Unfortunately, even though he participated in the trading convention, he did not make any progress in this aspect. But thankfully, Lang Yu Blessed Land had no lack of refinement path immortal goo. Fang Yuan used Jewel Yellow Skies to transport them, expending Lang Yu's sect contribution points to rent several immortal goo. This time, there was an unavoidable commotion in Jewel Yellow Skies. But Fang Yuan had no choice but to do this. Using these refinement path immortal goo, Fang Yuan could barely come up with an immortal killer move that could be used with reverse flow river to refine attitude goo. Fang Yuan purposely delayed his journey and finally succeeded in refining attitude goo after half a month. At this point, he finally had this legendary rank 8 immortal goo in his hands. BZ, I've been in a slump recently. Chapter 1308 Central Continent Hidden Dragon Cave. We pay respects to the upper immortals of Celestial Court. 2 goo immortals knelt on the ground. They were an old man and a young man, grandfather and grandson. They were goo immortals of Wind Cloud Manor. The young goo immortal was Feng Chanzi, while the old man was Old Man Beifeng. He had rank 8 cultivation level. He was famous among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have already become a member of Celestial Court. After all, it was not easy to become a member of Celestial Court. It was not normal. Rank 8 cultivation level was far from enough. One had to be an elite among rank 8s. This standard had never been lowered since the establishment of Celestial Court. Celestial Court did not waver. They would rather have nothing than a shoddy product. But now, this old man, Beifeng, was almost prostrating himself on the ground to express his respect. The only person worthy of his respect was an extremely weak and shaky old man who looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. But this old man was not ordinary. He had a huge origin. He had a huge influence in the history of Celestial Court. He was Duke Long. "Get up, bring me to the cave." Duke Long said plainly. "Yes." Old man Beifeng replied. A moment later, Duke Long arrived at the deepest part of Hidden Dragon Cave. This was a huge and deep earth trench. It was bigger than the earth trench controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Hundreds or thousands of cities could easily fit inside. It was more than enough. Duke Long and Old Man Beifeng were tiny compared to this earth trench. From their point of view, the entire earth trench was shrouded in a deep layer of darkness. This darkness was so deep that it was impossible to see what was actually going on inside. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire earth trench experienced an intense earthquake. On the walls of the earth trench, countless rocks fell down. The huge sound waves created by the earthquake were deafening. People could not help but feel fear. Old Man Beifeng's expression changed. He quickly activated the immortal goo in his immortal aperture. Immediately, there was a bright light everywhere, countless lights and flowing water interweaved together. It turned out that there was a huge super goo formation here. Compared to this goo formation, the southern border goo immortal's dream realm goo formation was like a kitten beside an elephant. Old man Bei Feng controlled the goo formation. His expression soon changed. Cold sweat covered his forehead. The commotion this time is so huge. He was a grand rank 8 goo immortal, but he was having a hard time now. The super goo formation was suppressing a terrifying life form. Even old man Bei Feng could barely deal with it. It seems that after so many years, you are still so energetic. Di Zongxing, Duke Long said calmly. Roar! In the next moment, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky and shook the entire trench. The multicolored light of the super goo formation dissipated. Water splashed everywhere. Old man Bei Feng's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, he thought. This is even with the isolation of the super goo formation. It is still so loud. If we were to face this evil dragon directly, it would be. Duke Long did not mind, he commented plainly. It seems that your temper has not changed. You are still so violent. Damn old man. This time a human voice came from the goo formation. The voice was also deafening. At the next moment, a huge dragon had appeared from the multicolored light. It was evil dragon Di Zongxing. This immemorial desolate beast had a huge origin. It was central continent's earth veins that were formed from countless emotions of hatred, anger, curses, and grudges, forming a legend. It was born from heaven and earth because it was formed from the negative emotions of humans. Ever since it was formed, it had intelligence that was not inferior to humans. Initially, it could only roar like a dragon, but after learning, it used hope goo to awaken its aperture and learn human language. For a period of time, it even turned into a human and learned goo immortal techniques. For a period of time, it wreaked havoc in Central Continent, causing the people to have no way to live. The world was turned upside down. But eventually, it was suppressed by Duke Long. This suppression lasted for countless years, but the Celestial Court could not kill it, because it was formed from the negative emotions of humans. As long as the human race was prosperous, the evil dragon would continue to grow stronger. Even if this body was completely destroyed, not even a speck of ash would be left. But soon, it would form on other earth veins and continue to cause chaos. Thus, the Celestial Court set up a super goo formation to suppress this evil dragon. The watchman changed. This time, Feng Chan-zi sold immortal materials for personal gains. He was sent to Hidden Dragon Cave as a watchman. His grandfather knew that Feng Chan-zi did not have the ability, so he gave up on the chance to enter the Celestial Court and came here to watch over the evil dragon. After the evil dragon saw Duke Long, it acted out of character and became extremely furious. When enemies met, their eyes were filled with hatred. What are you shouting for? No matter how loud you shout, you cannot escape from this prison. Duke Long had a plain expression. Di Zongxing heard this and stopped shouting. He laughed. Ha ha ha, I almost forgot. Damn old man, you are really going to die. You are at the end of your lifespan. You only have one last chance to live. Even lifespan goo cannot be used. Haha, this is hilarious. Even though you suppressed me, so what? I am still alive. You won't be able to live for long. Duke Long nodded lightly. You are right. Sometimes I really envy a life like yours. You're born with longevity, so you have to live forever. This time, I'm afraid it's the last time we see each other. Let me borrow 10 more years of lifespan from you. As he said that, Duke Long breathed in lightly. Old man Bei Feng was shocked to find that, as one of the guards, he had lost control of the goo formation at this moment. Di Zongxing was suppressed by Duke Long. This super goo formation was also created by Duke Long. Duke Long was the true owner of this goo formation. Roar! Di Zongxing screamed in pain. Duke Long was still breathing. Old man Bei Feng could not tell what Duke Long was breathing in. It was as if an invisible life essence was forcefully extracted from Di Zongxing's body before being absorbed into Duke Long's body. So this super goo formation is not just suppressing Dizongxing, it has such an effect. Old man Bei Feng realized. In the process of absorbing, Duke Long's body, which was originally thin like a stick of wood, inflated like a balloon. His originally sallow and haggard complexion quickly dissipated, turning into a healthy and bright color. Her pale hair had turned black and shiny. His hunched back and frail bones let out creaking sounds as he straightened his back and held his head high. The most obvious change was the pair of coral dragon horns on his forehead. They were originally dispirited like two lumps of flesh, but now they were purple gold in color, piercing the sky. Bam! The aura of rank 8 peak stage was like a formless wall that spread out. Old man Bei Feng could not help but take a step back, looking at Duke Long's majestic figure. Shock flashed in his eyes. In stark contrast to Duke Long was evil dragon Dizongxing. It spoke in a hoarse voice. Damn, old man, you only have 10 years of lifespan left. Just treat it as me taking a dump on you, haha. It was still laughing, but its laughter was very weak. Duke Long clenched his fists, saying nonchalantly, Evil dragon, you might not understand, but why would I, the great Duke Long, be afraid of death? I woke up this time to make up for my past sins, and these 10 years of lifespan are enough. Enough for what? What do you want? Evil dragon asked. What else? The great era is coming. Duke Long said with deep meaning. Great era? Great era. Don't tell me the earth veins are fusing, the regional walls will vanish, the 5 regions will become one weight. Damn, old man. Don't leave, explain it to me. Dizongxing shouted, but Duke Long smiled coldly. Why would he care about the shouts of a prisoner? He turned around and left, swaggering off, leaving the hidden dragon cave without any reluctance to leave. Southern border. In a nameless place, river water was flowing. There was a tributary of the river of time here. Ing Wuxia and the rest had been waiting by the river for a long time. A figure appeared in the tributary of the river of time, staggering. Quick, let's move together and welcome Lord. Ing Wuxia saw this and shouted. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing beside him moved at the same time, activating the goo formation. Under the effect of the goo formation, Zishan Makoto got out of the tributary of the river of time. He was like a drowning person. He crawled to the shore with much difficulty. Breathing heavily, his body was soaked in water. He was in a pathetic state. This Zishan Makoto actually entered the river of time and returned safely. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, but her heart was shaken. Lord, did you succeed? Seeing that Zishan Makoto's breathing had calmed down, Ing Wuxia quickly asked. Purple Mountain, true monarch, nodded. When I entered the Red Lotus, I already communicated with that intent. The benefits I gained far exceeded my expectations. Is that so? Ing Wuxia was overjoyed, but Zishan Makoto had a grim expression. I used Red Lotus True Inheritance to observe the past and the future. Before Fang Yuan's rebirth, our shadow sect had already succeeded. We delayed the Great Era for 500 years. We exterminated Great Dream Immortal Venerable, who had yet to mature. We even wanted to completely control Celestial Court. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's rebirth changed everything. Shadow Sect no longer has the ability. The Great Era is about to descend. Ing Wuxia's expression was naturally shaken. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other in bewilderment. The former asked coldly, What is the Great Era? Ing Wuxia breathed in deeply, answering, The earth veins fuse, the regional walls vanish, the 5 regions become one, and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. This is the Great Era. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were also stunned. At the same time, Fang Yuan entered southern border using Wu Yihai's appearance. Wu Clan's headquarters were already in sight. I'm finally back. This time I must absorb the dream realms and raise my attainment levels with all my strength. There is still time. Chapter 1309. Southern Border, Wu Clan. Fang Yuan used the appearance of Wu Yihai. After stepping into Southern Border, he returned to Wu Clan's headquarters. Knowing of his arrival, Wu Clan's current First Supreme Elder, Wu Yong, immediately summoned him. "Brother, these are the immortal gu that I borrowed from the clan. I am returning them." Fang Yuan handed the immortal gu over with both hands. Wu Yong received it. Sitting at the main seat, he smiled. "Brother, did you have a smooth trip to Eastern Sea?" Every gu immortal had their own secrets, especially for someone like Wu Yihai. Wu Yong could not pry too much into Fang Yuan. Most of the questions were just pleasantries. My gains were not small. Fang Yuan showed a trace of joy on his face. He even sighed a little. His expression was very genuine. "That's good." Wu Yong nodded. He would never have thought that Fang Yuan's gains would be so bountiful. After leaving Southern Border, Fang Yuan chased after Shadow Sect's remnant forces. Even though he did not achieve his goal, his gains were huge. Fang Yuan not only obtained Perseverance Immortal Gu and became the Reverse Flow River Lord, his battle strength soared to the point that even rank 8 Gu immortals could not deal with him. Lu Guanyi's name shook the 5 regions. Furthermore, on the way back, he even participated in a high-level trading convention in Eastern Sea. He exchanged for Divination Tortoise Shell Immortal Gu and rank 6-day Gu. "Thank you for your concern, brother. When will I return to the Gu formation to continue cultivating? Please arrange it for me." Fang Yuan said again. His tone and attitude were very humble. Wu Yong was very satisfied with Fang Yuan's performance. These last days he had been in charge of Wu Clan. Because Fang Yuan took the initiative to step down, Wu Clan's internal obstacles were greatly reduced. He managed to control everything and gain authority. At this moment, Wu Yong had already undergone a subtle change compared to when he had just ascended to the throne. He was more composed and dignified. He gave off a feeling of authority and inviolability. Naturally, Wu Yong was gratified that Fang Yuan knew how to adapt to circumstances. The system of a clan was different from that of a sect. It focused more on bloodlines. Wu Yihai's identity made him special among Wu Clan Gu immortals. Purely in terms of bloodline, Fang Yuan was second only to one person and above tens of thousands. Since Wu Yihai wanted to cultivate in seclusion, Wu Yong had to help him. Immediately, Wu Yong agreed. "Younger brother, you should return to your residence and rest for the time being. I'll make the arrangements right away. I'll definitely have something in the next few days." "Thank you, elder brother." Little brother will take his leave. Fang Yuan saw that his goal had been achieved and immediately withdrew. He also had a residence in the Wu clan. When he just joined the Wu clan, he was allocated a mountain peak for Fang Yuan to reside in alone. This Wu Yong has already taken initial control of the Wu clan. Wu Yihai's identity is very sensitive. If he colludes with an ambitious clan like Qiao clan and causes trouble, it will be a huge headache for Wu Yong. Thus, for the sake of safety, Wu Yong will not let Wu Yihai roam around and build up his reputation. Other Wu clan Gu immortals could do it, but Wu Yihai could not. At least not for the time being. After all, Wu Duxiu had just died. Even though Wu Yong was in control of Wu clan, it was not stable yet. Fang Yuan was very clear about Wu clan's situation. He was not worried that he would not be able to return to the Super Gu formation. In the days on the mountain, he continued to cultivate, but he could not leave his immortal aperture, not to mention opening his immortal aperture's entrance to absorb heaven and earth chi. My sovereign immortal aperture's foundation is too strong. Every time it absorbs heaven and earth chi from the outside world, there's a huge change. It creates gales and clouds. The commotion is too huge. But Reverse Flow River expends a lot of heaven and earth chi. It seems that even if I return to Etion Mountain, I will need to absorb heaven and earth chi from the outside world to replenish it, to maintain the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation. This was a burden, but it was a sweet one. Even though Wu Yong told him to rest, Fang Yuan did not rest. He continued to cultivate. It was a race against time. During this period, many Clan Gu immortals came to visit Wu Yihai, who had a special identity, but Fang Yuan rejected them all. This attitude and style made Wu Yong very satisfied. He felt that Wu Yihai did not want to get involved in the clan's internal affairs. Thus, he personally gave Fang Yuan many immortal materials. Not only was it a show of goodwill and rewards, he even gained the reputation of caring for his brother. At the peak of the mountain, in a spacious hall, Fang Yuan had already turned into a giant tortoise. This tortoise was as large as a house. Its body was dark and eerie. Its back was thick and hard. There were tens of thousands of markings on its shell. It was a dazzling sight, but also orderly. It was a divination tortoise. This ancient desolate beast was a wisdom path beast after transforming. All of Fang Yuan's transformation path, Tao marks, turned into wisdom path. Adding on his previous wisdom path, Tao mark accumulation, it reached a huge quantitative change. With such a foundation, when Fang Yuan used wisdom path methods to make deductions, his efficiency rose sharply. He was several times faster than before, sometimes even more than 10 times faster. It was a simple divination tortoise shell immortal Gu. In terms of Gu worms, it could not compare to attitude Gu and wisdom sword Gu. Even sword escape, flying sword, dragon breath, and other Gu paled in comparison. However, for Fang Yuan it was extremely useful. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the eyes of the divination tortoise. After tens of days of hard work, I finally succeeded in deducing divination tortoise transformation. Fang Yuan willed and returned to human form. Next, he tried to activate the complete divination tortoise transformation killer move. Once, twice, thrice after a dozen or so attempts, he continued to make subtle adjustments and finally succeeded. A brand new divination tortoise transformation. He added a large number of transformation path mortal Gu, like tortoise head Gu, tortoise tail Gu, tortoise feet Gu, and others. There were also some wisdom path Gu worms that increased the innate ability of divination tortoises' defense against deductions to the limit of Fang Yuan's abilities. There were also many defensive Gu worms. Of course, there were only 2 cores. One was rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal Gu. The other was change form immortal Gu. The brand new divination tortoise was much larger than before. It was extremely lifelike, as if it was an ancient, desolate beast divination tortoise. Especially the tortoise-back mountain, there were over 100,000 Tao marks crisscrossing together. Not bad. I have reached the limit of my current abilities. Fang Yuan experimented and was very satisfied. This was thanks to his Grandmaster attainment level in Wisdom Path and Transformation Path. Deducing these killer moves was as natural as eating and drinking. Similar to the ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Transformation Path was fused with Sword Path. This divination tortoise transformation was a combination of Transformation Path and Wisdom Path. At this point, Fang Yuan had a new method. The previous incomplete and hasty version could not be brought to the table, but this one could be used. Most importantly, when Ancient Sword Dragon, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and Myriad Self-Killer moves could not be used casually. This divination tortoise transformation was very timely and solved Fang Yuan's urgent problem. Fang Yuan stopped the transformation and rested for a while, recovering his mind. He closed his eyes and pondered, his consciousness entering the sovereign immortal aperture. Landscape as before. The rank 6 immortal Gu was activated, aiming at Reverse Flow River in his immortal aperture. Red Date immortal essence was expended intensely. Under the effect of landscape as before immortal Gu, Reverse Flow River slowly gained water. The efficiency is too low. Fang Yuan sighed. This was not his first experiment. The result was very disappointing. Landscape as before immortal Gu had an effect on Reverse Flow River, but the effect was not obvious. This was a clear contrast to Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley. Why did I use landscape as before to restore Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley? But why is it so useless on Reverse Flow River? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Was Reverse Flow River more special than the two secluded domains of heaven and earth? Or was there another reason? If he could repair Reverse Flow River immediately, that would be wonderful. Reverse Flow River's water could be used endlessly. But the truth was far from Fang Yuan's expectations. Wait, Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley were once in the hands of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. And Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Maybe these two secluded domains of heaven and earth have already been modified by Shadow Sect, just like how He Lulan and the others could use immortal Gu of other paths without being restricted by Dao marks. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His guess was very accurate. Shadow Sect not only had recipes for Gu Immortals, they could let Gu Immortals cultivate other paths without conflicting Dao marks. They even had recipes for modifying secluded domains of heaven and earth, allowing them to be extremely effective against immortal Gu of other paths. They would not be restricted by Dao marks. 4. Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley. If they used Time Path Immortal Gu, they would not be restricted by the countless Soul Path Dao marks in the valley. This was because Landscape as before and Man as before belonged to Shadow Sect to begin with. Later, Zishan Makoto gave them to Tai Bai Yinshen. As for Reverse Flow River, Shadow Sect did not obtain it. They were not interested in this river. Thus, Reverse Flow River did not receive any modifications. When Fang Yuan used Landscape as before Immortal Gu on the river, he was weakened by the vast number of Dao marks in the river. The effect was very low. And this was after Fang Yuan became the Reverse Flow River Lord. Otherwise, Landscape as before Gu's effect would be reflected by the river. Reverse Flow River's water has been weakened by a lot because of the rank 8 existence. But thankfully it is repairing itself, just that the speed is very slow. Can I use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to resist the immemorial year beasts? Fang Yuan quickly shook his head. Using Reverse Flow River, he could only protect himself. If the immemorial year beasts wanted to destroy his immortal aperture, he could do nothing about it. The reason why Fang Yuan thought of this was because of that sealed rank 8 immortal Gu years flow like water. Unfortunately, even though his battle strength rose rapidly, Fang Yuan had not found the time to unseal years flow like water. Like this, Fang Yuan cultivated quietly, waiting for Wu Yong's arrangements to let him return to the giant dream realm. Chapter 1310 Southern Border Wu Clan. In the hall, not only were there Fang Yuan and Wu Yong, there was also another Gu Immortal. He was tall, he wore a black and white cloak, his beard was smooth and extended to his chest. His eyes were long and narrow, they were shining with divine light, his body was covered in water vapor. Wu Clan's Gu Immortal Wu Yu Bo was arrogant, he had rank 7 cultivation level and peak battle strength. He was only slightly weaker than old Treeman Bada. Gu Immortal Yan Huang challenged Uncle Yu. But the truth is that Xia Clan wants Moon Bowl. This place produces Moon Path Gu worms. It is one of the most important production areas of my clan. We cannot lose it. Wu Yong said, "With me here, First Supreme Elder does not need to worry. I defeated Yan Huang twice. I can defeat him a third time." Wu Yubo said coldly, "Moon Bowl was not a bowl, it was a valley. But this valley had a peculiar shape. It looked like a huge bowl. It produced a large number of Moon Path Gu worms. People called it Moon Bowl. There used to be a fort in the moon worshipping bowl. When the Wu family expanded, they eradicated this mountain village in order to take over the moon worshipping bowl. In the village, there was a Gu Immortal called Immortal Yan Huang. Wu Clan sent Wu Yu Bo to defeat him. Immortal Yan Huang was inferior. He could only run away with tears in his eyes, abandoning his former home. As a righteous path member, Wu Clan had a reason to take over Moon Bowl. but they could not kill immortal Yan Huang directly. This was the rule of the righteous path. Immortal Yan Huang left with hatred. In order to take revenge, he concealed his identity and cultivated his killer move. But he still lost to Wu Yubo the second time. Wu clan knew of his whereabouts. They knew that he was an enemy of their clan. They gathered Gu immortals and secretly chased after immortal Yan Huang. At the crucial moment, immortal Yan Huang was saved by an unknown force. Wu clan wanted to pursue the matter, but at that time Wu Duxiu died. Wu clan was in chaos. Wu Yong became the leader. The political situation was in chaos. This gave immortal Yan Huang a chance to catch his breath. But now, a few days ago, immortal Yan Huang sent a challenge letter. He wanted to use Moon Bowl as a bargaining chip to challenge Wu Yubo. The Lunar Greeting Bowl would belong to whoever emerged victorious. The Wu clan was the #1 superpower in the southern border. How could they not accept it? However, what worried Wu Yong was that this time around, immortal Yan Huang did not come alone like the previous 2 times. Instead, he had sought refuge with a superpower, the Xia family. Because of this, the mysterious force that helped immortal Yan Huang before was obvious. It must be the Xia clan. On the surface, this was immortal Yan Huang challenging Wu Yubo. However, on the inside, it was of great significance. It concerned the struggle between the 2 superpowers. This news had already spread. It immediately attracted the attention of Southern Border's large forces and Gu immortal experts. After Wu Duxiu's death, although the Wu clan still had the reputation of being the #1 faction, its power was greatly reduced. The Xia clan was undoubtedly the first to challenge the Wu clan's authority. If the Wu clan was defeated in this battle, it would definitely allow the other clans to see through the Wu clan's weakness. By then, the hearts of the people would waver, and there would definitely be more and more operations against the Wu clan. This was what Wu Yong was worried about. This time, immortal Yan Huang publicly challenged them. It was the first obstacle that Wu Yong faced after gaining authority. "You Bo, don't be careless. You should know that this matter has great significance to our clan." Wu Yong sighed. The Yan Huang joined Xia clan. He has the support of a super force. And now that he's challenging us, he definitely has ill intentions. He is well prepared. "First Supreme Elder, just listen to my good news." Wu Yubo still had an indifferent expression. He glanced at Fang Yuan and said, "In my opinion, there is no need for anyone else to hold the fort. It is just Yan Huang, a defeated opponent. He will definitely be captured. It is better to play it safe. My brother is proficient in 3 transformations. He is a rank 7 expert. With him holding the fort, I can be assured." Wu Yong replied, "Wu clan's influence was too huge. Even though they had many Gu immortals, they were scattered everywhere. There were not enough of them. Originally, Wu Yong had planned to send Fang Yuan to the Super Gu formation. But now that this happened, Wu Yong sent Fang Yuan to hold the fort for Wu Yubo. After all, immortal Yan Huang was not alone this time. Xia clan's Gu immortal Xia Qingcang was with him. Fang Yuan joined Wu clan. Even though he could avoid it, it was not a big deal if he participated. Fang Yuan agreed. This was a good job. He only needed to hold the fort. After the matter was over, the clan would record his contributions. Even though Wu Yubo did not care, since Wu Yong insisted, he could not object. This matter was decided. Several days later, Wu Yubo and Fang Yuan arrived at the meeting place. Xia Qingcang and immortal Yan Huang were already waiting there. Immortal Yan Huang was a middle-aged Gu immortal. He had an ordinary appearance and had an old face. After seeing Wu Yubo, his expression changed. His eyes opened wide like they were about to spew fire. Xia Qingcang, on the other hand, had an extraordinary aura. His body was tall and straight like a mountain. His face was simple and fangzheng. His hair and beard were all white. Especially his beard. It was hard like needles. His eyes shined brightly. It was hard to look at him directly. "Wu Yubo, you destroyed my village and killed my descendants. I will return all the humiliation I suffered to you today." Immortal Yan Huang shouted. Wu Yubo smiled coldly. "You are slandering me." The reason I did this was to investigate the traces of blood path, to uphold justice and get rid of evil for the people. You are not a righteous person, yet you accuse an innocent person. You deserve death." The two fought without saying a word. Fang Yuan and Xia Qing stood at two ends of the battlefield, holding the fort for their respective Gu immortals. There was nothing much to say. Everyone knew the true reason. But when the righteous path did things, they had to put on a facade. Immortal Yan Huang cultivated fire and earth. His hand was covered in fire. It was like a dragon that burned intensely. His other hand was earth path. Rocks were rolling. It was a grand sight. And Wu Yu Bo cultivated water path. His movements were like falling leaves. His cloak fluttered in the wind. He had a sense of carefree beauty. Around him, there was a dense water aura. It was drizzling like a cow's hair. However, it was able to cause immortal Yan Huang's flames and rolling stones to melt and collapse. Evidently, Wu Yu Bo had the upper hand. But the battle had just begun. Both sides were probing each other. Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves had not been used yet. Fang Yuan observed the battle while inspecting the surroundings. He was wary of Xia Qing, preventing him from making any sneak attacks. But Xia Qing was very relaxed. He looked at Fang Yuan from time to time. When Fang Yuan looked at him as well, he would nod and smile. This scene gave Fang Yuan a faint feeling of unease. Xia Qing was a wisdom path Gu immortal. He was famous in southern border. He was an important person. The battle continued. Both sides continued to use Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves. Immortal Yan Huang was at a disadvantage. He was suppressed by Wu Yu Bo. The latter's advantage was becoming more and more obvious. Victory was about to be decided. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. If he failed his duty, he would be punished when he returned to the clan. Yan Huang, go and die. It is your honor to die under my signature killer move. Wu Yu Bo's killing intent was intense. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He activated his immortal killer move. Rain poured down. Dark clouds covered the sky. Cold winds howled. The three gathered and formed a spherical cage that trapped immortal Yan Huang. Immortal Yan Huang was trapped inside. He could not escape. He was in a desperate situation. He was about to die. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on Xia Qing guarding against him. But Xia Qing had a smile on his face. He watched from the side. He had no intention of helping. Right at this time, immortal Yan Huang suddenly laughed loudly. The aura of countless Gu worms burst out from his body. A blazing light spread out from his body. At once, the spherical cage that trapped him was dissolved. How can this be? Wu Yu Bo was shocked. He was caught off guard. His signature killer move was broken. He was heavily injured. The lava under immortal Yan Huang's feet interweaved. It quickly turned into a battlefield. This was an immortal battlefield killer move. Wu Yu Bo's face was pale. He was trapped in the battlefield. The situation changed. Wu Yu Bo was in danger. The situation changed. Fang Yuan was about to make a move. But Xia Qing flew close and warned, "Wu Yi Hai, don't bring shame to Wu clan." Fang Yuan chuckled. How can an outsider like you care if my Wu clan is shamed or not? Saying so, he turned into a divination tortoise and charged towards the lava battlefield. Xia Qing praised Fang Yuan's decisiveness. He did not slow down. In that case, have a taste of my killer move mind scattering. Wisdom Path Immortal Killer Move. Xia Qing immediately used his signature killer move. It was a powerful method. Gu immortals hit by this move would have their minds in chaos. They would have all sorts of thoughts. Their battle strength would be greatly affected. They might even fall into chaos and be unable to extricate themselves. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He ignored it and charged towards the battlefield killer move. Fool! Xia Qing said coldly. At the next moment, his mind scattering hit Fang Yuan. But the result was that it dissipated while Fang Yuan was unscathed. Xia Qing's cold smile froze on his face. How can this be? This is divination tortoise? Xia Qingcang finally recognized the origin of Fang Yuan's transformation. He had a bitter expression. The divination tortoise was a wisdom path, ancient, desolate beast. It could defend against the deductions of wisdom path, Gu immortals. His wisdom path killer move was based on the concept of deductions, but it was countered by the divination tortoise. There was a deafening rumble. A hole was created in the battlefield killer move by Fang Yuan. The divination tortoise entered and saved Wu Yubo, who was in danger. Xia Qingcang was about to attack again when Fang Yuan spoke. Wu clan lost this battle. The battle ends here. Moon Bowl belongs to you. Hearing this, Xia Qingcang stopped attacking. Immortal Yan Huang wanted to attack again, but was stopped by Xia Qingcang. The former could only watch with hatred as his greatest enemy escaped safely. Why did you let him go? Immortal Yan Huang shouted angrily. Xia Qingcang looked at him coldly. We have already won Moon Bowl. We have achieved our goal. It is not time for you to kill Wu Yubo yet. Don't forget, you are already an external supreme elder of Xia clan. You need to consider our clan's benefits first. Xia clan had already gotten the upper hand this time. If they forced it, Wu clan would definitely retaliate. Chapter 1311. Wu clan's rank 7 Gu immortal Wu Yubo lost to immortal Yan Huang. This matter was intentionally spread by Xia clan. The whole of southern borders Gu immortal world soon learned of it. Everyone's hearts wavered. Wu Yubo is a rank 7 expert, Wu clan's famous battle strength. He actually lost to immortal Yan Huang. Immortal Yan Huang had high battle strength to begin with. Now that he obtained Xia clan's help, it is not impossible for him to defeat Wu Yubo. Wu Yubo is a prideful person. It is strange that he lost to a loser this time. Most importantly, immortal Yan Huang actually broke Wu Yubo's signature killer move. That is amazing. It was probably Xia clan's Xia Lu Pei who deduced it. Xia clan had a wisdom path Gu immortal. He was one of the top deduction experts in southern borders Gu immortal world. It was Xia Lu Pei. This time, Wu clan has lost too much face. Wu Yubo not only lost to immortal Yan Huang, he almost lost his life. If not for Wu Yihai breaking the battlefield killer move, Wu Yubo might have lost his life. That can't be. It's true. All sorts of Gu worms have already spread. They show the scene from back then. Wu clan actually lost Moon Bowl because of this. Hee, what a joke. If we trace back to the source, Moon Bowl was snatched by Wu clan. This time, it is the Wu clan who deserves it. Haha, with Wu Duxiu gone, Wu clan can no longer maintain their reputation as the #1 clan. Losing the Lunar Reverence Bowl wasn't considered a huge blow to the Wu clan, which had a huge business and a solid foundation. However, Fang Yuan took the initiative to break the battlefield killer move and save Wu Yubo. Wu clan fell into a passive situation. This was the difference between the righteous path and demonic path. Fang Yuan took action and saved Wu Yubo. He went against the rules of the competition. This competition was unfair. Wu clan lost face. And most importantly, there was evidence for this. They could not deny it. The one who helped immortal Yan Huang was Xia clan's wisdom path Gu immortal, Xia Qingcang. He did everything flawlessly. He had already used information path immortal Gu to record the entire scene. Since they were targeting the Wu clan, the Xia clan had naturally made ample preparations. Wu clan had to admit this. After Fang Yuan brought Wu Yubo back, Wu Yong ordered for Fang Yuan to be punished. Because he broke the promise and interfered in the battle, he was punished to face the wall and receive a number of Xian Yuan stones. Fang Yuan had saved Wu Yubo. He had done a great deed. To Wu clan, they had lost face, but they had saved a rank 7 Gu immortal. Comparing the two, the latter was naturally more important. Fang Yuan had contributed, but he was punished by Wu Yong instead. However, he didn't have any resentment in his heart. Instead, he pinched his nose and accepted the punishment. After returning to the Wu clan's headquarters, he hid in his residence on the mountain peak and didn't take a single step out. The Moon Bowl incident was still brewing, and its influence was still growing. Wu Yubo was a prideful person. After losing to immortal Yan Huang, he was furious and embarrassed. Not long after he returned, he announced that he would go into closed cultivation to fight again in the future and regain his face. Even though Wu clan lost Moon Bowl Valley, and Wu Yong also punished Fang Yuan for breaking the rules, Wu clan's reputation fell because of this. And most importantly, Xia clan's actions brought inspiration to the other super forces. Righteous path was different from demonic path. The righteous path had its own rules. Xia clan made full use of this rule. Even though Wu clan lost Moon Bowl, they had nothing to say. Xia clan was quite special in southern border and even in the 5 regions, because this super force mainly cultivated light path and wisdom path. Even though wisdom path Gu immortals were few in number, Xia clan had 4 to 5 wisdom path Gu immortals, and many of them were experts. Among the wisdom path Gu immortals in the whole of southern border, Xia clan was the #1 surname. They had a huge share. It was not strange that Wu clan was plotted against by Xia clan. The other forces saw Xia clan's success and became restless. They wanted to imitate them. When Wu Duxiu was alive, Wu clan was like the sun in the sky. They devoured other people's resources and expanded their territory. There were many incidents like Moon Bowl. There were also many enemies like immortal Yan Huang. This was something that the other forces could use to deal with Wu clan. All sorts of information came. Wu Yong felt something amiss. A storm was coming towards Wu clan. Sure enough, after the Moon Bowl incident, Luo clan attacked Wu clan. Their reason was very legitimate, similar to Xia clan's. Next, Qi clan and Chai clan tried to get their hands on Wu clan's inspiration Silkworm Cave and Spring Sun Mountain Range. Wu Yong stayed at the center and mobilized his troops, but Wu clan's territory was too big, they lacked manpower, they could only maintain an undefeatable situation. Wu clan was in trouble. Wu Yong was in a terrible predicament, but as Wu Yong's younger brother, Wu Yihai was living a comfortable life inside the sovereign immortal aperture. "Let me go, please let me go." Ah! Ma Hongyan's soul screamed in pain. But Fang Yuan ignored it. He continued to soul search. Ma Hongyan's soul could not bear such torture. It soon became extremely weak. Guts Gu. Fang Yuan used a gu worm and healed Ma Hongyan's soul. He continued to soul search. "You demon! Kill me! Kill me!" The intense pain directly affecting his soul was unbearable for Ma Hongyan. He kept on cursing, scolding, and crying for mercy. But Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear to him. After a while, he finally stopped. Ma Hongyan's soul had become extremely thin. It was like a lump of mist, on the verge of vanishing. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan crushed a guts gu, healing Ma Hongyan's soul. I finally obtained all the luck path true inheritance that Ma Hongyun had memorized. But Zhao Linyun is not dead. This Ma Hongyan's soul can still be captured and imprisoned. He. After Fang Yuan killed Ma Hongyun in Reverse Flow River, he obtained his soul. These last days, he had been soul searching Ma Hongyun. After confirming that he had thoroughly searched Ma Hongyun, he no longer had any secrets to hide from him. Fang Yuan thus obtained a portion of all living beings' luck true inheritance. Self-luck, all living being luck, heaven and earth luck. These were the 3 true inheritances of Giant Sun Immortal. Self luck true inheritance was in Lang Ye Blessed Land. All living beings' luck true inheritance was in 88-point Jinyang Tower. Heaven and earth luck true inheritance was in Longevity Heaven. Following the destruction of Imperial Court, Blessed Land, and 88-point Jinyang Tower, the all living beings' luck true inheritance was destroyed as well. But back then, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun had obtained the protection of all living beings' luck true inheritance. They each obtained a portion of the true inheritance's contents. Along the way, after Fang Yuan's soul search succeeded, this portion of all living beings' luck true inheritance ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. Thankfully, old ancestor Shui, who wanted to refine fortune, rivaling heaven immortal Gu, he wanted a healthy Ma Hongyan, so he did not do anything to his soul. When Ma Hongyan left imperial court blessed land, he was captured by shadow sect's Qin Baisheng. The contents of the all living beings, luck true inheritance, that he knew should also be known by shadow sect. Fang Yuan analyzed in this portion of the true inheritance, the most valuable part was the recipe of fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Ma Hong Yun happened to remember this portion of the true inheritance. This was the most important part of all living beings, luck true inheritance. But it was not strange. Precisely because Ma Hong Yun knew this immortal Gu recipe after old ancestor Shui who bought him, he also learned about this immortal Gu recipe. Thus old ancestor Shui who had the thought of refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. According to the contents of this immortal Gu recipe, even if he used all his wealth, he would not be able to gather even a tenth of the immortal Gu recipe. Unless there was a living Gu material like Ma Hongyan, who could save many precious Gu refinement materials, Fang Yuan could barely see a trace of hope. How could Fang Yuan dare to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu? This was a rank 8 immortal Gu. What would happen if he rashly refined a rank 8 immortal Gu? Old ancestor Shui, whose outcome was clear. This rank 8 Gu immortal with the strongest battle strength in northern plains was definitely not having a good time now. Not only did he fail to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, he even lost reverse flow river and snowy mountain blessed land. Even his beloved wife lady Wan Shou was injured. Even though I have a lot of assets now, and the sovereign immortal apertures foundation is deep enough to compare to ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals, but I have little immortal yuan stone and red date immortal essence. Most importantly, I have little surplus resources. This time, Fang Yuan chased after Ing Wuxia and the rest, from southern border to eastern sea, and then to northern plains. He expended a lot of immortal essence. Not to mention comprehending immortal killer moves in reverse flow river. Reverse flow protection seal was the one that consumed the most immortal essence among all the immortal killer moves. The sovereign immortal aperture originally had a lot of production, but because time was delayed and calamities and tribulations were delayed, the efficiency of resource production was greatly reduced. Even though I am still making profits, the expenditure is not small, especially in the aspect of feeding immortal Gu. Wisdom sword immortal Gu and attitude immortal Gu are not resolved yet. I still need to invest in them. Fang Yuan had to solve the feeding problem and also store up immortal essence in case of emergencies. This caused his current situation to be quite awkward. Not long ago, because he broke the rules and saved Wu Bo, he was fined an immortal yuan stone. It was like adding fuel to the fire. Delaying time caused the immortal aperture's time path resources to fall sharply. In this case, I can only expand production and win through quantity. However, I need to think carefully about what kind of resources to expand production. Some resources are already saturated in the market. If I expand production, I will only be shooting myself in the foot. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking about these problems, Wu Bo's will flew to his residence with an immortal Gu. I will never forget the debt of saving my life. I will give this rank 6 Vajra, thought immortal Gu, to Lord Wu Yi Hai as a token of my gratitude. Wu Bo's will had actually given an immortal Gu to Fang Yuan. Vajra thought immortal Gu. Evidently, this was a wisdom path immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had also benefited from the incident of Moon Bowl. He obtained an immortal Gu. Even though it was rank 6, immortal Gu were unique and priceless. Chapter 1312. This Vajra thought immortal goo was the size of a fist. It looked like glass, translucent and shining with golden light. It had a great appearance. Fang Yuan held it in his hands. It felt heavy, like he was holding a lump of solid gold. The exchange was smooth. The process was short. After Fang Yuan refined this Vajra thought immortal goo, Wu Yu Bozil said goodbye to Fang Yuan and flew away. He obtained a rank 6 immortal goo, just like that. But Fang Yuan was not surprised. He had made a contribution to Wu clan. Fang Yuan saved Wu Yu Bo. It was a huge contribution to Wu clan. Even though he violated the rules and lost Wu clan's face, he saved a precious rank 7 battle strength expert for Wu clan. Evidently, his contribution was greater than his mistake. Even though Wu Yong punished Fang Yuan understood it well. This was the righteous path. They had to be presentable in public. Wu clan had to reward Fang Yuan, but Wu Yong could not show up. If Wu Yong showed up, the political significance would be completely different. Once he was found out, he would be attacked and criticized by others. Thus, Wu Yu Bozil showed up. This Vajra thought immortal goo was Wu Yu Bo's personal gratitude to Fang Yuan. It was actually Wu clan's expenditure. But there was a need for this. This was the righteous path's way of doing things. I got another immortal goo. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Maybe ordinary goo immortals would be overjoyed, but to Fang Yuan it was different. There were too many immortal goo. The burden was too heavy. However, Vajra thought immortal goo is a wisdom path immortal goo. It came at the right time. It can make up for some of my shortcomings. Fang Yuan did not lack wisdom path attainment level. He only lacked wisdom path immortal goo. In the past, he only had attitude goo and unravel mystery goo, but now he had affection goo and Vajra thought goo. For wisdom path immortal goo, this was enough. With Fang Yuan's wisdom path Grandmaster attainment level, he would be able to do much. Fang Yuan injected red date immortal essence and tried to activate Vajra thought immortal goo. Immediately, golden thoughts appeared in his mind. These thoughts were small and exquisite, flashing with a metallic luster, giving off a sturdy and solid feeling. As the thoughts collided, there seemed to be clanging sounds. Fang Yuan tried to use these newly generated Vajra thoughts to perform mental calculations. He quickly discovered that these Vajra thoughts were not good at thinking. It was very difficult for thoughts to fuse, and they would often collide with each other and shatter. Fang Yuan thought to himself, as expected. He wasn't surprised at all. Vajra thought immortal goo itself was not used for thinking. Its strength was in fighting. Fang Yuan mobilized these Vajra thoughts from his mind. These thoughts were originally small and exquisite, but once they left his mind and came to the outside world, they expanded and formed golden balls the size of a fist. Their surfaces flickered with a glass-like luster. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cattail hassock. Hundreds of Vajra psyche beads floated around him. For a moment, golden light shone brilliantly. As soon as he thought of this, one of the Vajra psyche beads flew out. Shwa! It was extremely fast. Thoughts were very fast to begin with, especially in the mind. They were faster than light. When the Vajra psyche beads were sent to the outside world, they were not as fast as in the mind, but they were still very fast. This speed is almost 50% of sword escape immortal goos. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. He was very satisfied with this speed. Sword escape immortal goo was a rank 7 immortal goo with the best speed. Vajra thought immortal goo was only rank 6, but its Vajra thoughts had half the speed of sword escape immortal goo. Of course, for an immortal goo like Vajra thought, even if it was raised to rank 7 or 8, the Vajra thoughts produced would not have a qualitative change, but a quantitative change. Theoretically speaking, the Vajra thought produced by immortal goo was no different from the Vajra thought produced by immortal goo. The difference was in quantity. Rank 5 mortal goo Vajra thought could produce 100 Vajra thoughts at once, but immortal goo Vajra thought could produce thousands or even tens of thousands of thoughts in an instant. Then how powerful was one Vajra thought? Fang Yuan aimed at a floor tile and shot out his Vajra thought. With a soft sound, the Vajra thought drew a dazzling golden light in the air. It pierced through the floor tile and went deep into the ground. Fang Yuan nodded. The power was not bad. The hall he was in was a mortal Gu house. Its defense was nothing in the eyes of Gu immortals. But it was not made of paper. Vajra thought's power made Fang Yuan think of the bullets on Earth. However, it was much bigger than a bullet. Activating Vajra thought immortal Gu once can produce thousands of Vajra thoughts. If so many thoughts are shot out at once, it would be a grand sight. Wait a moment. A flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He thought of two Gu immortals. One was Dongfang Naganori, the other was Yi Lui Kunxing. The former had an immortal killer move called Hataru. The latter also had an immortal killer move that used stardust as the main body. The more he fought, the stronger he would become. I have Vajra thought immortal Gu now. Why don't I imitate Hataru and create an immortal killer move? Fang Yuan had a thought. His wisdom path, Grandmaster attainment, told him that this should not be difficult. Thus, Fang Yuan stopped activating Vajra thought immortal Gu. He calmed down and started to deduce this immortal killer move. The main thing was to imitate Hataru, using Vajra thought immortal Gu as the core. Sure enough, it went smoothly. The difficulty was low, just like Fang Yuan's intuition. Less than an hour later, this immortal killer move was already in its embryonic form. For a day and a night, Fang Yuan did not rest. He transformed into a divination tortoise and deduced, obtaining the complete immortal killer move. Fang Yuan did not name this new immortal killer move because he had a new inspiration. This immortal killer move only uses rank 6 Vajra thought immortal Gu as the core. It does not have much power. Maybe I can combine it with divination, tortoise transformation, and modify this immortal killer move, increasing its power. Fang Yuan felt that this modification was not simple. Even though he had Grandmaster Wisdom Path and Transformation Path attainment, combining the two was not something that could be done in one go. The speed of modification was extremely slow, but Fang Yuan was not in a hurry. Right now, the external environment was still peaceful. Even though Shadow Sect had not been exterminated, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven were after him. But with the help of Dream Realms, Fang Yuan believed that his foundation would rise rapidly. Undeniably, with Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he was much more confident. 3 days later, there was not much progress in modifying the killer move. It was less than 30% complete. Wu Yong called someone over. He wanted to meet Wu Yihai. In the hall, after the two brothers chatted for a while, Wu Yong told Fang Yuan, if he was not satisfied with Vajra thought immortal Gu, he could choose any rank 6 immortal Gu from the clan's treasury and exchange them. It turned out that after Fang Yuan accepted Vajra thought immortal Gu, Wu Yong did not make a move. He thought that Wu Yihai was a lone cultivator and did not understand the righteous path. He might have thought that this was Wu Yubo's token of gratitude. That would not do. Wu Yong called for Fang Yuan and reminded him that he could obtain Vajra thought immortal Gu because of this elder brother of his. At the same time, he used the excuse of exchanging Gu to express his goodwill towards Wu Yihai. But he did not know that Fang Yuan already knew this. He was just pretending to be ignorant. It seems that Wu clan has been in a difficult situation recently. Their Gu immortals are lacking in strength. Wu Yong wants to make use of my strength. Fang Yuan immediately realized Wu Yong's intention. Fang Yuan naturally did not want to interfere in Wu clan's matters. But recently, many super forces had tacitly allied together to make trouble for Wu clan. Facing the storm, Wu Yong was somewhat tired from dealing with them. The giant dream realm was the same. Ba clan led some Gu immortals and made things difficult for Wu clan. Originally, Wu Yong wanted to swap Fang Yuan over there. But with Ba clan's actions, the Super Gu formation was facing huge pressure as well. To be safe, Wu Yong did not dare to change people at the last moment, causing Fang Yuan to be unable to move into the super Gu formation. Thank you for your concern, elder brother. I also want to go to the treasury to gain some experience. Even though Fang Yuan had designed an immortal killer move for Vajra thought immortal Gu, he did not want to exchange it, but it was good to take a look at the immortal Gu in the treasury. Last time, he chose immortal Gu from the clan's treasury. It was just the outer treasury. The immortal Gu in the inner treasury were naturally of higher quality and value. Wu clan was the #1 force in southern border. Fang Yuan was looking forward to seeing what they had in the treasury. Chapter 1313. Among them, there was an immortal Gu named Rain. It was a rare information path, rank 7 immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was quite moved. After all, he was weak in the information path aspect. It restricted his development to a large extent. Name Rain Immortal Gu also had a special effect. After activating it, it could turn into a rain that could bind any desolate beast, desolate plant, or even ancient desolate beast or desolate plant. That's right, even though it was an information path immortal Gu, it had an enslavement path effect. It was very special and mystical. What moved Fang Yuan the most was that this name Rain Immortal Gu's power varied according to the Gu Immortal's reputation. This was very suitable for Fang Yuan, be it Fang Yuan's real name or Lu Guan, Yi's fake identity. They were both famous across the 5 regions and spread far and wide. Who was the most famous during this period of time? Other than Fang Yuan, who else could it be? But my information path attainment level is very ordinary. Even if I exchange for this name, Rain Immortal Gu, what use would it be? Enslaving ancient, desolate beasts and desolate plants is not very useful to me, unless I enslave immemorial desolate beasts. But with just a rank 7 name, Rain Immortal Gu, it is impossible to enslave an immemorial, desolate beast. The only possibility is to use it as the core to create an immortal killer move. If that is the case, it will be even more far-fetched. After all, my enslavement path and information path attainment levels are not at Grandmaster. As for immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants, Grandmaster attainment level is not enough. Fang Yuan thought about it. He did not exchange for it. He kept Vajra thought immortal Gu. This choice surprised Wu Yong. I made some gains after returning to Eastern Sea. From now on, divination tortoise transformation will reflect wisdom path. It will be my main cultivation path. Fang Yuan explained. This was also a foreshadowing for him to continue using divination, tortoise transformation in the future. Wu Yong nodded. I called brother here. Other than this, I have another task. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. Please speak, brother. Wu Yong smiled bitterly. My tribe's Frosty Peak is being targeted by Xia clan. There were some historical reasons here. They were all in this information path, Mortal Gu. I hope that brother can protect the Frosty Peak for our clan. I am willing to resolve brother's problems. Fang Yuan agreed and received this information path, Mortal Gu, inspecting it carefully. Fang Yuan's attitude made Wu Yong very satisfied. Fang Yuan looked through the information path, Gu Worm's contents, and immediately understood this matter. So after Immortal Yan Huang defeated Wu Yu Bo, Xia clan obtained Moon Bowl Valley and became the biggest beneficiary. Following this, some superpowers also sought trouble with the Wu family. After the Xia clan tasted the sweetness and saw that the situation was like this, they wanted to continue to make a move and scheme against the Wu clan to obtain benefits for their own clan. This time they targeted the Frosty Peak. Frosty Peak was not Wu clan's property. It belonged to a lone cultivator Gu Immortal. A long time ago, this itinerant immortal had sought help from the Wu clan. The Wu clan had taken a fancy to his territory, but the itinerant immortal wasn't willing to give it up. After a difficult negotiation, the itinerant immortal lent this place to Wu clan for hundreds of years. 100 years later, this itinerant immortal died from his tribulation. This frosty peak became Wu clan's property. It was produced in large amounts every year. The reason why Xia clan could cause trouble was because they found this itinerant immortal's descendant. The itinerant immortal's descendant wanted Wu clan to return Frosty Peak. This was completely reasonable. There was also evidence of this. The Xia clan was supporting them from behind, waving flags and shouting war cries. Their intentions were clear. They were plotting against the Moon Peak. The itinerant immortal's descendant is a Gu master. He actually dares to challenge Wu clan. Xia clan has many wisdom path Gu immortals. They are indeed good at scheming. But this time, I have to protect Frosty Peak. This is a good chance for me to display my strength. The reason why Wu Yong is not willing to send me to the Super Gu formation is because he is worried that I am not strong enough to suppress the situation there. Fang Yuan accepted the mission but was not in a hurry to leave. He thought to himself, even though he was strong, he had many methods that could not be exposed. Divination, tortoise transformation, was good for defense, but lacking in offense. Thankfully, he had Vajra Thought Immortal Gu. He needed to modify that immortal killer move first. Thus, for the next 10 days or so, Fang Yuan stayed in his mountain, deducing and modifying the immortal killer move. This half a month was not peaceful. Xia clan saw that Wu clan did not make a move. They urged and spread the news. Wu clan was facing huge pressure. Wu Yong also came to urge Fang Yuan, but was stopped by Fang Yuan. No rush. If I do not show up, Xia clan cannot openly annex Frosty Peak. Xia clan is clamoring everywhere. It's nothing. No matter how much he changes, I will remain unmoved. Be steady. This is the principle of life that I comprehended when I was a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea. Be slow. Slow work produces fine results. Fang Yuan gave a lot of reasons. He rejected them clearly. Eventually, even Wu Yong became anxious. Wu Yihai did not have much pressure, but as the leader of Wu clan, his pressure was increasing day by day. The clan's matters are my matters. Since you've entrusted this matter to me, I will definitely do it well. I won't disappoint the trust and expectations that you have placed on me. Fang Yuan was still stubborn. Wu Yong could do nothing about this. He had no Gu immortals to send. Only when Fang Yuan completely modified the immortal killer move and tested it a few times, after he was sure of success, did he set off for Frosty Peak. Wu Yong let out a sigh of relief. Xia clan had been paying close attention to Wu clan. The moment Fang Yuan left, they received news. On Frosty Peak, Wu clan sent Wu Yihai this time. Rank 6 Wisdom Path, Gu Immortal Xia the most said. This Frosty Peak is comparable to Moon Bowl. Wu clan did not send Wu Yubo or Wu Zhen. This is a stupid move. Rank 7 Gu Immortal Xia, Fei. Kuai could not believe it. Xia Fu, Mo pondered. Wu clan has no one to send. Wu Yubo is a prideful person. He lost to Immortal Yan Huang. Unless he can kill Immortal Yan Huang and avenge himself, he will not leave. As for Wu Zhen, he is guarding Phoenix Peak. How can he leave so easily? During this period of time, all sorts of phoenix birds go to Phoenix Peak to breed and lay eggs. Haha. Wu Yong had no choice but to send Wu Yihai. What is his battle strength? Xia Fei Kuai asked. Xia Zhuemo thought about it before replying. His battle strength is unknown. He had been cultivating in Eastern Sea before this. There is little information. But he was able to escape and return to Wu clan. He has the strength to protect himself. The most recent time he saved Wu Yubo. He used divination, tortoise transformation. It was a lucky hit. Lord Xia Qing Tsang's scattered will killer move failed. Saying so, he smiled bitterly. Divination tortoises are naturally resistant to wisdom path methods. Against him, I might not be able to do much. I will have to rely on you, Lord. Xia Zhuemo was rank 6 wisdom path, while Xia Fei Kuai was rank 7 light path. The latter laughed heartily. This Wu Yihai took so long to move. It shows that he does not have much confidence. Don't worry, I will suppress this person this time and occupy Frosty Peak. We will expand our territory and gain merit for Xia clan. Chapter 13-14. The sky was gloomy, it was drizzling. Fang Yuan was flying in the sky. He was surrounded by clouds and mist. I'm here. He willed as he descended. The clouds and mist faded away, revealing a vast land. Southern border had many mountains. The land below Fang Yuan was also covered in mountains. They were lush and green. In this deep green sea, Frosty Peak was unique. It was pure white and stood out from the rest. It was a stark contrast to the surroundings. At the peak of Frosty Peak, there was a mortal Gu house. At the entrance of the Gu house, Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals, Xia Fei Kuai and Xia Zhuemo, had already sensed Fang Yuan's traces. Fang Yuan was here to negotiate. He naturally would not conceal himself. It was normal for Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals to find him immediately. He is finally here. This Wu Yihai is really something. A journey that should have taken 2 to 3 days has taken him half a month. Xia Fei Kuai frowned. It's good that he is here. Let's welcome him. Xia Zhuemo smiled. The 2 sides met in the air. Both sides had smiles on their faces. They had elegant demeanors. After all, they were representing 2 super forces. Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals assessed Wu Yihai, thinking, he really looks like Wu Duxiu. Fang Yuan was also assessing these 2 Gu immortals. Xia Fei Kuai was rank 7. He was evidently the leader of Xia clan's side. According to Wu clan's information, Xia Fei Kuai was like his name. He was impatient, decisive, and had strong battle strength. Xia Zhuemo was a wisdom path Gu immortal. He had many thoughts and liked to think. Xia Zhuemo's nature was related to his childhood experiences. Whenever he encountered an important matter, he would subconsciously think about opportunities and think about them repeatedly. Meanwhile, Xia Fei Kuai's nature was the after effect of cultivating a certain immortal killer move. This was the first time the 2 sides were meeting. As they conversed, Xia clan's Gu immortals led Fang Yuan to the peak of Frosty Peak. Please come in. Please have some tea. These 2 Gu immortals acted like they were the masters. They seemed to be announcing the ownership of Frosty Peak. The battle had already begun, but Fang Yuan did not react. It was like he did not sense anything. He smiled as he sat down, sipping his tea. The tea is not bad, he praised after taking a sip. Xia Zhuemo smiled. This is my Xia clan's 4 seasons tea, personally made by my clan's grand elder. When he took a sip, there were 4 different tastes, making him feel as if he had arrived at the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. That's why we call it 4 seasons tea. Xia clan's first supreme elder was a time path great expert. The 4 seasons tea she refined showed her deep attainments in time path. Xia clan's Gu immortals used this tea to establish their might. But after Fang Yuan drank it, he smiled brightly. What a great tea! I wonder if the 2 immortal friends from the Xia clan have any left over? I'll be thick-skinned and ask for a few portions. How about that? Fang Yuan said with a smile. The 2 Xia clan Gu immortals looked at each other. Xia Zhuemo thought, this Wu Yihai really knows how to speak. But even though they were enemies this time, the righteous path's demeanor was still important. Furthermore, the political situation was ever-changing. Today, everyone was making things difficult for the Wu clan, and it was possible that the Xia clan would cooperate with the Wu clan after tomorrow. Fang Yuan made up his mind and was about to speak when Xia Fei Kuai replied, Sai, this is nothing. We have a lot of 4 seasons tea. Since Wu Yihai wants it, take it. Saying so, he gave out more than 10 portions of 4 seasons tea. Then I shall accept it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, receiving the tea leaves. Xia Fei Kuai continued, let's talk about Frosty Peak. Fang Yuan slowly raised his cup and took a sip before putting it down, saying, "Xia Fei Kuai, please speak." Xia Fei Kuai immediately spoke, his mouth opening and closing nonstop. "It's a long story. Since everyone knows the reason, I will go straight to the point. Little Zhang, come out." The moment he said that, the door of the gu house opened and a rank 5 gu master walked out. Zhang Sanfeng's descendant, Zhang Kaizue, greets the three immortals. This gu master had white hair. He greeted the three gu immortals in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "This little Zhang's bloodline is authentic. There's no doubt about it. Come, Wui Hai, please verify it." Xia Fei Kuai left his seat and walked to Zhang Kaizue, grabbing his arm and bringing him in front of Fang Yuan, showing an impatient expression. Zhang Sanfeng was that lone cultivator gu immortal from back then, the owner of Frosty Peak. Of course, Zhang Sanfeng was not his real name, it was a title, because he had 3 mystical peaks. Frosty Peak was one of them. As for his real name, it could not be verified, because ever since he started cultivating, he had never revealed his full name, only saying that his surname was Zhang. Thus, people called him Zhang Sanfeng. Even his bloodline descendants did not know his full name and surname. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. Wu clan's intelligence was quite comprehensive. But now he waved his hand and pretended to be confused. "Wait, who is this gu master?" Xia Fei Kuai was stunned. Zhang Kaizue was about to speak when Xia Fei Kuai spoke. "Zhang Kaizue, we all heard him introducing himself." "I know it is Zhang Kaizue." Fang Yuan nodded. Next, he paused and drank a mouthful of tea, continuing, "But what does this mortal gu master have to do with Frosty Peak?" "It is like this, his ancestor Zhang Sanfeng once." Xia Fei Kuai immediately answered, "Wait." Fang Yuan waved his hand. "Who is Zhang Sanfeng?" Xia Fei Kuai was stunned again. "Wui Hai, after all this time, you still don't know who Zhang Sanfeng is?" Fang Yuan smiled embarrassedly. "The clan asked me to negotiate and protect Frosty Peak, but I came in a hurry. I did not know the reason. Please don't take offense." Xia Fei Kuai thought, "You came in a hurry, taking half a month to get here. This is called being in a hurry?" Even though he thought so, he still spoke politely. "Then I will tell you the reason." "I am all ears." Xia Fei Kuai's lips moved quickly again, almost leaving after images, as he spoke at an extremely fast speed, explaining the entire history. Fang Yuan drank a mouthful of tea and nodded. "Xia Fei Kuai, do you know the truth now?" Fang Yuan put down his cup and stood up from his seat, greeting Xia Fei Kuai. Xia Fei Kuai did not understand why Fang Yuan was greeting him. He felt it was strange. But as a righteous path member, he had to maintain his composure. No matter what, he returned the greeting. Next, he saw Fang Yuan smile embarrassedly. Fang Yuan said, "Thank you for explaining, but you spoke too quickly. I only heard the gist of it. I did not hear the rest. Please repeat yourself, fellow immortal." "Repeat yourself?" Xia Zhuomo, who was at the side, frowned. Xia Fei Kuai sighed, but did not repeat himself. He said, "Wui Hai, what part of it did not sound good? Let me explain." Chapter 13:15. Fang Yuan acted as if he didn't notice, smiling as he said, "First of all, I didn't hear the first sentence clearly." Xia Fei Kuai repeated it again. Fang Yuan nodded. "Then the second sentence." Xia Fei Kuai raised his eyebrows. Fang Yuan continued, "I didn't hear it clearly either." Xia Fei Kuai repeated it again, his tone very unhappy. "Is there anything else that you didn't hear clearly?" "The third sentence." Fang Yuan said. Xia Fei Kuai's eyes instantly widened. He directly said, "Forgive me for being blunt, but you didn't hear the third sentence clearly? Are you trying to make fun of me?" "You've really misunderstood." Fang Yuan hurriedly waved his hand. "The third sentence, I did hear it clearly. Xia Zhuomo's expression darkened. Xia Fei Kuai raised his eyebrows high, his eyes widened, his face showing anger. Then what else do you have to say, Celestial? Fang Yuan said again, Really, the fourth sentence. Xia Fei Kuai waved his hand. Then I'll say it again. Listen carefully, listen clearly. So he really repeated it. This time he spoke very slowly, word by word, very clearly. Fang Yuan stood up and bowed to Xia Fei Kuai. Xia Fei Kuai was confused. He had a bad feeling, so he hurriedly bowed back. His tone softened. Celestial friend should be clear about this, right? Clear, clear. I'll have to trouble Celestial friend to repeat it. I can't be clearer. Oh, so it's like this. Fang Yuan patted his forehead, then sat down again. So, it's a reasonable request for your side to return Moon Peak. My Xia clan also came to uphold justice. This Zhang Kaizui is the bloodline descendant of Zhang Sanfeng. Without a doubt, please verify it. Xia Fei Kuai made another request. But Fang Yuan only glanced at Zhang Kaizui, smiling as he waved his hand. No hurry, no hurry. Is there something that Celestial friend doesn't understand? Xia Fei Kuai's expression darkened, his tone unfriendly. I've troubled fellow immortal to explain so much. But is the actual situation like this? I'm not sure yet, Fang Yuan said. Xia Fei was so angry that he almost laughed. Everything I said is true. Fellow immortal, feel free to verify it. Haha. Fang Yuan also smiled and clapped his hands. Fellow immortal, you are a straightforward person. Then I will first seek confirmation from my clan. Saying so, he closed his eyes. His consciousness seemed to sink into his immortal aperture, using information path methods. The other three waited for a long time, but Fang Yuan did not open his eyes. Xia Fei Kuai could not help but urge, Immortal friend Wu Yihai, have you verified it yet? Fang Yuan opened his eyes and smiled embarrassedly. My elder brother is very busy and doesn't have time. Let's wait for a while. Regarding a rank 8 Gu immortal, Xia Fei Kuai could not say anything. Xia Zhuo interrupted. Lord Wu Yong has been very busy recently. He has no choice but to be busy. Wu Yihai, you can seek confirmation from other Wu clan Gu immortals. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, giving Xia Zhuo a thumbs up. As expected of a wisdom path Gu immortal, good idea. This praise made Xia Zhuomo's expression freeze. Next, Fang Yuan said, but I am not familiar with other Gu immortals. Does fellow immortal have any recommendations? Recommend your sister. Xia Fei Kuai, who was at the side, heard this and was instantly enraged as he blurted out, My sister? I only have an elder brother, but no younger sister. You must have remembered wrongly, right? Fang Yuan smiled with squinted eyes. Xia Fei Kuai was speechless. He and Xia Zhuomo looked at each other. They communicated secretly. They could tell that Fang Yuan was joking. To think that Wu clan sent such a person here. This is simply shameful. Xia Fei Kuai was filled with anger. He wanted to discuss things properly, but Fang Yuan did not. But because of his righteous path status, Xia Fei Kuai could not do anything out of line. Now that he looked at Fang Yuan's smiling face, he really wanted to punch him and beat Fang Yuan up. Don't be anxious. Don't be angry. Once you are angry, you will fall into his trap. It seems that this person is an experienced negotiator. He is purposely provoking us and making us expose our flaws. Xia Zhuo quickly persuaded. Xia Fei Kuai could only huff and puff a few times. Fang Yuan spoke, looking at Xia Fei Kuai with a serious expression. Do I really have a sister? Immortal friend Xia, please tell me. Xia Fei Kuai. He took a few deep breaths, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down before he said, It was a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan nodded, saying in concern, I see that your mouth is dry and your chest is heaving up and down. It seems to be a sign of internal heat. Please drink some tea. It will help to lower your internal heat. Speaking of which, this Four Seasons tea is really good. Please drink some more. Xiaozhuemo, Xia Fei Kuai shouted. What are you drinking? We are talking about proper matters. Fang Yuan had a serious expression. Immortal friend's words are biased. What is proper matters? It concerns the health of the body and mind, isn't it proper matters? The so-called frosty peak is just an external object, a resource. Immortal friend, you cannot get angry because of this external object. You will hurt yourself. His earnest and well-intentioned words of consolation were like adding oil to the fire. Xia Fei Kuai fiercely slammed his palm on the table. Wui hai! He shouted angrily. Don't think that you can bluff your way out of this and keep Frosty Peak in your Wu clan. Humph! Fang Yuan's expression changed. He said with sincerity, Immortal friend Xia Fei Kuai, what are you saying? You are really wronging me. The ownership of Frosty Peak, we have to follow the rules. This belongs to Zhang Sanfeng's wandering immortal. If this Zhang Kaizue is his descendant, it naturally has to be returned. I am representing Wu clan this time. I will handle this impartially. I will not be corrupt and break the rules of the righteous path for personal gains. You are an understanding person. Xiaozhuemo smiled reluctantly. His words were filled with deep meaning. Xia Fei Kuai frowned. He stopped shouting and said, That's why, quickly verify that Zhang Kaizue is Zhang Sanfeng's descendant. He is the real deal. No hurry, no hurry. Fang Yuan smiled as he started to drink his tea. Let me verify it from the clan first. It is not that I do not trust you, but I have a huge responsibility. I do not dare to make a rash decision. Then, quickly verify it. Xia Fei Kuai shouted. Brother Wu Yong, there is no reply yet. Fang Yuan said with difficulty. Then someone else. Xia Fei Kuai shouted. Fang Yuan slapped his thigh. That's right. But I have just arrived. I am not familiar with the other Gu immortals in the clan. I do not know who to verify it with. Earlier, I asked you to recommend someone, but you refused to do so. I am also in a difficult position. Once he said this, the two Xia clan Gu immortals were dumbfounded. They looked at each other. After all this time and all sorts of excuses, it turned out to be our Xia clan's problem instead. On the other side, the rank 5 Gu master Zhang Kaizue looked at Fang Yuan with wide-opened eyes. This was the demeanor of a Gu immortal? He was simply shameless to the extreme. Zhang Kaizue had a feeling of amazement. His good impression of Gu immortals was completely shattered. All right, I can see it now. This person is clearly stalling for time. Xiaozhuemo transmitted. Why is he stalling for time? Xia Fei Kuai asked. Evidently, Wu clan is not in the right. They are in a passive situation. Wui Hai is pestering them endlessly, stalling for time. When Wu clan gets over this crisis and comes to deal with us, we will be in trouble. Let alone anything else. After the phoenixes reproduce, Wu Zhen will have time to come here to negotiate. If he comes, the situation will be different. Xiaozhuemo analyzed. You are right. But what should we do? Wu Yihai is clearly stalling for time, but he is speaking in a righteous manner. We cannot find any reason to do so. If he wants to stall for time, he has many reasons. For example, he needs time to verify it, and after that, there is also a process to verify his identity. What happens after he verifies Zhang Kaizue's identity? Would he bring up whether or not he was Zhang Sanfeng's only descendant? Xia Fei quickly realized the severity of the problem. There's really no end to these questions. Xia Fei quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. I have a plan. Xiaozhuemo said. What plan? Xia Fei quite quickly asked him. Chapter 1316. Spar. The word sounded grand, but it was just a small disagreement, and they would fight. But this fight was different from demonic path battles. Demonic path battles were life and death battles. Righteous path Gu immortals often had huge businesses and clans. Why would they fight to the death for no reason? It was enough to decide who was superior. This was also because Fang Yuan was purposely stalling. He did not want the matter of Frosty Peak to be decided. Thus, Xia Clan's two Gu immortals decided to use their fists to resolve the situation. Actually, even on Earth, if negotiations failed, powerful countries would send their armies over. The essence was the same. Xia Fei Kuai's words were quite interesting. He represented Xia Clan and made Wu Yihai the glory of Wu Clan. He was saying that this spar was not just a fight between the two of them, it was also a fight between Xia Clan and Wu Clan. One sentence forced Fang Yuan into a dead end. If Fang Yuan avoided the battle, it would damage Wu Clan's reputation in the righteous path. He would be looked down upon. What Xia Clan's two Gu immortals did not know was that Fang Yuan was not Wu Yihai. He did not care about Wu Clan's reputation. But then again, he was currently acting as Wu Yihai. He wanted to sneak into the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan could not reject this challenge. He was silent for a while before saying, "If it is a spar, with both of you working together against me, I will definitely lose in numbers." Xia Fei Kuai's expression changed. He could not say that. Actually, he was the one who suggested the spar. He was already in a passive position. If he lost this spar, he would be asking to be humiliated. If both Xia Clan Gu immortals fought and won, they would be bullying him with numbers, they would lose face, and it would not be good to spread the news. Actually, Xia Fei Kuai had never thought of working together with Xia Zhuomo. He said, "I will fight alone, Wu Yihai, you don't have to worry." Fang Yuan's expression was very forced as he said, "Since your side wants to spar so urgently, it would not be good if I don't agree. But since it is a spar, there has to be a time limit. We can't fight until the end of the day, right? What rules do you have?" Xia Fei Kuai asked. Sparring naturally had rules. It was different from a life and death battle. Fang Yuan said, "You attack and I defend. As long as you can break my defense within 10 moves, I lose." Xia Fei Kuai's eyelids twitched. He said solemnly, "Okay." Xia Zhuomo frowned. He felt something was amiss. But since Xia Fei Kuai agreed, there was no harm. He had confidence in Xia Zhuo and Gu. Naturally, the Frosty Peak was not a place for the two sides to fight. It would not be good if it was damaged. Both parties flew out and chose a desolate valley. Fang Yuan and Xia Fei Kuai stood facing each other. "Let's begin." Xia Fei Kuai could not wait. He wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson. Among the rank 7 Gu immortals of southern border, he was a famous expert. In Wu Clan, Wu Yong was a rank 8 Gu immortal, Wu Clan's strongest rank 7 Gu immortal. Wu Yubo was only slightly stronger than him. Immortal Yan Huang defeated Wu Yubo. Xia Xia played it beautifully. In a real fight, Immortal Yan Huang was not Wu Yubo's match. But Xia Clan broke Wu Yubo's signature killer move. Wu Yubo was targeted. His immortal killer move was forced back. He suffered a huge backlash. Immortal Yan Huang won. "Wait." Fang Yuan waved his hand. Xia Fei Kuai was about to attack, but Fang Yuan stopped him. He felt uncomfortable. He shouted, "Wu Yihai, what do you want?" "I almost forgot. Since it is a spar, we can't just spar like this, right?" Fang Yuan smiled. Xia Fei Kuai thought, "How can it be so casual? Teaching you a lesson is the most important part of this battle." He thought, but he could not say it out loud. Gu immortals had all sorts of methods to record the current situation. Like earlier, when Immortal Yan Huang challenged Wu Yubo, it was recorded by Xia Clan Xia Qingsang. It was widely spread in southern borders Gu immortal world. Xia Fei Kuai controlled his anger. "What do you want?" "It's very simple. If fellow immortal loses, this Frosty Peak will belong to us. If I win by luck, then the matter of Frosty Peak will remain the same." Fang Yuan said, "How can that be?" Xia Zhuomo, who was watching from afar, was anxious. He finally shouted before Xia Fei Kuai could. This time, Xia clan was in control of Zhang Sanfeng's bloodline descendants. They had a huge advantage. Wu clan was in a passive position. If they agreed to this, they would lose their advantage. It was not a wise move. Xia Fei Kuai pouted, thinking, I am not an idiot. At the same time, he rejected. This cannot be done. In that case, forgive me for not fighting. Let's forget about this spar. Fang Yuan waved his hand, turning around to leave. Xia Fei Kuai saw this and almost cursed it out loud. We left the Moon Peak and came here. After a lot of hard work, we carefully selected a valley where we could spar with each other. But with just one sentence from you, we stopped fighting? Are you playing with us? His expression turned dark. Wu Yihai retreated without a fight. Is this the glory and bravery of Wu clan? Fang Yuan's footsteps stopped. Xia Fei Kuai smiled coldly. Fang Yuan turned around and faced Xia Fei Kuai. But his expression was solemn and serious without any shame. You are wrong. I have never avoided sparring. It is just that you did not agree to my small request. We cannot come to an agreement, but that does not mean I want to avoid sparring. Look, I have already chosen the location for the spar. Oh my, damn it. These words made Xia Mo, who was watching, furious. Xia Fei Kuai stared with furious eyes. His hair was about to stand on end. He stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. How did Wu clan produce such a shameless person? Didn't Wu clan's Go Immortals fight each other whenever they had a disagreement? Where is your Wu clan's bravery? Where is your Wu clan's spirit? Where did it go? But soon, Xia Fei Kuai thought of Fang Yuan's birth. That's right, Wu Yihai was not a true Wu clan Go Immortal. He was a secluded cultivator from Eastern Sea. This damned secluded cultivator. Fang Yuan smiled even more brightly. Since we cannot spar, we can chat and drink some tea. I have to say, your Four Seasons tea is really good. It leaves me with endless aftertastes. What tea? What chat? Xia Fei Kuai suddenly had an intense urge to strangle Fang Yuan to death. The anger in his chest was burning fiercely. Xia Mo looked at Xia Fei Kuai with some resentment, thinking, it is all because Lord gave them a lot of tea when we met. Fang Yuan pondered. How about this? If I win, we will maintain the status quo for 5 years, and you will not harass Frosty Peak anymore. How about that? This. Xia Mo started to ponder. Fang Yuan suddenly raised this condition. Compared to before, it was many times more relaxed. It did not seem so hard to accept. But Wu Yihai suddenly threw out this condition. He might have planned it. Xia Mo was still thinking. Xia Fei Kuai spoke. All right, I agree. Xia Mo was stunned. Transmitting. Lord Xia Fei Kuai you. Are you going to let this son of a bitch stall for time again? I will bear the consequences of this. It has nothing to do with you. I cannot afford to waste my time for this stupid matter. The less time I have to spend with this guy, the better. Xia Fei Kuai immediately rejected with a firm attitude. Xia Mo smiled bitterly. If this spar fails, even if you, Xia Fei Kuai, bear the consequences, will I be able to escape responsibility? The clan sent me to assist you. Wasn't it to persuade you? Sigh. He heaved a deep sigh in his heart and helplessly transmitted his voice over. Then I wish you victory in this battle, sir. Are you sure? Fang Yuan asked again. His condition to Wu clan was only delaying the problem. It did not solve it. But once 5 years passed, Fang Yuan should have finished what he needed to do. At that time, who would serve Wu clan? I am sure. This time, Xia Fei Kuai did not speak. Xia Mo spoke. Good. Fang Yuan slowly flew back. His tone was very annoying. Actually, I do not want to spar no matter what. It will hurt our relationship. But since Lord Xia Fei Kuai insists, then on account of the Four Seasons tea that you gave me, I will agree to this spar. Don't mention the tea, let's fight. Xia Fei Kuai shouted. His eyes were bloodshot. Before he finished, Fang Yuan's body glowed. he turned into a divination tortoise. Xia Fei Kuai was stunned. Fang Yuan was hesitant before, but now he was very straightforward. This surprised him for a moment. It's the divination tortoise again. Xia Zhuo Mo frowned. The divination tortoise was huge. Its 4 legs were like pillars. It stood firmly in the valley, filling up the entire valley. The whole divination tortoise was dark and eerie. There were countless markings on its shell. It was very eye-catching. Xia Zhuo Mo stared at it for a while before feeling dazzled. He quickly retracted his gaze. Xia Fei Kuai did not expect Fang Yuan to use an immortal killer move at once. Normally speaking, when Gu immortals spar, there was a process of probing. Fang Yuan skipped that and used his trump card. Looking at the sturdy tortoise's shell, one can imagine the divination tortoise's defensive strength. No wonder he suggested this spar. Thinking of this, Xia Zhuo Mo's frown deepened. What should I do? Xia Fei Kuai hesitated. He did not know what Wu Hai was good at, but Fang Yuan knew. Xia Fei Kuai's hesitation was short. He attacked almost immediately. First move. He raised his hand and clenched his fist. He punched towards the divination tortoise in the valley. His fist shined with dazzling light. The pure white light left Xia Fei Kuai's fist in an instant, turning into a ball of light that was the size of steel wine and smashed downwards. Immortal Gu auras and mortal Gu auras intertwined. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.